The dude that makes treasures when you cast instants and sorceries. Storm Kiln Artist, that's the one. All right, so we don't want Seething Song type effects. So we're going to get rid of this, 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 this. We're going to be spell deck, so Plunge doesn't work. Yeah, Rite of Flame can stay. We want Spirit Guide. Skirk, maybe. Break It Rich. Ogre can go. Vessel can go. Ledger Shredder fits right in with the deck. Okay, let's slip out the back. Bolt Bend, Defense Grid. And then there's 3 fetches we can't use, so Windswept. I'm going to wind up cutting Reflecting Pool. Marsh Flats we can't use, and then what's the other one? Verdant Catacombs. All right, ramp. I don't think we want Grim Monolith, but I do think we want Mono Vault. Amber, Opal, not Facebreaker. 19 ramp sources, we can probably reduce that. No, let's add that back. And we're gonna need some removal, mostly into bounce spells. We don't want to get chained because we can't give our commander bounce back to our hand. And let's see. This. Snap seems like a good one to me. Let's keep Snap. Press down, Chaos Warp can go, and then we don't need this because we're just gonna have bounce spells. So let's use Geist Wave as the other one. All right, that works. And then counter spells. Packed Out, Muddle. I didn't even consider Dramatic Scepter, but I don't think we want that in here. Well, maybe. Full Clamp, get that out of here. Yep. Most of this card draw is going to get cut because we're going to be playing 10 bajillion wheels anyway. Rielle? Okay. All right, let's go look up the wheels. So EDH ID is blue and Note that Adeline alone won't trigger it the first time because it's when you attack with, not put the tokens into play already attacking. So if you just have Adeline in play and no other creatures and you attack with Adeline, the first one doesn't trigger it. Alright, Misfortune, I tend to not like, because other players can just opt not to do anything with it, or do it when they want to, and you have to generally also bid a bunch of life. Is it Charm could be good? Yeah. Is it Charm? Now, I don't think we want all the cards that are like Thirst 4s. I think if we're doing just regular looting effects that aren't wheels, we want to cap out at 2 mana at most. Discard your hand, then draw that many. I don't like this because it requires that we already have a good hand worth a good amount of cards. But it's very possible. I'll tentatively add that. Talarian wins. We might come back and cut it. Wheel and deal, that's only opponents. Ideas Unbound is another kind of interesting one. And I don't think we want any of the Tormenting Voice variants. I could have sworn there were more wheels. Because right now we've got Wheel, Windfall. I guess all the other ones shuffle, maybe, instead of discarding. I need help with my deck. Go ahead and post what it is. We can add it to the wheel. Alright, so that is going to be a lot of card draw, right? So Goblin Lore, in this deck it's card draw. Burning Inquiry, same deal. Lorien Winds, same deal. And Is It Charm is this, and it's also a counterspell. And I guess it's sort of removal, but not really. Now, what do we have? Misdirect, Ricochet Trap. I don't want Ricochet Trap, I don't think. We're at 29 lands, that's fine. A lot of counterspells, also good with that. Would a deck like this want any stacks cards? We can't play stuff like Harbinger. I guess, okay, let's add in some stacks and see where that gets us. We're going to cut most of it. Obviously, no Rule of Laws. We're back to basics. Blood Moon, we can't really run in this deck. Cursed Totem conflicts with what? Ornithopter of Paradise and Spellskite, but otherwise it would be a good addition. So if I just cut those 2 cards, I can play it. I'm fine with that. We'll cut this. We'll cut Ornithopter. Then let's get rid of this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Narset is obviously good with wheels, so we'll keep that. Null Rod out, Ruination. Don't want Tabernacle. Torpor Orb conflicts with Dual Caster. Is that it? I still think we can tentatively get rid of it. And let's get rid of Trinisphere, Winter Moon, and Winter Orb. Okay. Oh, an Energy Flux. Get that out of here. Alright, so we've got some bounce. I'm not sure I even need Geist Wave. But we'll come back to that. Dang, I'd love someone to look over my Corlash deck, but I don't have a list anywhere. Well, if you make a list on Moxfield, I can look at it. Nez says it's kind of budget. That's fine too. Just specify, hey, here's my deck, and it's a budget deck, so keep that in mind. All right, what's our card count right now? I assume we're over. Yeah, 102. So I can't think of much else that I would want to add here. Well, no, I can. I want to add more wheels if I can get them. But I'm guessing all the other ones shuffle instead of discard, right? So like if we go to what's another wheel? Days Undoing? No, not Days Undoing. Time Twister shuffles, right? Each player shuffles their hand, engrave into their library, and draws 7. Yeah, so I say draw 7. Wheel of Fortune, Magus of the Wheel. Echo Vion's shuffles, right? Yeah, each player shuffles. Wheel of Fate's on suspend. I don't want that. There's also Anvil of Bogartern type effects, right? During each player's draw, that player draws an additional card and then chooses and discards a card. I think I actually don't want that because I want to draw more than one card off of my looting effects, and if this is the first thing that's triggering, then I'm only ever getting one additional card and can't then use any of the other wheels and whatnot. All right, so we've got 2 cuts. The easiest places to cut are either redundant effects, which in particular to me sounds like card drawing. So like Fairy Mastermind is maybe an easy cut. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And then let's get rid of... How many cards do I have to discard for this to actually be good? 2? Because if I cast this and then lose 2 cards, then I'm drawing 2, and then I'm drawing another 2. So I'm paying 2 mana to reset my hand and draw 4. And if I have more cards in hand, then I get even more cards than that. So I'm good with that. Let's see. Ramp spells. Do I want the Mana Vault? Yes. Removal I want. Can't go any more down on lands. Potentially don't want Skark Prospector or Strike It Rich. Yeah, let's get rid of both of those. Now we're actually under again. I got one more. I could put Dramatic Scepter in here. I think that'd be fine. Is a Charm, Frantic, Faithless, Dress Down, Careful Study. Let's see. So the Ideas Unbound will only get to discard the cards at the end of the turn. That's fine. I like all these draw spells, actually. If you're trying to post a link in the chat, YouTube automatically deletes it. You've got to tell me what your username on the website is so I can look it up. All right, we're not getting rid of combo stuff. So yeah, let's do Isochron, Scepter, Dramatic, Reversal. Is Narset the only one that works, that does this? There's Leovold, which is banned, Hullbreacher, which is banned. There's Notion Thief, which is not in our colors. I can't think of anything else. Maybe we get rid of Jessica's Will. Yeah, let's get rid of Jessica's will. I think. And then we're at 100. All right, so we've got, yeah. I mean, not that exciting. It's pretty much exactly what I thought it was going to be. Because the obvious route to take this is to just shove all the wheels into it. And then, like, how are you going to win if all you're doing is mana and wheels? Then you're just going to jam a combo. It is what it is. I wonder if I overlooked anything that would be, like, a really great addition to the deck. Oh, yeah, Breakthrough. Breakthrough is a great one. Completely overlooked Breakthrough. I can get rid of Archmage and Maritas. It's a little expensive. Then what else? Turbulent Dreams is an additional cost to cast this. Discard X cards. Return X non-land permanents to their owner's hand. So it's basically 2 mana, bounce, however many cards you can discard, bounce that many non-land permanents, and then you draw that many again. That's actually pretty good. Let's cut, what did we have? Geistwave in the deck? Yeah, let's cut Geistwave for that one. Turbulent Dreams. So we've got, this is bounce. And this in here is, I guess that counted as a card draw spell. It's Tartaron. I assume that's your... Needlehead's cute, but we don't have enough wheels. Yeah, Wheel of Misfortune, Wheel of Fortune, Recall. Sack X cards from your hand, so discard, and then bring X cards from your graveyard to your hand. How is that actually worded? Discard X, then return a card from your graveyard to your hand for each card discarded this way, exile recall. But it's half of X. So for every 2 cards you discard, you can get 1 back. I'm not even really interested in that. Lux, I don't... I don't like that it's optional for the opponents. That's probably going to do it, right? Oh yeah, Library of Lang. What does it do exactly? Instead of discarding, you do something else? If an effect causes you to discard it, but you may put it on top of your library instead of into your graveyard. Okay, yeah, that sounds good too. So if you have to discard, you can discard and then want to keep certain things. Tunnel Grinder, there's also like Valakut Awakening. So enters, discard any number of cards, then draw that many, +1. Harasses, Tunnel Grinder. What's the other side of it do? Alright, so beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a boar counter on it, then if there's 3+, flip it. And it becomes a land. Whenever you cast a permanent spell using mana... Yeah, okay. Valakut Awakening puts them on the bottom, doesn't discard them, so we don't want that. Profts. We don't need Profts. Return attunement to its owner's hand. Draw 3, then choose and discard 4. Sure. Whenever you discard, each opponent mills 2. Don't want that. Got that. We got Shark Typhoon. That's fine. Face of the Ransack Lab. Instant sorceries cost 1 less, but it's 3 mana. But then we can solve it and then start drawing cards. Probably worth it. Case of the Ransacked Lab. Whenever enters, whenever you expend 4 stash counter, discard your hand, draw cards equal to the stash counters. Meh. Fairy Master of Time, so it's basically like you keep looting and then on other people's turns you get to draw 2 per, so it's like 6 cards in the cycle. That's interesting. Dak Faden's also interesting, although I doubt you can ever protect it. I doubt you can ever protect either of them. And I don't really want to pay 4 for this. So I think that's that. Yeah, there's the cycle lands. We're not going to bother with that. I did think about Gaia Reach as a way to combine with Narset, and just we can just have that land in general, but I actually don't think we want it here. Missed the notification, what I missed. We are building Rielle the Everwise. Alright, so we're 8 over right now. I don't think the Library of Lang is necessary. Like, when are we going to have a situation where we have to discard our entire hand and we really, really don't want to get rid of something? Basically, the only card that I would never want to actually discard is Underworld Breach, basically. Although the fact that you can get this off of Urza Saga is pretty nice. So maybe that's good enough to have it stay in the deck. This is filtering. All right, so we added in some cost reducers. What are the other ones? It's Goblin Electromancer, instant, sorcery, cost, one less. Seems to be 2 or less. Yeah, Electromancer, Stormcatch, Mentor. Oh yeah, Ral. Instant sorcery spell. Okay, and then it's whenever you flip a coin, you lose, and then if you win the flip, you can exile him and return him to the battlefield tapped, and then he does this thing. Yeah, we definitely want Ral. So Ral, Monsoon Mage. So if we're adding in, this is essentially ramp because it's reducing the cost of our spells. So if we're adding in that, I'm gonna cut Rest down, and we're gonna cut some other artifact rocks so we have fewer ramp spells because now we added some ramp spells. So let's cut the colorless ones. So Chalice. Hang on, I don't want to put those in considering. Let's just cut Chalice. Where is not Mind Stone? Thought Vessel. Actually, Thought Vessel is probably pretty nice in this deck. Liquid Metal Torque. And that's all the colorless ones, right? Other than the ones we don't want to cut. Mind Stone can probably go. Mind Stone. And what else is a dubious proposition? So let's see. Bergie. So there's all these combos. We potentially don't need multiple combos, but I do want... So like if Underworld Breach line fails, I want another one, which is Dual Caster, Molten Dupe. And then Isorev, Dramatic Scepter doesn't actually do anything without one of the other combos. So that's basically 2 combos in the deck. I guess that's not true. You can cast infinite dramatics. You're casting the copies, right? No, you're not casting them. You're copying them. I guess you could potentially just filter through your whole deck until you find Brain Freeze, even without Dual Caster. Found a deck list and added it to Moxfield. My name is the same as on YouTube. Critique for 1, 4, 2, 3 big. The zombie themed deck. Zombie. Fire Diamond, maybe? Alright, let's cut Fire Diamond. 2 more to go. We have 30 lands. I could cut one of those pretty easily. And if I was going to cut a land, the land I would cut would be... I would cut a mountain, but I feel like we do need a certain amount of fetchable lands. And if we don't have the mountain, then it means we only have 3 fetchable lands in our deck. So if it's not that one, it's probably Fiery Islet. Or Storm-Carved Coast. All right, let's cut Storm-Carved Coast, and then we got one more cut. One more. Not cutting Ramp. Rite of Flame's basically a Simian Spirit Guide. Not cutting Bergie or Kiln Artist. Oh yeah, LED's pretty cute with Rielle. Probably one of the card draw spells. Maybe Is It Charm. But I think Is It Charm's actually pretty good in this deck. Possibly Tunnel Grinder. I think Ideas Unbound is one of the ones that I'm the most unsure about how it will actually play, because you don't discard the cards until the end of the turn. Probably still fine. Gotta cut one thing. Not cutting removal. How about Mana Drain? Alright, we'll cut Mana Drain. Alright, so... Is it Spell Slinger? Use your commander to take advantage of all of these looting and other like discarding effects to draw a whole bunch of cards. Especially good when you have things like Burning Inquiry where you mess up other people's hands, but you discarding doesn't matter that much. Library of Lang in case there's stuff that we don't want to discard, and we can get it off of Urza Saga. We also have cool cards like Turbulent Dreams to bounce a bunch of stuff. We have 2 stacks pieces, and Narset goes really well with these wheels that we have. Some protection, because Rielle really needs to survive. A whole bunch of counter spells. 29 lands, some fast mana, and then a whole bunch of combos. We've got the Breach combo, the Dualcaster combo, and the Dramatic Scepter combo. And then a bunch of ramp, including cost reduction on our spells. That's pretty much it. Rielle, very straightforward. All right. So yeah, the typical route I take will usually be add in build the commander, add in some packages, cut everything that is not relevant, like especially fetch lands that are in the wrong colors. Then try to figure out what I'm missing off the top, like from memory. Then use Scryfall to search up specific stuff. And then then check EDH Rec to see if there's any like, oh yeah, I should have played that card type thing. All right. More for the wheel. Well, Tartaron, their critique, so let's go look up Tartaron. Tartaron All right, you have 3 decks here, Tartaron. Do I pick one, or do you want a specific one? Tartaron has Urza Scepter Rings, Mono Blue Azami, and Academy combo. Oh, this is not an EDH deck. Okay, so Urza and Azami. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be an EDH deck for me to critique it, although I don't know what this is a deck for. I could only assume vintage. All right, so I actually have an Urza and Azami deck built already, so let's see. Types and tags. Nothing is tagged. All right, back to types. So we've got 30 islands. All right. So this tells me budget related, because there's no reason to have literally just 30 of the same basic land for this. I mean, I'll do both if that's the issue. Or are you saying wait because you need to change something? Architect cool. Yes. Although I haven't used Architect. I prefer Moxfield, but if you've got it on Architect, as long as I can find it on there. I'm editing it. All right. Well, editing which one? Urza or Zami or both? Oh, this is not finished. Okay. Azami. Let's do this one. Urza specifically. Do you not care about the Azami deck? I have an Azami deck. See, when I go here and I see, like, 34 basics, that tells me it's probably a budget issue, although there's expensive stuff in here, right? Like Mystical Tutor, Remora. Review Azami first. Okay. Architect. Critique. Nuttysalts. So Azami, this is one of those extremely linear commanders where you just do the same thing every time, which is essentially find all the best wizards, put them all on the deck, and a bunch of ramps so you can get to Azami really fast. Where do we submit the deck list? You give me a username for Moxfield or some other deck building website, and I can look up your user on there. So Azami, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's just jam all the best wizards into the deck. Azami herself is also 5 mana, which means you're going to want ramp to get to Azami, and it means you're also going to want a lot of counter spells because you're mono blue and you need to protect Azami. So some things that immediately stand out. Let's stop looking at mono value and let's look at types. So yeah, the 34 islands tells me there's probably a budget issue here, even though there's also a Nykthos. Polaria West, I don't know what in the world you're searching for. I guess Nykthos would be the only thing. I feel like it's just not worth it. There's obviously a ton of blue lands that you could be playing in place of some of these basic lands off the top of my head. Thinking Stupor, Otawara, Manamo, Hydroelectric Specimen, Ancient Tomb. Now, as far as the creatures go, I assume this is a bunch of wizards. I can already tell you're missing some of the best wizards. I also think Azami is really a deck that does not want to be beat down. I think you want to win but with overwhelming card advantage, control the game with counter spells, and then win with either a combo lock, like just drawing your whole deck and hitting Oracle, or if that's not the direction you want to go in, then just playing like a bigger wizard that is a kill all on its own. Like, I don't think you want Tempest Djinn, for example. Death penalties, Mothman +1/+1. Which one is your username, and where is it? Is it on Moxfield? So let's see, wizards. Apprentice wizard. I guess this one's fine. Baron, Demi-Lich. Demi-Lich really does not seem that good, unless you're specifically, like, leaning incredibly heavily on Nykthos, and that's why you have it in here. Harbinger of the Tide's also bad. Labman. If you're running Labman, I feel like you could just run Oracle, and Oracle's 1 mana cheaper. Master of Waves is another one that you don't need. Too expensive. Micromancer's fine, depending on what you can get. Patron Wizard, good. Shape Stealer. Blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, so you can never guarantee that this ever does anything. Changes power and toughness to the creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Okay, no idea why this is in here. This card's really bad. Unless it combos with something, but I don't see how that's the case. Spellseeker's good. Stern Proctor. Not great, though. Trinket Mage, fine. Void Mage Prodigy, yep, that's good. And then you've got Days Undoing in here, which I don't know why you have this. I don't know why you would play any, or Windfall. I don't know why you would play Wheels at all. Wheels are generally actually not very good. They're only good in, like, turbo lists where you go, dump my whole hand into play really fast, then Wheel. Or when you have specifically synergies that work with them, like you also have Narset. Here, you don't have either of those. It's really, really bad in your control deck to refill your opponent's hands. Then let's see, there's Fabricate, Lorien Revealed, Merchant Scroll, Tutor, Cantrips. I also am not really a fan of random cantrips, especially... It's especially the case in an Azami deck specifically where your commander is the card draw. You don't need all of this other card draw. Serum Visions is also... If you were going to run cantrips, there are so many better cantrips that you could run besides Serum Visions. Solve the Equation, Treasure Cruise. Yeah, okay. You probably don't need to play, like, most of the card draw spells. And then you've got Offer, Blue Sun Zenith. You don't need that. Brainstorm, Cancel. About 10 million better counterspells to play than Cancel. Consider, Counterspell, Cryptic Command. A billion other better counterspells than Cryptic Command. Like Rift Dig. Long-term plans. Mystic Confluence. Again, I don't like how expensive it is. Mystical Tutor, Negate, Pongify. I feel like the enchantments Unable to Scream and Witness Protection are better than Pongify. But that's not hard and fast. Rapid Hybrid, Stroke of Genius, were. Okay, you have multiple artifact searching cards, so I have to assume that one of these artifacts is, like, super good. Arcane Signet, Command Sphere, Everflowing Chalice, Map, Felwar, Gilded Lotus Bindstone, Sapphire Medallion, Soul Ring, Thran Dynamo, Wayfarer's Bauble. So all of your artifacts are ramp spells, so none of those are things I would want to tutor for with Whir of Invention. Or, what? You have one more of them. Fabricate, yeah. And then enchantments. Abyshin's Desire, don't need that. Air Bladder. If you're going to run cards, so I get it, like you want to protect Azami, but if you're going to run cards that are protecting Azami, you want to do that either through counterspells or through things that you can already have in play when you cast Azami that you can then just immediately protect Azami with. So you don't ever want to be in a position where you have to go 5 mana for Azami, plus I had to wait another turn so I could have mana open. And even these are not good because they're proactive and not reactive. So they have the problem of, if your opponent does have the removal spell, they can just shoot Azami with Abyshin's Desire on the stack. The actual protection type cards that you want for Azami that aren't counterspells, that are like permanents in play, are things like Lightning Greaves, because it doesn't cost you anything to equip, and Spellskite. You know, things like that, where it's not going to be a problem. And if you are going to play a card that's 1 mana, you want stuff like Slip Out the Back, so that you can instant speed respond to things. Same thing, like, I have no clue why Aqueous Form is in here, like, or why you're giving things flying. I really don't understand why you're trying to give things flying. The only beater you have is, like, Demi-Lich and Tempest Djinn, and Tempest Djinn already has flying, so I don't understand the point of that. Frogify. Unable to Scream and Witness Protection do the same thing, but cheaper. Future Sight, Mind Over Matter. Alright, Mind Over Matter is a combo with Azami, but you have to do something with it. I guess you just draw your whole deck and then play Labman. Remora, Rhystic Study, Seal of Removal, Phasing of Zalfur. This one really doesn't feel good to me. Okay, so... Death penalties on Moxfield, and you want a critique of Mothman. So, Mothman... Critique. And name is Death Penalties. Okay. I'm going to be honest, I built this from bulk mostly. Okay. I mean, makes sense. 34 islands. So I'm just going to do a compare to the Azami list that I have built, and then you can decide which of those cards are cards that you feel like you're willing to buy or proxy. But if budget is the issue, which of those cards you're willing to spend the money on as upgrades. So let's pull open. Wait, actually, can I just do it from here without pulling that open? Compare. Do I have to do it from a URL, or can I just say my decks? Yeah, Azami. Okay. So, which one is which? This is mine. Okay. So, my Azami list. I guess let's actually... You know what? I'm going to pull open my Azami list, actually, because there's a lot of differences. I have 70 cards in my list that aren't in yours, so I think it would be more demonstrative to just show the list. Okay, so in my list, it's obviously Wizard Tribal with Azami, obviously, but there's other stuff like... There's other combos that you don't have in here, so obviously huge amounts of combos. A bunch of them involve Intruder Alarm or Peregrine Drake stuff and Ghostly Flicker type stuff. So there's a lot of combos involving that sort of thing. And it's more so that you can just like find one of these combos and not have to try to set up a situation where you're drawing your whole deck and then casting Labman. Anyway, so let's look at the individual cards. So there's Displace. Displace and Ghostly Flicker are both part of flickering combos. There's Flusterstorm. Triskaidekaphile is only in here at, like, this is an easily cuttable card. You don't need to play this, but it's in here because it's a 2-mana wizard that's just a cheap wizard that you can have in play that you can then draw cards with Azami. And then if you're in a position where you can just draw a whole bunch of cards, you can potentially just win off of that. Is it good? Probably not, and this is the card that I would consider, like, you could easily cut this. But because of Azami, it basically means you can play wizards that you otherwise wouldn't be good enough in the deck, but are now okay because Azami just turns them all into cantrips. Dwonkle is the deck I'd like you to review. From Nuttysalts. Architect Dwonkle. What a name. Zur Critique. Okay, Zur Critique. Jazz plays blues. Okay. Malevolent Hermit. So these are all so just as a reminder, these are all the cards that are unique to my Azami deck that are not in yours. So Unable to Scream, Dispel, the Dramatic Scepter combos in here, Chain of Vapor. If you don't want this because potentially this winds up bouncing Azami back to your hand, just play a different bounce spell. Then there's stuff like Riptide Lab. This is great, not just because, oh, wizard deck, but because you have wizards that specifically have ETB triggers. Kira, Great Glass Spinner, as another way of just protecting all of your stuff. You can just have Kira out, it protects all of your stuff without you having to have additional mana open in order to protect. Snapcaster, more ramp. Harbinger of the Seas, great staxing people when you're a mono blue deck. Stonybrook Banneret is a wizard that makes your other wizards cheaper. Tomb, back to basics. Temporal Manipulation, one extra turn spell. It accomplishes two things. One, you can set up combos with it where you Archaeomancer it back into your hand and then just keep taking infinite turns. Another one is sometimes you might just be in a position where you've got a lot of mana and you can draw a bunch of cards, but you can't necessarily win the game on that turn. But if you just take one extra turn, you'll then be in a position where you can win. Miscast. Archmage of Echoes is 5 mana Flying Ward 2. Whenever you cast a fairy or wizard permanent spell, copy it. Chrome Mox, Sleep Cursed Fairy. This is another one where you can do untap shenanigans with it. Sea Scryer is a wizard that's also a mana dork. Let's see, some of the other ones. Flare of Denial. You have a bunch of blue creatures sitting around, a lot of which don't have any use after you already have them, so just having a free counter spell. Muddle the Mixture, Siren Storm Tamer, another card that, although this does require you to have a mana up, it doesn't require you to keep a card in your hand. You can just play this, and then since it's a wizard already, you can just cantrip with it immediately. Emergent Zone, Unctus, another good one. You're tapping all your guys anyway. 3 Tree City, since you have a bunch of wizards. This probably overall makes less mana than Nykthos, but it still makes a bunch. Reflections of Litjara, Tribute Mage. Narumeha is a part of a bunch of the like Ghostly Flicker combos where you can make infinite mana with it. Intruder Alarm's another one. Archmage Emeritus, because although you do have a bunch of creatures that are wizards, you also have a bunch of spells. So this is a wizard that also draws you more cards. One Ring, Mana Vault. Pollywog Prodigy is just like a really solid draw spell that also is a wizard in this deck. Here's Alchanomancer, Baral, some more counter spells. Naban doubles your wizard triggers and is 60 cents according to Moxfield. So that's not going to run you too much. Teferi is another one that is pretty good protection. Because with Teferi, you can just go end of turn, flash Teferi in, and then everything's instant speed and your opponents can't interact with you. Anamo. Paradigm Shift's a pretty interesting one. Exile all the cards from your library, shuffle your graveyard into your library. So this is a good one for just like getting to Thoracle really fast, even if you can't draw to it. Just drastically reduces the size of your deck. Opposition is another pretty good one where you've got a bunch of creatures anyway, so why not use these to tap down important things on your opponent's side. Filter out, bounce all non-creature, non-lands. And Thoracle, of course, and then Peregrine Drake, which is also important for combos. So, for your deck, I'm going to... Let's see. I guess if you want to take a look at this on your own time, I'll post the link in the chat so you can take a look at it. So this is Azami, Lady of Scrolls, and then you can just use this to compare to the list that you have and figure out which cards you want to add from here. All right, and then as for Urza, this one's also probably going to be pretty fast. Urza allows... So Urza is really good at a couple of things. Oh yeah, F5 on it. Thank you. All right, so Urza does a couple of things. First of all, it makes it so that artifacts that would normally not be that interesting, like would not be that useful, become immediately more useful. It also has synergies with a bunch of artifacts that their abilities are turn on and off depending on whether they're tapped or not. It also generates a ton of mana. And Urza has a couple of other things. It's an infinite mana outlet from the command zone that lets you just cast your whole deck. And because it generates a token when you cast it, you can use that token as polymorph fodder. So let's take a look at your deck. So already I'm seeing a ton of cards that I wouldn't play. So I wouldn't play like random artifacts just because they're free. Your artifacts still have to actually do something. So, you know, random equipment that you're probably never even going to activate is not... You can't just jam every single thing that's 0 mana into the deck. The cards still have to actually do things. So I'm seeing a lot of that. Let's see. It's hard to tell, looking at this list, how many of these cards are ramp spells, but you do want a ton of ramp spells because you want to cast Urza as fast as possible. So, okay, Jeweled Amulet would be an example of... This is a 0 mana artifact that actually does something. It sort of ramps you. And that's fine if you have an Urza, right? Or like Mishra's Bauble, like, okay, that's fine. But then cards like, you know, Sigil of Distinction, nah. Spider Silk Net. Okay, yeah, and here's Static Orb. You should also have Winter Orb in your deck because that's another one of the 2 orb. Static Orb and Winter Orb are 2 of the best cards with Urza, and you can do the same thing with both of them where you can purposely tap them before it's your turn so that you are not affected by the stacks clause, but it still affects all of your opponents. And Trinisphere is also another one that you can selectively turn off when you need to cast a bunch of stuff. Now let's look. Ethereum Sculptor, Gadgeteer, Hydroelectric, Micromancer, okay. Yeah, Tidespout Tyrant. If you're going the polymorph route, this is typically your payoff. It's Tidespout and Hullbreaker Horror. All the mages, Valley Flood Caller. You cast non-creatures at instant speed. Bunch of instants. Exile a creature you control, return it, draw. Most of this looks pretty straightforward. You've got Dramatic Scepter combo in your deck, that's fine. Bunch of tutors. I mean, okay, the main thing is Typically, when you're playing Urza, you're going for a polymorph strategy, which would mean that most of the creatures here wouldn't be in the deck. You obviously just have a bunch of basic islands here. Those should be diversified into a ton of other lands. And the big one, I would say, is to get rid of all of these useless artifacts that don't do anything. Like a Quarter Shield, Bonesaw, Darksteel Relic, like all those cards, get rid of them. And then you have 27 artifacts. I don't know exactly how many of these are ramp cards, but I'd probably play like 20 ramp cards. I would even play mediocre mana rocks as long as they are 2 mana and produce 1 mana, even if like they literally don't do anything else. Like the Plane Chase one even. I would run that just to get Urza out as fast as possible. And so for comparison, Urza... There are some decent 0-drop artifacts. Welding Jar. There's not many. They're mostly... Let me think. So Mox Amber is one of them, but not in Urza, because if you have Urza out, then you can just tap it anyway. So it's mostly Opal, Jeweled Amulet. The 0-mana creatures, if you've got something to do with them, like Springleaf Drum, but otherwise, no. What else? Mishra's Bauble and Urza's Bauble, because they at least cycle. I would even, I think, run cards like Chromatic Sphere and Chromatic Star. I forget exactly what I have in my own Urza list, but here's my Urza list if you want to, again, compare. So, Urza, Board High, Artificer. The slew of creatures that come out at 0, yeah. There's 4 of them, I think. Ornithopter, Memnite, Shield Sphere, and Phyrexian Walker, I think, are them. The 0 ones. But you need a reason to play them, like Ninjutsu or Springleaf Drum or something. Alright, anyways. Hope that was helpful. So, let's shuffle this up and see what we're getting to next. Man, 2 decks down, and all the requests, we have more entries than we started with. Rayne Academy Chancellor critique by Femboy Aliens. All right. I'm going to assume it's this one. Rayne main deck. Trying to use change target effects to trigger Rayne and try to force people to target my things with threats. Okay, so what does Rayne do? 3 mana blue creature, whenever you or a permanent you control is the target of a spell or ability controlled by one of your opponents. Okay, we're going to need the Oracle text on this because it really is going to matter. Whenever you or a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. You may draw an additional card if Rayne is enchanted. Okay, so obviously we're going to want a bunch of auras. The cheaper, the better. And we're going to want as many, like, misdirection effects as possible, right? So, is it tagged? It is tagged. All right, so first of all, let's just see. You have 36 lands, which, again, is too many lands, especially when you've got a 3-mana commander that you're built around. There's also 22 islands in here, which in a monocolor deck is not necessarily wrong. All right, which ones would I not bother with? I would not bother with Arid Archway, Castle Vantris, Demo Field, unless your local metagame is filled with, like, you absolutely need to kill lands on your opponent's side of the field. I wouldn't bother with this. Halimar Depths, cut that. Hall of Storm Giants, cut that. Lonely Sandbar, cut that. Emerald Genius, cut that. Myriad Landscape, cut that. Mystic Sanctuary, I would only run if you're also running blue fetches. So I don't see any blue fetches here. Reliquary Tower, cut that. Riptide Lab. It depends on if you have wizard stuff with that. Temple of the False God, cut that. Surgical Bay, cut that. What set's that legend from? Urza's Saga. Or no, it's from Urza's Destiny or Legacy. I forget which one the potion is. So, you don't want lands that enter tapped. You don't want lands that are conditional. You can't tap Temple the False God until you get to 5 lands. So if you are, you know, lands 2, 3, or 4, then this doesn't actually tap for mana. Absolutely don't need Reliquary Tower. All the stuff that's entering tap you don't need. Howl of Storm Giants you don't need. Castle Vantress, you got to think about it this way. Sure, you have a ton of islands, so it's probably going to enter untapped, right? Like, that's not the issue. The issue is, in what scenario are you ever okay having your turn be, I am going to tap 4 mana and this, so basically 5, so that I can scry 2. I feel like if that's ever happening, you are just in a horrible position. Like, you're already losing the game. You apparently have nothing better to do than activate Castle Vantress. The only way that I would run this is if I have ways of, like, untapping my lands. Again, if I have, like, Seedborn Muse effects and I can actually use this type of land, that's one thing. But if not, I wouldn't bother with it. Reliquary, I feel, is more needed because I'm typically drawing a lot of cards. I don't think you need Reliquary at all. If you're in positions where you are drawing so many cards that you're reaching the max hand size, then you should probably just be winning the game. Like, in what scenario are you drawing so many cards that you're going to have to go to cleanup step, but you're somehow not winning? Also, you typically want other colorless lands that... Here's the thing. Colorless, a land that doesn't tap for your colors is a huge downside. It is a gargantuan downside. You really cannot afford to run more than, like, 2 maximum of lands that are not producing your colors. Think about just having spells like, you know, Counterspell in your deck. And imagine having imagine having colorless lands, right? And you can't cast Counterspell because of that. So colorless lands need to be incredibly good to justify using them. So the obvious one is Ancient Tomb, which is basically in everything. And already in here, you've got other colorless lands that I would easily play over Reliquary Tower, like Riptide Lab and Blast Zone. Where do I send my deck? Post the username that you have in Moxfield or whatever website it is, and I will put it on the wheel. So, right away, I have that as a problem. The next thing is, if I'm gonna play auras to turn Rayne on, basically, like, the only reason that I want auras is to turn Rayne on. Therefore, I want my auras to be very cheap. So you do have some cheap auras here. I probably, like, I would need a really good reason to play an aura that's more than 1 mana. So let's see, you've got Abyshin's Desire, Combat Research. I get the impetus for having Curiosity effects, but I really don't think you're going to be able to attack your opponent with Rayne, although you do have a bajillion other creatures, so maybe you're putting it on those. Crab Umbra, I would need to see something that combos with it for that to be the case. Eel Umbra, Totem Armor is useless. The removal and sweepers, there's so many effects now that exile, bounce, force you to sacrifice, that destruction, indestructibility, that type of thing, it doesn't work anymore. Ominous Seas, whenever you draw, put a counter on it, remove 8, create an 8/8 Kraken. You don't need this. Private Research at the beginning. So Rayne is a commander that I haven't built, so I would have to think about what I'd want for it, but let's see. Private Research, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a page counter on it. When the enchanted creature dies, draw a card for each page counter on it. I immediately don't want this, because if this is ever triggering, then it's because Rayne got killed, and my plan is for Rayne not to get killed. Croft's Eidetic Memory, this also seems like not good. It doesn't enchant Rayne, right? It has to be enchanted, right? You don't just control an enchantment. You draw a card, and if Rayne is enchanted, yeah, okay. Robe of Mirrors, all right, these are good. Like Shroud, Hexproof, Vanishing, I approve of that. Shadow the Second Sun, I don't know why this is in here. Shadow is really expensive for a card that basically just draws you 1 more card per turn. It's not enchanting Rayne, it's enchanting you. So unless you have a bajillion cards that trigger on your upkeep or something, I don't see the value in it. Fairy's Ageless Insight, I don't think this is necessary either. If you're drawing, you know, 1 to 2 cards a turn off of Rayne per spell, I feel like you don't need this. Wiretapping, this is another one that's really expensive. Wizard class, no max hand size. Again, you don't need that. And if you're gonna play a card for no max, like Thought Vessel, that's the actual card that you should run if you care about no max hand size. The rest of it, whatever. So I'm spending 4 mana to draw 2 cards. That's terrible. Whenever you draw a card, you put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Yeah, this card's not good. Stompy Plants Critique by GryphonBro. All right, you are on the wheel. Because I have more draw second card. Hang on. Because I have more draw second card per turn creatures or things like Orphamage for Shadow of the Second Sun. It still sounds like you're spending a lot of mana on something that's not really worth it. But I'll wrap back around to this when we get here. All right. Welcome, Useless Common. So then you've got some artifacts, Decanter, another no max hand size thing, Midnight Clock. Again, okay, so Sapphire Medallion and the other ramp. I don't even really like Wayfarer's Bauble. Sapphire Medallion and the other ramp are fine. I would play basically any of the 2 mana rocks that before I'd play one of the 3 mana ones, unless I have a very specific reason for using the 3 mana ones. Here, I guess you're going a beatdown route with Heraldic Banner. I wouldn't bother with Decanter or Midnight Clock. Request for critique. Life finds a way. Critique by Dyrota. All right, you are on the wheel, Dyrota. So yeah, way more ramp to get to Rayne. Let's see. Replication technique. Demonstrate, create a token that's a copy of target permanent you control. I don't know why this is in the deck. I guess a lot of these cards I'm going to have to see once we get to the creatures. All right. So counter spells, deflection, choose a new target for target spell with a single target. Yep. Okay. Divert, change the target to target spell with a single target unless the controller pays 2. Insidious Will, metal. If target spell has only 1 target and that card is... If its target spell has only 1 target and that target is a creature, change the spell's target to another creature. Misdirection. Whenever you or a permanent you control is the target of a spell. So it doesn't have to specifically target Rayne. It can target anything. Okay. Rebound. Target spell, which targets only a single player, targets another player of your choice instead. Redirect. You may choose new targets for target spell. Okay, yep. All that makes sense. Obviously, Spell Skate over here as well. Probably the best one. There should just be like a lot more counter spells here is the thing. But I guess some of them are like all the redirection are sort of counter spells-ish in certain cases, but not all the time. Trying to put out creatures that get buffed when I draw, then having as many enablers for those as I can. I feel like there's got to be a better strategy to do than that, so... You're redirecting spells or abilities and drawing cards. So obviously the best way to win is just draw to your combo, but if you're not interested in doing that, then creatures that benefit when you draw cards is a fine way to go, I suppose. We've got Jace Reawakened. Don't know why this is here. All right, Alondra. So make 2/2s when you draw your second card. When you draw your 5th card, probably not happening most of the time. So make 2/2s when drawing. Chasm Skulker, Curiosity Crafter, Cyclone Summoner. Cast it from your hand. Bounce all permanents except for Giants, Wizards, and lands. Okay. Deep Channel Mentor. Blue creatures are unblockable. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, this card's awful. You're paying 6 mana to make your creatures unblockable? That's just atrocious. Get this out of here. Detective of the Month. As long as you have the City's Blessing, detectives you can... Okay, so probably not turning on. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 2/2. Okay? Diluvian Primordial. Not sure why that's here. Emrakul's Messenger. Whenever you draw your second card, make a spawn token. Sure. Enduring Curiosity. Sure. Ethereal Investigator. When it enters, investigate X. So 3 times. When you draw your second card, create a 1/1. Okay. Fear failed tests. This card's bad. Don't run this. 5 mana for a creature that is not even guaranteed to be able to hit your opponent. Super bad. Hydroelectric Specimen. Okay. Imrith Desert Doom. Ward 4 as long as it's untapped. When it deals combat damage to player, draw. Then if you have fewer than 3 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. Don't like this one. Kyrie, don't like this one. Kitsa, that's fine. Latnam Adept, whenever you draw your second card, put a +1 counter on it. Super, super, super bad. Super bad. This card could be a 4 mana 8/8 to start with. You've got Smuggler's Copter, Malcolm, Moon Circuit Hacker, Looter Ilkor, Merfolk Looter, Wharf Infiltrator, Jace Vryn's Prodigy, Saboteur, Kitsa, Shoreline Looter. This one you gotta pay for, so I wouldn't run that. And then there's like a bajillion other ones. Duelist of the Mind, potentially. There's a lot. There's a new Rat Looter that draws if you have Threshold, yeah. There's a lot. Of these ones, the ones, if all you're interested in is just looting, the best ones, I think, are Copter, Malcolm, Moon Circuit, Looter, Ilkor, Ghostly Pilferer, JVP, Kitsa. I think like those are all the best ones. All right, let's see. Overlord of the Flood Pits. Also does not seem very good in this deck. Psychosis Crawler. All right, this one at least makes sense. Quicksilver Dragon. If target spell has only 1 target and that target is Quicksilver Dragon, change that spell's target to another creature. Okay, so basically you can never activate this because no one's going to willingly target Quicksilver Dragon. Like, Sludge Monster, whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, put a slime counter on up to another target creature. Non-horror creatures with slime counters on them are just 2/2s with no abilities. Ugh. Ugh. Spellskite, Stormtide Leviathan. Yeah, this isn't good either. Toothy Every draw, put a counter on it. Not good either. Wake Thrasher, whenever permanent you control becomes untapped. No. Willbender, okay, that one at least makes sense. All right, so I don't know if you found every single change the target of a thing spell. You have a lot of them, so that's probably not where you're missing. I think the main thing I want to fix here is... All right, so this is where we're going to take notes. I had Duelist, but cut it because it wasn't triggering that much. That's fair, but there's a bunch of other better looters. What's the most powerful way to build Horbrand, Pinger, Suitor Storm, or Punisher effects or tokens? Do you want to add that to the wheel? These are just threats that I feel have to be answered to. No, the big creatures? Not really. They're not big enough to need to be able to need to be answered. That's the problem. For how much they cost and how much actual power they have on average, players actually don't need to answer them. So here's note taking, Femboy aliens, because I'm not going to build this deck. So take notes, or just rewind to this part of the video and watch it again when the stream's over, or if you can do it now. So lands, fix all these lands. I already mentioned like a whole bunch of them. If the land is entering tap, just get rid of it and replay it with something else. And there's a bunch of other better mono blue lands that you could have in here: Otawara, Slink into Stupor, Manamo, etc. You don't have a bunch of cards that I would consider to be auto-ins, although if you're not playing them because of budget, that's fair. So things like Mox Diamond, Chrome Mox, the One Ring. If you're not playing those because they're really expensive, okay, sure. A lot more ramp, especially get rid of the 3-mana ramp and replace it with 2-mana ramp. Even Heraldic Banner I wouldn't bother with. Wayfarer's Bauble is also 3-mana ramp because it's 3 total to use it. I don't care. I would not care about any of these cards that give you an infinite hand size, like Reliquary Tower and Wizard class. The exception is Thought Vessel because it's actually a rock. Would not bother with Shadow of the Second Sun or Teferi's Ageless Insight. And then most of the cards that you have that are like 4+ mana, I also wouldn't bother with. They're just too expensive. They don't give you a good enough payoff. And other cards I would cut are Curiosity effects. I don't really know, having looked over all these creatures, I don't see anything that Crab Umbra really works with. Eel Umbra, again, protection that isn't based on hexproof or phasing or something is not good. Ominous Seas is just not good at all. Like, those are the main things there. Like, a lot of the creatures I think are bad. So the main things I want to add in here are more ramp, more cheap auras that you can put onto Rayne, because the only ones I actually want to use right now are what? Abyssin's Desire, Robe of Mirrors, Vanishing. Those are like the only ones that I want. And then more creatures that have card draw triggers. One card that you're not running in here that I would run is Kitesail Larcenist. And you actually have no removal, right? Yeah, you have no removal at all, actually. More counter spells, more removal. You don't need 30 creatures either. You can, even if your plan is to beat down people, you don't need 30. You can play a lot less. So the main things I want to look at are, I want to look at 1-mana auras that give Shroud or Hexproof or phasing, or what else protects your guy? Those are the main ones I could think of. You know what? Sure, let's add Torbrand to the wheel. I mostly wanted the opinion on which kind of build would be the best, but I totally would watch you build it. Okay. So Torbrand. Requested by Useless Almond. Okay. Are these really the only ones that won? So you're missing, against phasing, it cannot be blocked by wall. Okay, so it's these 3, which you already have. All right, so if these 3 are the only ones that won, then we do have to go up to 2, because I don't think 3 is enough. Because we always want our guy equipped. All right, so diplomatic immunity, that's a pretty good one because the aura itself is also shrouded. Alexi's cloak, which has flash. This is only gains hexproof until end of turn, right? Gains hexproof until end of turn. End of turn. We choose to flash it in. Cannot be the target of spells or abilities. Okay. So Mystic Veil. Cannon permanent against phasing. Target creature cannot be the target of spells, sorceries. What does this say exactly? A shroud as long as it's untapped. Okay, yeah. So the ones I would add in are Diplomatic Immunity, Alexi's Cloak, Mystic Veil, and Spectral Cloak. Because you just need more auras. At that point, if you added those 4 in, you would have 7 total auras for Rayne, which is probably enough. And I really would not want to pay 3 mana for one of them. So then I want 3 cost and lower creatures that trigger when you draw cards. So whenever you draw, or whenever a player draws. All right, you already have Skulker, you already have Min. That one's not good. You already have this, you already have this. Maybe you draw your second card, put a counter on it when it dies. No, I don't care about that. Whenever you draw your second card, loses Defender. Whenever you draw your second card, gains Flying. So there's not a lot of options for this. What about if it isn't a creature? What if it's something else? Wizard class, Psychic Corrosion. You could win with Milling, although that seems pretty dubious as well. There's like Corrosion, Tutelage, and Teferis, right? And Jace's Erasure. I wouldn't even bother with those either. If you draw your second card, attach it to target creature you control. No. Well, if that's the case, we're probably going to have to go all the way up to 4. What would I be willing to do at 4? So, Alondra, you already have basically all these, right? Whenever you draw your second card, put a +1 counter. Draw. What about cards that, rather than triggering when you draw, they just care about your hand size? Number of cards in your hand. Well, that's a bust. Except for maybe Hand of Vecna. Beginning of combat on your turn, equip creature or creature you control named Vecna gets +X, where X is the number of cards in your hand. That's one option, I guess. Or number of cards how's it now? How is it written? You've drawn. Yeah, Prophetic, Duelist. You have that already. I think the options for like draw trigger stuff is pretty limited. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty limited. So you're either stuck with the ones you have already, or you got to pivot to mill so you can play all the mill enchantments and use that as your win con. Isn't there a benefit to having auras that if Rayne is already enchanted that can buff protect the other creatures without giving them shrouds so opponents can still target them? Hold on, let me read that again. Isn't there a benefit to having auras that if Rayne is already enchanted that can buff protect the other creatures without giving shrouds so the opponents can still target them? I'm not understanding your question. Like, the auras that we've gone over, so like all the ones that give shroud and hexproof to Rayne, you don't need Rayne to be the target of anything. You just need other of your things to be the targets of stuff, right? So it doesn't matter if Rayne's already hexproof. You just want the ability to redirect stuff from one thing to another, right? Also, one of the things that's missing from here is other cards like Rayne that get benefits when you have your stuff become targeted. I think Rayne is the only one you have. So what about, so how is Rayne worded? Whenever becomes the target of a spell For the first time each turn. Okay, so this one would actually counter your redirect, right? So that wouldn't work. Will Breaker, whenever a creature an opponent controls becomes a target of a spell. Okay, so that's an opponent. Becomes a target of a spell, draw. Okay, so like Storm Chaser Drake, that's one of them. Redirect to Storm Chaser Drake, and then you draw. Because I imagine most of the time, if you're redirecting something, it's a kill spell, right? It's a removal spell, and you're redirecting it to one of your permanents. So what you want is permanents that trigger on that, or permanents that it doesn't matter if you're redirecting towards them, because you're just going to, the creature's going to blink or something, so you can keep it alive. That's what I'm looking at. So like Storm Chaser Drake, that's a good one. What's another one? Like Giggling Skitterspite, whenever it attacks or blocks or becomes the target of a spell, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Even though its power is only 1, but that's at least one of them. And it's indestructible, so if you're redirecting kill spells to it, you can do that. So the other thing I would want is creatures that can exile themselves and then return. So exile, let's see. Exile card name. We're actually going to want them to be cheap, so 3 or less. And we want them to probably be creatures most of the time. These just exile themselves permanently, though, right? They don't come back. Yeah, that's an issue. What about, instead of exiling, what about phase out? Comes targeted. No, that's not it. We don't want just phasing in general. Okay, not phasing. What's the last? I guess just other indestructible cards, right? Indestructible. Type creature. So yeah, Darksteel Mirror. Just so you have something to redirect to. Hefnet is not a creature a lot of the time, so that's an issue. Same thing with Thassa. Oh, wait, no, Kefnet is always a creature. It just can't attack or block. So yeah, Darksteel Mirror, Kefnet, these would be other good options. So shouldn't you have buffing auras in order to incentivize opponents targeting your creatures? No? I feel like, first of all, unless the aura is like your opponent has to kill this right now, they're not going to bother targeting your stuff. Like, if you've got Rayne in play, why would I give you cards targeting your things? The only way I'm going to target your guy with, a kill spell is if I absolutely have to, because it's going to kill me otherwise. And if it's an aura that's providing the buff, then that means that, okay, I'm going to shoot a kill spell at your guy, and then the guy's going to die, and then you're going to lose the guy and the aura. Skitter Spike is going in the deck as soon as it comes back in stock at my LGS. Yeah. I would also put in Darksteel Mirror and Kefnet. That way you have indestructible creatures. Basically, you want indestructible creatures that you can go, okay, redirect your kill spell from this creature to my indestructible guy. I draw cards, and then my indestructible guy's still alive. But if we're going down the route of a creature that absolutely has to be dealt with, then, all right, let's go down that route. So type creature. What is a creature that absolutely has to be dealt with? So like a lab man, but then you're just winning the game. Blue is going to be really iffy in terms of like beatdown creatures that you have to kill. Ledger Shredder would be... Ledger Shredder is just good in general, and it can grow bigger. And like that might be one of them. What's another good one? It has to be something that grows really big, right? Or it like has some ability that threatens to take over the game. Grazilax would be a card I would absolutely play in your deck because you already are trying to attack people with creatures, so here's just another way to draw more cards. What if we go the power route? So the power is greater than or equal to 5? Dreamtide Whale. Pretty big creature, I guess. Mind Skinner, you are mono blue, right? Mind Skinner could be another option. Oculus. Those would be some examples of creatures that are, like, maybe must kills. Also, if you have stuff with +1 counters on them, then you can proliferate those counters, so that's another good thing with the whale. Thassa might be, like, you are mono blue with a bunch of permanents, so maybe Thassa will be a creature enough at the time that you could run that as well. And instead of power 5, what if we say power is, power equal. So I don't know if you run enough spells for this stuff, but stuff like Caliph, maybe? Sword of Protection also could maybe be pretty big. Is the only other one... Where is the Tempest Gen? Why is that not showing up here? Tempest. Oh, it's not... It gets 1 for each. Okay. Gets plus 4 each. Type creature. Or you could do equipment. That's another one. You could put equipment on stuff where your opponent has to kill the thing that's equipped, and then even if they kill it, you can just move the equipment onto something else. That's another direction to take. If it was going to be an equipment, I would probably pick Sword of Feast and Famine would be a good one. What's another pretty good one? Not Conqueror's Flail, Inquisitor's Flail. Doubles the damage that your creature deals, although your creature would have to already be big in order for that to matter. What's another good one? I think those are like the main two, right? Sword of Feast and Famine. Yeah, Sword of Feast and Famine. Is there really, like, hardly any creatures that even have this? Enters with oil counters. I don't care about that. Yeah, so those are maybe some options. Hopefully I would change the target to something else like Kefnet, Clones, Labman, Oracle, and no combos with them would be fucking peak. Aerophage has filled that role in most games I play because it grows quickly. Spark Double, like, just to scare people into trying to kill them even though they are useless. Yeah, like, another direction to take it in is the creature that, it's not that you have to kill it because it's big, you have to kill it because its ability is too good to leave it alone. So, I can't think of a lot of creatures that are like that, though. What are blue stacks creatures? I guess Harbinger of the Seas would be one of them, which is another card that you're not playing in here that you easily could, unless you just don't want to play stacks in your deck. Another option might be Glen Elendra Archmage. It serves 2 functions. It's a counter, or 3 functions. It's a counter spell. It also comes back even if it gets killed, and it's another card that people might be inclined to want to try to shoot so that they can cast whatever spell it is that they're actually trying to resolve. Consecrated Sphinx, that's another one. Like, Consecrated Sphinx is really good, and opponents may try to just kill it. So I would think about more along the lines of that as well. What creatures can I play that it's not that the creature is, like, so big that it's just going to kill people, but what has an ability that where people are going to absolutely want to get rid of it? I'm sure there's other ones. Type creature is a rare. That might help filter it down a bit. Fairy Mastermind is also, like, just a solid creature that people might want to try to murder. Reality Chip only works when you're equipping it to something. Yeah, remember Grazilax. That's a good one. Malevolent Hermit has kind of the same thing as Glenelendra. If you can find I don't think Soulless Jailer is good, but if you can find stacks type creatures like this, then maybe some of these as well. What's the one that locks opponent out of one of their steps? It's a mono blue wizard. A Fate Spinner, I think it's called. Yeah, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, that player chooses draw, main, or combat. The player skips each instant of the chosen phase. I don't think this one is actually that big of an issue because most people will just choose combat step and then can mostly function the same. So I don't think Fate Spinner is what you want to look at. But anyways, that's basically all my notes. So hopefully that was helpful. I can't think of anything else really to add as far as like notes to put on this deck. I guess just to recap, try to find cheaper threats. Try to find threats that are more based around their abilities are too good to allow them to stay alive. More of the auras that protect Rayne. Fix the land base. A lot of missing cards that are really good. More ramp spells, more counter spells, more removal. Like you have actual no removal, so add some bounce spells in the deck or something. And you don't need to be playing 30 creatures. You can cut this down to 20 or lower. And cut the 3 mana ramp for 2 mana ramp. So hopefully that works out. Hopefully that was helpful. All right. Back to the wheel. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. All right, let's go. Ooh, ooh. Breya critique by Hutter. All right. Hutter, Breya eggs. All right, so Breya is one of these. White, blue, black, red. When it enters, you create 2 Thopters, 2 sack 2 artifacts, deal 3 to a player or planeswalker. Target creature gets -4 or gain 5 life. All right, so a couple of things. Obviously, we have access to lots of colors here. And our deck cares about... we can make use of creating these Thopter tokens. We can also make use of sacking artifacts. So we're going to want lots of artifacts that benefit from sacking them or that produce multiple artifacts. So things like Ichor Wellspring are going to be obvious inclusions. And then the first and the third mode are pretty crap. It's mostly going to be the second mode that you're interested in. Even that's not great, but it's at least something. Like the other 2 modes just kind of suck. Unless you have some sort of infinite loop that you can create where you can just burn everybody out. So the first mode could be the end result of an infinite combo. Like if you've got some way of just constantly recycling the artifacts and generating the infinite mana to keep activating this. But otherwise, you're just going to be interested in the second mode. It's also possible to take this deck in a polymorph direction because you are playing a commander that creates creature tokens. So you could wind up not playing any creatures except for, you know, the 1 or 2 big bombs that you have and just polymorph those. So what is the notes for Hutter? Spew out eggs, crack them, break them back, repeat, finish with army of tokens, rise and shine, dance of the manse, or Mirrodin besieged. No creatures other than Breya. It folds to a resolved Vandal Blast, farewell, but if they got it, they got it, shrug. Yeah. Mostly, you can't, there's not really a good way of mitigating sweepers, except in this deck where he says, you know, if they've got the sweeper, they've got it. Well, just play lots of counter spells. So, is this deck tagged? That's the one thing. It is tagged. All right, so let's look at lands. There are 35 lands, including artifact lands, it seems. Ancient Den, Seat of the Synod, Great Furnace. Is Treasure Vault in here as well? It is not. Or Vault of Whispers. Is Treasure Vault's not in here, though. Okay, that's fine. I don't like the double island and double plains. I don't think you need multiple of these basics. You're also playing the tapped artifact lands. I really don't think you need those either. Again, I would just absolutely stay away from tap lands. I do not like Bojuka Bog. Fomori Vault is a maybe. Goldmire Bridge, get that out of here. Inventor's Fair, Mist Vault Bridge, no. Fiend's Tower, sure. Rogran Triome. Razortide, Rustvale. Just get rid of all these tap lands. Dander's Lounge. I think it's okay to play the Triomes, but I don't think you want to play 3 Triomes. I think you want to just play 1. Because you'll more likely to have a turn where you can fetch a land that you don't need to use immediately, but less likely to have 3 different turns where you have a tap land that you can go get. So yeah, cut all of the indestructible artifact duels and cut 2 of the Triomes. I would have to see the breakdown of what colors your deck is. It looks like... Does your deck have a single black card in it? You have Mephitic Draught as your only black card. Actually, you're very low on just colors in general. And you have a Void Rend. So I would just pick whichever Triome is in the 3 colors that you have the most of, which in this case appears to be Rogren. As usual, I recommend cutting down to 30 lands with 20 or so ramp spells. Okay, so let's look at the tags now. So we've got activated ability stuff. Heartstone, Training Grounds, Enigma Jewel. If you're looking for that stuff, there's also Omen Hawker, which you don't have in here. Although you specifically said that you are not playing any creatures, so if there's a reason that you're not playing any creatures, that's fine. Like if you were actually going the polymorph route. And that is one thing I will say. You've apparently decided that you're not going to play any creatures, so why not go the polymorph route? There's tons of polymorph spells that you can play, especially when you have access to Izzet colors, where you can just go 4 mana, target my Thopter token, and then boom, go grab usually Tidespout, Tyrant, Hullbreaker, Horror, although it can be something else. Card advantage. Mirrored and Besieged, Mystic Forge, Paradoxical Outcome, Thoughtcast. A big one you're missing is Crystal Skull. Crystal Skull lets you cast and play historic cards off the top of your deck. You're also obviously missing the One Ring. What else? Mirrored and Besieged, Rise and Shine as finishers, because you said you're using, like, turn all of my artifacts into finishers, right? You're missing, so in that case, you've got Rise and Shine, Dance of the Manse. You don't have March of the Machine, though, which is another one, or Antiquities War. That could be other ones that you play as well. In general, if you were going to run those, so Rise and Shine is 6 mana to overload. March of the Machine is only 4 mana. Antiquities War is also only 4 mana. So I would have run those before running, like, Rise and Shine and Dance. Faith's Reward, so lots of eggs, right? Faith's Reward, Open the Vaults, Savin's Wreck, Wake the Past, Scrap Mastery, Salvaging Station. There's a Miracle card now in white that does the same thing Open the Vaults does, except it only applies to you, not your opponent, so I would just swap Open the Vaults for that card. There's also, if you want more of these effects, there's Brilliant Restoration on 7. It's quadruple white, and it reanimates all of your artifacts and enchantments. Let's see what else. Token Creators, Efficient Construction, Legion Extruder, Nuka-Cola, Retrofitter Foundry, Slagstone Refiner, Summoning Station. A big card that I'm immediately seeing missing here is Simulacrum Synthesizer. 3 mana, and it's whenever you have an artifact with 3 mana value or less enter, you make a construct. Oh, also, returning to the lands for a second, are you playing all of your fetches? Because it doesn't look like it to me. 1, 2... You should have all 10 fetches in here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you're missing the other 5. Which, considering you're running Tundra in your deck, I don't think budget is a problem. Alright, what's next? Let's see. Organic Extinction. Destroy all non-artifact creatures. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Interaction. Counterspell, Dispatch, Think, Swords, 3 steps ahead, Void Rend. I would play basically any 2 mana counterspell over 3 steps ahead. There's also, like, you need more counterspells than this. I would cut Dispatch and 3 Steps Ahead, and then just play a bunch more counter spells, especially the ones that are 1/1 mana. Next, let's see. Then you've got some ramp. Again, I would play way more ramp. I wouldn't play any of the 3 mana ramp. If you're gonna run Cloud Key, I would just run Ethereum Sculptor. Again, unless you're specifically trying to avoid creatures for some reason. Then you've got, let's see, yeah, Felwar, Soul Ring, Talisman. Provod Haunch. So this is semi-eggs, doesn't draw a card. Well, if you want things that put multiple things into play, a big one that you're missing is Blood Fountain. For 1 mana, you put 2 artifacts into play. So right there is something you don't have in this list. Retributive Wand. Deal 1 to a target when it is put into a graveyard, deal 5 to any target. This card's not good. Don't bother with this one. Vexing Bauble, Trading Post, Sculpting Seal, Greaves. And then the eggs. So Vial, Chromatic Star, Esoteric Duplicator. I think this card's way too mana intensive. Light Spell Bomb, Golden Egg, Guild Glow. So it's basically every single artifact that either when it dies you draw a card, or it can just cycle itself for 2 mana or less is essentially what's here. So like every single Spell Bomb. All the implements. Wizards, Rockets, Terrarian. Yeah, okay. Chromatic Star here? Yeah. So considering how much of the deck relies on all of these eggs, I would want cost reducers. And yes, you do have Cloud Key, but I would want more. So consider Ethereum Sculptor and Foundry Inspector. Again, unless there's some reason that you're not running creatures. Helm of Awakening, although it does also benefit your opponents, is a potential option as well. Collector's Vault is probably a good idea in the deck. That is also a potential option in here as well, yeah. So I think the main things here are a lot of cards that are either just bad and should go, or there's better versions of them because they are just straight up better or because they're cheaper. So lots of cutting and adding in like cards of different... Lots of cutting and adding cards that kind of do the same thing but better, more efficient. I would vary, and then like fixing the mana base, getting rid of most of these tap lands. I don't know why you don't want to have Bolas's Citadel in this deck. Like, I would definitely play Bolas's Citadel. Cut the vault for the Miracle one. Play a lot more ramp, play a lot more counter spells. Blood Fountain, add here. It's mostly a lot of tweaking, is what I would say. And more cost reducers for the eggs. I would also look at trying to add an infinite combo that can allow your Breya to just kill people. Again, that's if you're not against combos. If you're really set on turn all of my artifacts into creatures and overrun people, very seriously consider adding or replacing Rise and Shine and Dance of the Manse with March of the Machine and Antiquities War. I think there's other ones that do it too. Those are the ones that immediately come to mind. Yeah, Simulacrum Synthesizer should be in here. Urza Saga. Okay, Urza Saga's in here. Good. Omen Hawker's a potential card to have here. Also, seriously consider having the Polymorph package in this deck. So there's Polymorph, Transmogrify, the Divergent Transformations. There's another one that's like Chaos something for 5 mana that polymorphs. I would look at all of those cards. And then your payoff would probably be Tidespout Tyrant. Especially here where you talk about the deck folds to a resolved like Vandal Blast, Farewell, etc. That's another reason why you want more counter spells. So that you don't fold to one of those cards. All right, I think that's all my thoughts here on this. So Let's spin the wheel again. Nymris by adverterb. Or advert ERB. All right, so I remember their comment when they wanted me to add this. They said they specifically do have a Nymris deck of their own, but they didn't want a critique on their list. They just wanted to see how I would build it. So let's do Nymris. Nymris is actually a commander that I've built in real life as well. Nymris Una's Trickster. So starter kit, mana base. We're going to want counter spells, I already know, and we're going to want ramp, protection. All right. So if you're not familiar with Nymris, this is a Dimir commander, and it is 5 mana. It's a 1/6 flash flying, and it's whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of the cards into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So it obviously has some graveyard synergies because you're surveilling stuff into the graveyard. And the most important thing is it's cast your first spell during each opponent's turn. So we're going to want a bunch of cheap instants that we can cast during players' turns, preferably cantrips that we can just cycle if our opponents don't do anything, so we can keep drawing. Now, and also, because Nymris itself has flash, we can build it as a control deck where everything we're playing is at instant speed. The obvious huge downside to Nymris is it's 5 mana, which is pretty brutal, and it means it's hard to cast Nymris and then still have mana out. It also means that if it gets killed or countered, then it costs even more to redeploy it. Why not run protection spells like Teferis or something over counter spells? Because counter spells have multiple purposes. Counter spells can also just straight up answer whatever your opponents are doing, as opposed to only being protection. If I'm lucky enough to get pulled and I'm not here, it's because I'm out jogging. Thanks. It's more of a pet deck, and I know it's probably not the best due to the zombie theme. No problem, sir. Arguably one of the best traditional control commanders. I assume you're talking about Nymris. Seems like the chat's on kind of a delay. Anyway, so Duress and Thoughtseize are part of the protection package, but that's when you have not blue, so get rid of those. Slip out the back. I'm actually more likely to want this here because it's a 1 mana instant that we can cast during an opponent's turn, but I don't like that it causes Nymris to phase out and then we can't use it anymore. So get rid of that. Let's have Misdirection. Greaves is fine. Imp Smithshift, get out of here. And Defense Grid, get out of here. Again, Defense Grid is for when you're a deck that is either turbo combo or you don't have blue. Fix the lands up, so we're going to have 3 fetch lands that we can't use. So Foothills, Heath, and then there's red and green, no, red and white. So Arid Mesa. All right, let's get rid of Lorien Revealed. We don't need that. And we're at 32. Let's cut Reflecting Pool, or Tainted Isle is another easy cut. Let's go with Tainted Isle. 31. Let's see. And what's our ramp at? All right, so we're not a Hireling deck. We are a Heartless Summoning deck for sure. And we do want Grim Monolith and Monovault. And Ornithopter of Paradise is fine. So this is 20. That's probably fine. Mox Amber, though, is not an actual ramp spell. Let's get rid of that. We've got Deluge, Psych Rift, Oppo Agent, Orcish Bowmaster. So anything with Flash better than normal. Let's cut Necro and Citadel. Then we've got Ring, Remora, Rhystic Study. I'm actually fine with Dark Ritual because we want to get our guy out. And even if we have our guy out and then we draw Dark Ritual, we can just use it to get another card. And then counter spells. There's a lot here. We're going to cut Pact Negation. I wind up cutting Pact Negation practically all the time because it's only good in turbo combo decks. Let's just get it out of the counterspell package. I basically always wind up cutting it. Actually, I want to fix another thing in the packages. So I have I have these non-blue counterspells in here, but they really shouldn't be in here because what winds up happening is when I add in more counterspells to blue decks, these get added along with them and I always wind up cutting them. These should really be in the protection package because that's where I actually wind up wanting them. So Reprieve, Tibalt's, Trickery, and Burnout. All right, there we go. So let's see, what off the top of my head in Nymris? We want cheap, instant speed cantrips that cost 1 mana. So Brainstorm, Consider. I know there's more than that, but those are the only ones that are coming to mind right now. And then Flash Speed, so we've got Slitherwisp. Whenever you cast another spell that has Flash, you draw a card and each opponent loses. Okay, no, we're not going to have enough for that, but there is Wave Break Hippocamp. This deck wants to run all the pitch counter spells, all of them. I don't know about that. It doesn't want to run the blue flare because you're not going to be able to use it a lot of cases. Force of Negation it probably wants to use. Force of Negation. Let's add that. There's... What does the black pitch spell do? Or no, there's the flare and then there's the black force, which I also don't want here. And I don't want the double ones like Commandeer and Soul Spike. This deck does want, however, Oracle. Because it's hard to win the game. So the plan is we're just going to... We're just the control deck until we find Oracle. That's what we are. We're just flash speed, counter everything relevant until eventually we find the Oracle combo and win the game. And you can say, oh, isn't it so boring, the Oracle combo? It is, but it's the most efficient way of winning that we can use in this deck. Because if we weren't going to win with Oracle, we'd have to play what? Like some huge Eldrazi that can just get answered and takes multiple turns to win the game. There's not really a good win con for this other than Oracle. Spellskite, that's fine. Greaves, Misdirection. Okay. Next, if we have Oracle, that also means we want Imperial Seal. All right, let's look at blue and black cards that have Flash. We got these. Hullbreaker, I don't think this deck wants. Fairy Mastermind. Fairy Mastermind doesn't work with Heartless Summoning, and I value Heartless more than it, so... Bowmasters doesn't either, but Bowmasters is also incredibly good. Tons of ways to combo that aren't Thoracle. Thoracle's the best, unquestionably, but... Yeah, but... Like, what do you suggest that isn't Thoracle is the thing. Like, anything that isn't Thoracle is just going to be so much less efficient. This is going to be the way we're going to win the game in Nymris. Oh, can this rec run stacks? I guess it can run it. So the only thing that's stopping Curse Totem from working is Spellskite. And the only thing Torpor Orb is shutting off is Bowmasters. Let's take out Bowmasters and Spellskite, and let's run Cursed Totem and Torpor Orb. We should also definitely have Dress Down. Let's add Removal. So Removal. Get rid of Chain. Deadly Rollick for free, something we want. Dismember can go. Dress Down we want. Let's get rid of this. Snap stays, Snuff Out stays, Submerge stays, and then we'll get rid of all the rest of this. So keep all the free stuff. And then Fairy Mastermind, no. Notion Thief, definitely not. Specifically have flash stuff that costs 3 or less. And in order so that Heartless Summoning doesn't screw this up, nothing with toughness equal to 1. Really? I can't ignore that? Huh. Reason? No. Hidebinder. I don't want that. Also, okay, let's do Limduel's Vault. I think that's going to be all the worthwhile flash threats. So with that done, how about CMC equals 1, type instant, and draw a card. Brainstorm, opt. Yeah, we should have opt in here. Not the sack ones. Thought Scour. Sure, Thought Scour. Peak. I'm fine with Peak as well. Gataxian Probe is not an instant, so let's ignore that one. And then what else? Cling to Dust. Not particularly. So let's see. Is there any way that I'm ever forced to mill over Oracle? I get to pick for one of the two, so I never have to mill it. Probably fine. Let's cut Reflecting Pool. Thought Scour is the only forced mill, but we can target somebody else with it. We don't have to target us. All right, so what about the ones that don't say draw? So we're going to have most of this already. We don't have Pongify Rapid, but all of our other spells are free anyway, except Dress Down, which is really, really good. Entomb, there's no reason to run that. Falling, Tragic Slip. I thought about like Fatal Push type cards. I don't think we need any of those. Not run. So Essence Flux is a way to protect Nymris. I think we're good just on all the counter spells that we have. Stubborn doesn't work. Let's see. I think we're good on that. So I can't really think of anything else to add here. So let's refresh and see what it's our card count right now. We have 94. Okay. Seems good to me. What did I miss? There's Wave Break. Spells with Flash you cast. Yeah, so more Flash stuff. I guess Rewind and Unwind makes sense. Rewind and Unwind. Because we want to be able to cast multiple spells during different players' turns. So yeah, those that untap are pretty good. Frantic Search could be another one, although I don't know that I even want that one. I guess it becomes really good once it's actually card neutral and not negative. That's another good one to have. Exquisite Blood and Sanguine Bond, Micaeus and Ballista, Isochron Scepter, and the untapped Dramatic Reversal as alternative combos. The thing is with Dramatic Scepter, that doesn't actually win you the game. You still have to have a way to win. It generates infinite mana, but then you have to have something to do with it. None of them cost 3 but total, but all of them are more funny. And that's another, like, Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood, 2 5-mana enchantments. You then need to hit somebody in order to get the triggers going. Micaeus Ballista, similarly, pretty expensive. You need to do something in order to get it going in the first place. Actually, Micaeus Ballista, I guess, can work alone, but it's still 6. So yeah, just Thoracle is better than all of that. I think Thoracle should be banned, but since it isn't, that's what we're going to run. Dig, I don't think I want, but that is a possibility. Oppo, Geyser Drake. Yeah, we don't want any of these, like, your stuff is cheaper on opponent's turns stuff. I don't really care about that. And then we're looking at these, yeah, Tashana's. Snapcaster Mage also doesn't work with Heartless. I don't think I particularly care about it either way. Target creature you control gets hexproof until end of turn. Spell Stutter? Nah. It would also help to have, yeah, proactive flash threats that we can just flash out if our opponents don't do something that requires us to counter them. So cards like Malcolm, but I don't think I'm specifically going to play Malcolm. All right, so that's done for creatures. What about instants? Oh yeah, Drown in the Lock. I always forget that one. Because it's situational, that's the problem. Contingent on your opponent having a certain amount. Mildred's Edict is another one that's a maybe. I would think I'd play any 1 mana instant before I'd play that one. Into the Flood Maw's pretty good. Into the Flood. So, removal and bounce. Let's add that to the removal package. Because, is that the new best one? The new best bounce spell, except for Chain of Vapor? Into the Flood Maw. Not gonna run that. We already have delay. Counter Squall, I guess. Sure. Counter Squall. That should be in counter spells. I don't know why it isn't. Born Upon a Wind. Everything's at flash speed anyway, so who cares? I guess it's not technically because we can, like, flash out Oracle. I don't really care about doing that, though. That's what I've been hearing. Frog Spell on the top. Yeah, I feel like that's the new best one. Well, I think it used to be Geist Wave because you would bounce Dockside back to your hand, but now with Dockside gone, now you don't care if you give your opponent a fish token. 1 mana to bounce anything is just better. Are these all the sorceries? They are. Okay, let's move past this. Utility artifacts. We can move past this. Enchantments. Alexi's Cloak is interesting as a way to have permanent protection for Nymris. Alexi's Cloak. I think that's gonna be it. All right, so 100 card Nymris. All right, there we go. So yeah, nothing too crazy. It's just a bunch of ramp to get to Nymris, tons and tons and tons of counter spells. Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, Wave Break. Sweepers. Possibly we want more sweepers than this. I'm not sure. Actually, let's check that out. What if I add sweepers to the deck? So let's see. Sweepers, sweepers, sweepers. So let's get rid of... Yeah, we don't want this. Definitely don't want Dust, Damnation, Evacuation, Disc, or Oblivion Stone. All right, well. We didn't want any of those. What a boring deck. Yeah. It is quite boring, isn't it? But I feel like this is the best way to build Nymris. What a shame. That's Dimir control for you? Exactly. By the way, I should replace Geistwave, right? With Into the Flood. Geistwave. How many decks do I have Geistwave in? I guess is the question. Okay, not that many. So get rid of that. Into the Flood. And then we're just going to quickly swap all these out. Actually, Geistwave might actually be relevant in Baral, just to protect Baral. Eluge, definitely. We don't care about that here. Where's removal? Joyra, I'll keep that in there. Actually, yeah, no, that's fine. Hitsa, that can stay. Lavinia, that can stay. Niv Mizzet definitely switches. Ral, that can stay. Saheeli, that can stay. Shorikai, switch that around. Mind Skinner. That's gonna... It's fine, that can stay the same. Dovlor. Alright, that was a quick swap. Talion is BBG, though. He's the exception. Don't know what BBG stands for. Alright, well, that's Nymris. Just out of curiosity, could you attempt to build a commander that is Rule 0 as legendary? I have a challenge you would like. So, meaning the commander isn't... You mean it's not legal to be a commander because it's not a legendary creature, but you just want to see what it would look like? I guess so. Sure. Audric Lunarch Marshall partnered with Soulflare? What a weird... What? So a commander that is legal, but partner it with a commander that isn't legal. And neither of them have partner. Why do you want to do this? Just because they both have overlapping, like, get all of the abilities type thing? This just sounds horrendously inefficient. Also, I don't know how much overlapping of these abilities you could get in creatures that are in Orzhov colors. Audric Lunarch plus Soulflare Rule 0 bullshit by Jean. All right. So back to the wheel. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Stompy Plants Critique. How many keywords can we get on an Orzhov commander? Not sure. Stompy Plants Critique by GryphonBro. All right. GryphonBro. Stompy Plants. Stompy Plants Power Plus. Well, the request was for Stompy Plants, so this one? They were both updated at the same time. Is there a big difference here? What's the difference, hypothetically? Compare to this other one. There are 24 unique cards, not shared. Let's go. Stompy plants. Finally, no blue. All right. I don't know which of these I'm supposed to look at. So I guess we'll look at this one first, and then we'll look at all the differences in the other one. Power plus. Okay. Well, we're looking at this one first. Not power plus. So it's Tana partnered with Kamal. So Tana the Bloodsower is 2/2 trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create that many 1/1s. And Kamal is beginning of combat on your turn. Creatures you control get +3 and gain trample. And you can pay 2 mana to turn a land temporarily into a 1/1 with vigilance, indestructible, and haste. All right. Is it tagged? Is it tagged? It is not tagged. What about the other one? Is this one tagged? This one is also not tagged. Okay. Oh, wait. Is Power Plus... I thought maybe the Power Plus meant that this one was like the more powerful one of the two, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Anyway. Same thing as usual. There's like... Not only are there too many lands, there's a bajillion forests and mountains when this should be really split up into different dual lands. Even if it's a budget issue and you're not going to run, you know, Taiga and whatnot, there's still way, way better lands that you can run that are cheap than the ones you have here, like Panoramas, Paramorphic Evolving. Like, these are all really bad. Demo Field. Same thing. So let's see. Enchantments. So that is the land portion. So in a deck with Tana and Kamal, I imagine you gotta have a lot of ramp. So let's look at Tana values. All right. Adventurous Impulse, Dragon Master Outcast, Elvish Mystic, Lightning Bolt, Llanowar Elves, Soul Ring. So yeah, immediately there's missing cards, like Birds of Paradise should be here. Braid, Arcane Signet, Battle Hymn, so we're trying to get lots of tokens into play. Destructive Revelry, Druid class. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, but that's 5. All right, don't like Druid class because it's 5 mana before you actually get the additional land drops. This should just be Exploration. Even if it's not Exploration, just Explore or other like extra land stuff would be better than this. Narcomancer, that's good. Scroll Signet, Impact Tremors, Kenrith, Return to Nature, or this... just play Nature's Claim. Signal the Clans, this card's not good, don't run that. Tangled Florahedron, Awakening Zone, Beastmaster Ascension, Burnish, Champion of Lambhole. I have no idea why this card is so popular. If you look at like its EDH placement, for example, it's an incredibly popular card. This card sucks. It's so bad. Look at how long it takes to, like, it's a 3-mana 1/1, and it takes forever to grow it. Containment Breach, Courser, Cultivate, Druid's Repository. Is there a description of this? No, there isn't. So it's mostly leaning on like trying to flood the board full of stuff, and then it's having a bunch of cards that pay off as a result, but it also has a theme of like putting additional lands into play. Ewit, Farhaven, Fierce Empath, Garruk's Uprising, which cares about high power and not lots of creatures. Harvest Season, where X is the number of tapped creatures you control. Kadama's Reach, Rada, Ronus Monument, Scute Swarm, Tireless, Tuya, Bearclaw. Attacks against +X, where X is the greatest power. So you not only care about a wide board, but you also care about a tall board. And lands. Arasta, Beast Whisperer, Boartusk Liege. I really don't like Arasta, but I guess it matches what you're trying to do. Boartusk Liege, sure. Decimate, From Beyond. Is Beastmaster Ascension's in here. From Beyond, Gruul War Chant, Leafkin Avenger. Attacking creatures get +1/0 on Menace. That's so bad for 4 mana. Decimate, you don't need that. Leafkin Avenger, add green for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Proud Wild Bonder. Creatures with trample can assign their combat damage as if they weren't blocked. That's another awful card. Just because Kamal, just have your creatures be big enough that they just kill people instead of doing this weird card. Skyshard Claim, Xenagos. Okay. Glorious Sunrise. Beginning of combat in your turn, creatures you control get +1 in trample, or a land is taps for 3 mana, or draw a card if you creature you control with power 3 or greater, or you gain 3. Michaeloth, Quartzwood Crasher, Zendikar's Royal, Avenger of Zendikar, Omnath, Locus of Rage, Dragonlair Spider, Green Warden, Hellkite Charger, Horde Smelter Dragon. I have no clue why this is in here. It doesn't match the theme at all in any way. Inferno Titan, Phylath, Primeval Bounty, Savage Ventmaw, and then all the lands. Okay. All right. First of all, obviously fix the mana. Secondly, so clearly this deck is not meant to be like incredibly powerful because you're running like all these clunky big bombs and whatnot. But even with that being the case, there's still more efficient things you can be doing that are not like CEDH go all the way to the max, but are like they're doing the same thing you want to do already, but just better or cheaper. One thing I noticed as well, like you don't have, what's the card called? Dragon Broodmother. Same cost as Dragonlair Spider just about, but also makes a bunch of tokens. There's Tendershoot Dryad at 5 that makes tokens every turn. Whisperwood Elemental puts manifest the top card of your library. Again, it's only 5 mana. So there's lots of keep putting creature tokens into play every turn cards that you're just not running that are better than like Verdant Force, for example. Another problem you've got, so you don't have nearly enough ramp for how expensive your curve is. Another issue is you're trying to do too many things. So you have 3 different themes here. One theme is go wide with like trying to get lots of creature tokens into play. Then you have another theme of cards that care about having high power. And then you have another theme of landfall or like getting multiple lands into play. You need to pick one of these themes and stick to it because your deck is too like all over the place in terms of what it's trying to do. Like you've got cards that are just, it's going to be a clunky mess a lot of the time. Then you also have a lot of cards that I think are just flat out bad, like Horde Smelter Dragon, Decimate, like a lot of that can go. So as some examples, I've created a new package called the Beatdown package, and this has some examples of cards in the Gruul colors that would be better than a lot of the things that you're trying to do here. So, where is it? Beastmaster Ascension, that's good. Recommend Beastmaster Ascension. However, there's some other cards that you might not be familiar with. So Mercadia's Downfall is another pretty good one. 3 mana, attacking creatures get plus XO until end of turn, where X is the number of non-basics defending player controls. This is usually pretty big. Pack Attack is another one. Attacking creatures get plus XO, where X is the number of players being attacked. So if you attack all 3 of your opponents, plus 3, and you get to draw a card. The Berserker's Onslaught, double strike all of your attackers. Like some of the Triumph of the Hordes, like these are other Eldrazi Monument. These are other big like beatdown cards that you can play in your colors that are powerful and more efficient things than what you're doing here in a lot of cases. 2 mana ramps better than 3 mana ramps, so like all these like cultivates and whatnot. Even if you're playing these ramp cards because you want to put lands into play, there's better put lands into play cards than these. So like I see that you don't have any of the 2 mana ones. You don't have Sakura Tribe Elder, Rampant Growth, Into the North, 3 Visits, Nature's Lore, Farseek. Like all of those are 2 mana spells that or Glimpse the Core. All those are 2 mana spells that put a land into play, whereas you are restricting all of your land ones to 3 mana, like, you know, Farhaven, for example. And you don't even have Wood Elves, which would probably be the best one out of all of those, and that's not even here. And then there's just like an obvious lack of card draw as well. So things like Regal Force, Ring, Return of the Wild Speaker would be another card that both buffs the team or draws cards based on the number, based on the power of the creature you have, which seems perfect for this deck that's trying to do both of those things. Just lots of things like that seem to be omitted from this list. And as far as, you know, and there's just other obvious things like Return to Nature. The exile a single card from the graveyard part is almost always irrelevant. Just play Nature's Claim because it's the cheaper version of the 2. Does your Patreon allow for requests like a video together, stream? Would like to have a cube reviewed by you. You can, yeah, you can request a cube review. love to show my support if that's possible. Yeah, if you want to donate to Patreon, if you want to give me a super chat, whatever, fine with that. You can put a link. Well, I guess you can't put a link to your cube. What would be the best way? You'd have to have a Cube Tutor link or Cube Cobra link. And you'd have to... I don't know what the search functionality is on Cube Cobra. I assume I can look up usernames there, just the same as like how we're looking at Moxfield. Verdant Force, also known as Best Fatty Ever Printed, is an amazing meme pick, but not that good even in low power. Yeah. So one of the other ones, let's look at... I want to look at ID. So we are red and green, and I want to look at the beginning, create creature token. So if you're looking to just create additional creature tokens every single turn, you've got Loyal Apprentice, there's Legion Warboss, and Rabble Master, and Kranko, 10 Street Kingpin. There's Tendershoot Dryad. There is... where's the other ones? Urbrask's Forge. Like, if all you're looking to do is I just want to make an additional token every single turn, there's a lot of ways to do it. I think those are the main ones. Yeah, Dragon Broodmother, that you don't have in the deck either. I would say those are like the main ways to do it. All right, so that's this version of the deck, and then I don't know how this other version differs, so let's do the comparison and see how this one has, like, what cards are new in this one. So this one has, some different lands. This one does have a birds in it. Evolution Sage, Defense of the Heart. So if these are the... you do have a Tendershoot Dryad in that version. Okay, so it looks like... I don't know why you would play Blasphemous Act. Your game plan can't be flood the board full of stuff, but also I'm going to blow the board up. Right, I would try to find more one-sided sweepers if this is the case, like Chandra's Outrage. All right, so if these are the different cards, I would assume that the notes that I gave also basically apply to this other version of the deck as well. Five mana Verdant Force creature that gives you Overrun with City's Blessing. Yeah, Tendershoot. Even worse, it was power crept as Big Beefy with Wolverine Rider, who makes tokens with life gain. Wolverine Rider. Beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1. Whenever another elf enters under your control, you gain life equal to its toughness. I would take the 5 mana Tendershoot over the 6 mana one. But yes, that's another one you could play as well. So yeah, hopefully that was helpful, GryphonBro. So let's go to the next one. Oh. Cat's Critique by ZachariasThePlaneswalker. All right. Zacharias, where's Cats? Okenek? A cat kindred deck with a propensity for snowballing. Anarchrist, Toshiro Umezawa for the wheel, sure. Toshiro Umezawa, Cosmia. So Okenek is 4 mana, ward 2, 3/4. Whenever it attacks, for each creature you control with power greater than that creature's base power, put a number of +1 counters on that creature equal to the difference whenever it attacks. Okay, so right away, I am going to want ways of giving my team haste because I want to be able to immediately attack with Sovereign the moment it hits the board. I don't want to play Sovereign, wait for the whole, wait to go around the entire table, and then only then attack with it. I just want to go, like, creature, turn 4, Sovereign, boom, hit you. And then obviously we want a bunch of creatures that get like +X or something so that the power can be different than the base power, so we can put tokens on them. And then the fact, or counters on them. And then the fact that we're putting counters on them also means potentially we want like doubling season or that kind of effect as well. I also see you have Kahira here. And if you have Kahira here, that means you're not running any green Monodorks in your green commander deck that also wants to play a 4-mana commander as fast as possible, which I think is not worth the trade-off. Yes, I understand you're a cat tribal deck, but like I've even built a cat tribal deck, and even there, let me amend that. I've built green tribal decks, and even there, I think you still just want to play all the Monodorks because you want to get going quicker. But anyways, if you're doing this, that tells me immediately that this is going to be a much more casual power level, because otherwise you wouldn't do that. So Kahira, and then we've got, is it tagged? It is tagged. All right, so we've got 36 lands, which is too many lands again. But I suppose if you're like not playing any of the ramp cards, then it's probably not too many lands. Animal Sanctuary, put a +1 counter on bird, cat, goat, dog, ox, snake. Right away, I don't think this land is good. I never ever want to pay 2, actually 3, because this has to tap as well, to put a single +1 counter on something. Valagad Recovery, it comes in tapped. Let's see. The rest of this, though, I am liking the amount of like actual different lands you have, although 5/5 is still not a good split here on like too many basics. And then I'm not really sure why some of these, like Path of Ancestry, Rogue's Passage, Scavenger Grounds, like these are mostly bad. Sungrass Prairie. Again, if it's even if you're operating on budget limitations, there's much better things to be playing than these cards. I don't think I would ever run Turn Timber. I think there's exactly one deck that I've built that has Turn Timber Symbiosis in it. Because again, it's just almost never worth it to pay 7 mana to hopefully hit something good off the top 7 in your 99 card deck. So next up, I'll look at cats last. Let's look at... Now, you know what? Let's look at cats first. So I assume this is going to be all beatdown stuff, right? Adorned Pouncer, Arabo. So the cat deck that I play has Arabo as the commander, not Sovereign. Ramaz, Felidar Retreat, Feline Sovereign, King of the Pride. Another thing that I learned while building cats is there's really not that many good cats. Cutzel's Flanker, Leon War Leader, Lion Sash, Lionheart Glimmer, Malamet, War Scribe. Enters, your creatures get +2/+1. Miri, Nakatl War Pride. Attacks, put X tokens into play, tap and attacking. There are copies of it where X is the number of creatures defending player controls and then exile the tokens. Phantom Deshoba, this card's not good. Phantom Tiger, none of the Phantom cards are good. Pride Sovereign, Pride Malcolm. Solid Pride Mage, Solid Slingers, Regal Caracal, Scrounging Bandar, Banner Skirmisher, Banner Strike Force, and Territorial Scythe Cat. So yeah, you ran basically into the same problem I did while building cats, which is that it's hard, like, there's only a handful of actually good cats in EDH, and then you have to start scraping the bottom of the barrel. Although I notice you did not go the Changeling route, so for example, there is no Mirror Entity here. Hunter's Prowess, Innkeeper's Talent, Lion Sash Pride Malcolm, Kusali Pride Mage, Scrounging Bandar. Okay, Thickest in the Thicket. Put X counters on target creature where that's its power. At the beginning of your end step, draw 2 cards if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. So when it comes to these power-based draw spells, I'm much more inclined to want ones that just draw a ton of cards over this. So off the top of my head, Return of the Wild Speaker, Garruk Primal Hunter, Rishkar's Expertise. And even if you don't want the ones that sack stuff like Life's Legacy and Greater Good, even there's just plenty of them that are like Soul's Majesty is another one. That's like choose a creature, draw cards equal to its power. Removal, Collective Resistance. Destroy artifact, enchantment, or something against hexproof and indestructible. Okay. Get Lost, Path to Exile. Summoner's Pact. I would not run Summoner's Pact unless you're like a combo deck and that you're trying to just grab combos and win the game immediately. So the closest I could see to doing that here is like grabbing Thunderfoot Baloth. Protection, lots of protection. I personally wouldn't classify Ward 1 as protection. Otherwise, yeah, this is all protection. Draw spells. Oak Hero, Glorious Sunrise Hunters, Inspiring Call. Okay, so there's Return to the Wild Speaker, Tome of Legends, and then board-wide boosts. Have we seen most of this already? I think we have. Yeah, okay. Check out my Felvideck build if you find the time when I come up on the wheel. So, where are you on here? Dwonkle / Felvideck. Animal Sanctuary. Okay. Gavany Township is actually extremely good at low power. I don't think so. 4 mana plus tapping it, so effectively 5 mana. 5 mana to give +1 counter, well, a +1 counter to your team. It seems like there's, again, just so many better things you could be doing. And it's at the cost of having to run a colorless land. Evasion by the normal definition is avoiding, so the he's too big is not evasion. It's called making an NFL quarterback. It's inefficient, but the mere ability to sink mana into specifically anthems repeatedly is so fucking awesome. Modern used to run Gavany Township. It used to, it doesn't anymore, but we're talking about EDH, but specifically in EDH, I don't think it's good either. I'm trying to think. I even have, like, decks with hardened scales in them, and I don't even run Gavany Township in those decks. It's more of a toolbox piece to grab my evasion pieces and Bane of Progress. Oh, Summoner's Pact. Also, too much protection, you think? So, again, it's a lot of my usual critiques. Too many lands, too many basic lands, too many lands that enter tapped or which are colorless. Would rather just have like more actually good dual lands. Ramp. I think you are taking a significant hit by refusing to play any creatures that don't match Kahira. To me, Kahira, like all the companions to me are, especially for EDH, are examples of it's fine if your deck happens to meet the requirements and then you can play the companion, but I wouldn't alter the deck in order to make the companion playable. Especially when you have to lose all of Green's best ramp spells, which are all their mana dorks. And just because you're, cat tribal doesn't mean literally every single card in the deck, like every creature in the deck has to be a cat. Which you've even proven by having non-cat creatures that are still under Kahira's restriction. And then, as usual, there's not enough ramp, especially in this deck, which if we just look at mana value, oh boy, there's a lot. I mean, you have a lot on 2, and then there's a bunch on 3, and then a few on 4, and then there's like a bunch on 5. And you've got your 4 mana commander that I feel like in this deck, The game plan you really want is your early turns are set ramping or playing creatures, and then you go Sovereign and then start attacking immediately. You don't have any haste at all in your deck, so there's no Concordant Crossroads would be the obvious one in green. I don't really think there's much options after that, although Lightning Greaves is one of them, and you don't have that either. There's a lot of cards that I think are just straight up bad as well, like Case of the Trampled Garden, for example. And if you are going to go for a +1 counter theme, there needs to be a lot more cards in that theme, and specifically cards like Hardened Scales, which you don't have either. So either go more all in on that, or shave all the +1 counter stuff. Let's see. Removal is fine, but I think this is too much. Although some of these are cats, but I don't think you need this many. You definitely don't need this many protection spells. There are better draw spells that you could be playing than the ones you have here. Board wide boosts. Even here, there's others like good stuff that you're not running. So like Cathar's Crusade is great. Coat of Arms, I'm amazed, is not in your cat tribal deck. If we go look at packages, beatdowns and tribal. So you don't have Beastmaster Ascension either, right? Yeah, you don't have that either. And then for tribal stuff, Realm Walker is iffy. You don't need that. Steely Resolve is a great protection spell in tribal deck specifically, and since you apparently want protection, this is another good one. Roaming Throne is another card you're not running. Urza's Incubator depends on how many like expensive creatures you have, where the -2 on the cost actually matters, but you seem to have a lot of 3 mana plus creatures, so that seems like something that could easily slot right in. And then also a lot of your ramp is based on fetching out lands, so Everything Comes to Dust could also work in here as well. I think we're going to have to mention, but Animal Sanctuary is an outlet for when I leave up mana for protection. I still think even then you don't want it. Are the elves worth the cost of a guaranteed snowball starter? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are they worth the cost of spending 6 mana to give your team +1 in vigilance? Yes, they are worth the cost of losing that. I actually forgot about Coat of Arms. I'll try to find my copy. I usually don't go wide enough for Beastmaster, though. I need more token makers, I think. Even if it takes 2 turns to trigger it, that's still fine. So after all of those notes, the only other note I could give is if I have any cats in my cat deck that you're not running or things like that. So let's look at a Rabo. So I'm going to yeah, let's compare. Okenek essentially doubles all power boosters when it attacks. Kahira gets me above base power. I mean, it's okay, but it's still not worth the cost of playing Monodorks. Oh yeah, my Rabo deck is more built towards stacks with Armageddon because the idea is you just flip. Oh yeah. You don't have any stacks in your deck either. So you're playing a deck that you don't have blue, so you don't have counter spells, which means you're not able to stop other people's combos unless you have stacks, but you have no stacks. Now, that doesn't mean you need to play Armageddon effects, but you should be playing, like, Rule of Laws, for example, and you're not running any of those. Carpet of Flowers is also a ramp spell that you could play. Carpet, Wild Growth, and Utopia Sprawl are all more ramp cards that you could play that aren't creatures that break Kahira. Enlightened Ascetic, a cat monk that comes in and blows up enchantments. Like, it's not amazing, but if we're a cat deck, here's a cat that can do that. Leonin Arbiter, another one. And I believe you don't even have any fetch lands in your deck, right? So, Leonin Arbiter is another good one. Is stacks really necessary in a non-combo meta? I mean, if you have a meta that has no combos in it at all, it depends. I would still want those effects. Because, like, so you say non-combo. Are there still Is It Spellslinger commanders in your meta? Are there still decks that are trying to like play a bunch of ramp and then play multiple spells in a turn? Because if your game plan is I'm going to play this one cat or this one like anthem effect and then speed everybody down, you don't need to be casting multiple spells a turn, but maybe your opponents do. Felidar Sovereign, another cat you could maybe include that can just win the game on the spot. Runati Behemoth Caller is another cat that's also a ramp spell. Alms Collector, that's another good cat. Let's see. Felidar Guardian, depends on how many actual ETB triggers you have. Steamer Sabretooth also depends on how many ETB triggers you have. Initiate's Companion, I like this one because it's sort of a ramp spell because you can attack an open player and untap a land with it. Leonin Relic Warder for removal. Keeper of Fables is another really good cat. It's essentially the cat Orin Frostfang, in a sense. Grew over all those greedy mana bases. Yeah, sure. With Leonin Arbiter. Let's see. Yeah, so there's Utopia. What else? Prowling Serpapard is just like another decent cat that you're not running. So there's that too. So I have Kahira in my deck, but not as a companion. So if you're going to run Kahira, like I would just rather have Kahira in the deck than as a companion having to warp the deck around having it. And then as I mentioned earlier, everything comes to dust. And then, yeah, Deafening Silence, Trinisphere, like that kind of stuff that's going to prevent players from just going off. Cryptic Gateway is another pretty good tribal card, although it depends on how many expensive things you have. So if you've got like a lot of really expensive creatures, you can use this as a way to turn your tiny dinky cats into bigger cats or insert whatever creature type it is in your tribal deck. So those are some of the suggestions I would say to add there. So I will... So since this is just a critique, I don't think anybody needs a link to this list. But I can link you my Arabo list if you want to take a look at that and compare it with the cards that you might want to run. So there's Arabo. All right, I hope that was helpful. I mean, there's just other random stuff like Winds of Abandon in here instead of just playing Swords to Plowshares. Or I guess you have Swords to Plowshares as well, right? I just wouldn't play Winds of Abandon. Probably. I feel like there's better removal than that. Noted, I'll probably have to go over the VOD again later. Winds is a board wipe, though. It's a bad board wipe. I guess in your... Okay, so in the power level that you're going for, I guess it's fine. I guess let me look at... I guess I just want to do this very quickly as a way of explaining how I tend to build decks. Where is rotate? All right. EDH deck building formula. Just wanted to hop in really quick to say thanks for doing the Rielle build earlier. Certainly different from my personal list, but I appreciated seeing your take. Well, you're welcome, bardofsnow. Hope that was helpful to you. Commander. Equals 1 card. And then we have 99. So, 30 lands. Approximately 30 lands. Approximately 20 ramp. That's 50. various staples cards. And then that inserts more numbers. And then you have a remainder after you've added all of that stuff. I guess various staples, removal, counters, add more and more to the deck. And once you're done with all of this, you then have the remaining cards, which will be approximately 20 to 30 cards. And that is where you get to have fun and actually do things that are different. Because the lands, the ramp, that's going to be pretty much the same kind of stuff every single time. And then there's always going to be a certain amount of counter spells, removal, stacks cards, like card draw, just like various staples that are pretty much always going to be in decks. The one ring that goes in this section pretty much is going to be in everything, you know, stuff like that. And then you'll have this as the leftovers that you can actually build fun stuff with. That's how it mostly works. Anyway, let's get out of this. And then we're back on the wheel. Actually, it's been 3 hours. Why don't we take a break right now, just for anybody who needs to use the bathroom, you know, just get up and stretch your legs, whatever. And then we will come back with more of this wheel in a few minutes. I just finished my jogging. Was I lucky? Thanks for the critique. I gotta head out too. Funnily enough, good luck with the rest of the stream. See you, Felix. All right, yeah, I'll be back in a bit. All right. There are people that advocate for running 0 staples. That's kind of hard though, because then you're intentionally handicapping yourself. You're just saying like, I'm intentionally not going to run all the best cards. Did my deck get critiqued? I don't think so. Let's see. No, it did not. Not yet. All right. I never posted the Nymris list, right? Does anyone care? I think that was pretty boring. If I don't post a link in the chat by accident because I forget and you really want it, just remind me. All right. What's next on the wheel? Like if you're playing an artifact deck, don't run rocks. Yeah. Like what are you supposed to do? Not run Sol Ring? Not run Rhystic Study in your blue deck? All right, spin the wheel. Oh! Zombies critique by 1423 big. All right. So zombies, but it's core lash. Okay. Are there tags? There are no tags. All right. No description. All right. So let's see. 39 lands, 34 swamps, Unholy Grotto. Put target zombie from your graveyard on top of your library. So this instead of Volrath Stronghold. All right. Well, Volrath Stronghold does technically cost 1 more to activate, so if all the creatures in the deck are zombies, then that's fine. Otherwise, it should just be Volrath Stronghold. Mirrored Landscape, don't bother with that. You don't need it. Same thing with Rogue's Passage. Cabal Coffers here. Urborg should be in this deck regardless. If you're going to run any lands that aren't swamps and you have Cabal Coffers, Urborg should still be in the deck. And there's probably some other ones. With so many swamps here, I feel like you could easily run Takenuma or like other random black lands, Shizo. And once again, 39 is too many. And then let's see. I assume all the artifact ramp is going to be here, but it looks like there's not that much of it. So again, I feel like this is not nearly enough. We've got Arcane Signet, Jet Medallion, Expedition Map. Okay, that makes sense. Then that's not a rock. And then there is Nav Orb, which is pretty bad. And if you're running Nav Orb, there's no Burnish chart. I guess if you're specifically trying to make all your creatures zombies, which it looks like it is, then that's fine. Nev Disc, Nightmare Lash, and Lash Writhe. Warhammer, Mask of Gristlebrand. Talisman, Sword of the Animus, Sword of Vengeance, Unstable Obelisk, Whisper Silk Cloak. All right, I don't know why Whisper Silk Cloak is in here. And some of these other ones are pretty bad. Like Sword of Vengeance is pretty bad. Let's see. I really wish I could tag sort this, but oh well. Like I wish the tags that I had could be applied to. I guess that like technically can if I make a copy of this deck. No, it doesn't matter. Not optimal, but I feel it is the best it could be. I just threw it on the website. I'm not familiar with it. Okay. You're intentionally handicapping yourself every game of Commander by not running Tymna Thrasios or whatever they're doing in CDH to something, and it's something to embrace really, CDH Tier 1. Yeah, but there's a difference between like, I'm going to pick like different commanders as opposed to just like the top 5 best ones because I think it's interesting versus I'm going to intentionally leave out some of the best staples in my deck just because I don't want to run staples. The Nav Orb is in there for buffing Core Lash with the extra lands. Sure, but it's still not very good. There's other stuff, like Sword of Vengeance is just not good. Like, there's a bunch of them. Like, Whisper Silk Cloak is not good. What does Morgul Knife do? Oh, it's just Shadow Spear. Yeah, okay, that one's fine. Blocks it on Warhammer is not good either. Let's see. So, instance, Consuming Corruption, Deadly Plot, destroy target creature, planeswalker, or reanimate a zombie. All right, Defile, Doomblade, Go for the Throat, Infernal Grasp, Vampiric Tutor. All right, I applaud you for at least running, like, actually good removal, as opposed to, you know, some of the other crap that I see a lot. Although you are missing some of the better ones, like Victim of Night and Power Word Kill. If you were going to run those, like, I think I would run Victim of Night over Doomblade, for example. Let's see what else. Cover of Darkness, sure. Phyrexian Arena, Phyrexian Reclamation, and Underworld Connections. I see there's no Black Market Connections here, which is just a better card than Arena. There's also no Citadel. Like, there's tons of black draw spells that I think you could run here that are better than what you've limited yourself to. Sorceries. Crux of Fate, which is dragon-related sweeper. Okay. I guess this is just what you have, because, like, Damnation would do the same thing, but cheaper. Demonic Tutor, Feed the Swarm, Garrick's Wake. Garrick's Wake is just way too expensive. Insatiable Avarice, Mandate of Abaddon. Choose target creature you control. Destroy all creatures with power less than its power. Profane Command, Toxic Deluge. Okay. So right away, I noticed, I haven't even looked over the creatures yet, but I noticed you don't have Gravecrawler in here, and I feel like Gravecrawler is just a fantastic zombie to include in zombie decks and then pair it with all kinds of shenanigans like Skull Clamp. So what do we have here? Cabal Interrogator. Target player reveals... Okay. Crypt Gas, Crypt Breaker, Death Baron. Like, some of these make sense. Diagraph, Colossus, Ebon, Death, Dracolich is not good. Dunpalm Polluter, Grave Titan, Graveborn Muse, Grey Merchant, Grim Servant, Lord of the Accursed, Lord of the Undead, Murderous Rider. Murderous Rider sucks. Just don't even have it. Phyrexian Obliterator, which is not a zombie. Absolutely shameful. Just truly shameful. All right. Relentless Dead, Shepherd of Rot, Tainted Adversary, Twisted Abomination. You don't need that. Undead Augur, Undead War Chief, Withered Wretch, Zombie Master, and Zombie Trailblazer. Target land becomes a swamp. Tap and untap zombie you control. Target creature gains swamp walk. All right. And then Liliana of Dark Realms. Is that everything? That's 100 cards, really? Okay. Whisper Silk forces through Corlash, gives it Shroud, but you have other ways of doing that, like Cover Darkness. There's just much more efficient ways. And even just like Shadow Spear giving it Trample is better than Whisper Silk Cloak for how inefficient it is. Would Ripples be good for card draw? You mean the one that's like 2 and then you mill 3 and you can pay 1 to get it back? I don't think that card's good. Corlash can regenerate, indeed. And yeah, Crawler plus Clamp. It's not even just plus Clamp. There's other absolutely devilish stuff that you can do. Are you guys familiar with Contamination? Upkeep, sack it unless you sack a creature. If a land is tapped for mana, it produces black instead of any other type and amount. Behold, the Black Blood Moon. I pulled it in foil, so I had to put it somewhere. The Phyrexian. Board wipes will allow me to untap with Corlash. What about Unblockable Changeling for 1 mana? That's another one. Yeah. Absolute evil right here. Anyway, yeah, so you don't have any stacks in your deck. Like, there's no Oppo Agent, there's no Bowmasters, which is not really stacks, but it's kind of. There's no Dothy Voidwalker. Which, again, if it's like, I want all of my creatures to be zombies, that's one thing, but... Okay, yeah, so the Obliterator, you just you pull the foil one in a pack and you just want to, you know, have it in your deck. Okay, that's fine. There's just like, again, so land-based, too many lands, better lands than what you have instead of just mostly a bunch of swamps. And then there's just a lot of cards that aren't good, even in zombie themes. Stuff that I would probably cut immediately in your zombie deck are, so take notes if you want to get rid of all these zombies. Cabal Interrogator, Ebon Death Dracolich, Murderous Rider, Tainted Adversary, Twisted Abomination, and probably this one, Zombie Trailblazer. Zombie Master also, Urborg, that's another thing that it works really well with. All zombies have Swamp Walk. Yeah, and then like Crux of Fate could be just Damnation. Or just other black stuff. There's also, specifically in Tribal, there's cards like Crippling Fear. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3. Haunted One. Commander creatures you own have, whenever this creature becomes tapped, it and other creatures you control that share a card type with it each get +2/0 and gain Undying until end of turn. So these are good. Pact of the Serpent is the black distant melody. Draw and lose X, where X is your creature card type count. Patriarch's Bidding. Another card that does something similar to Patriarch's Bidding is Balthor the Defiled, which reanimates all black and red creatures on everyone's board. Urza's Incubator, again. I have the same general thoughts here, like you're not playing enough ramp spells, too many lands, that sort of thing. Missing some important cards. Again, it sounds like, you know, you're just saying you kind of slapped together whatever you had, so there could be budget limitations, obviously, but I don't know what everyone's budget is, so I just have to go by what are upgrades to this. And then specifically, I do have Zombie Tribal, so some zombies that you are not running that you could run. Let's grab Verena. My Zombie Tribal is Esper colors, but regardless, I'm sure I have some zombies in here that you don't. So let us compare. All right, so yeah, Coat of Arms, that's another one. Let's see. Vanquisher's Banner is another card that is kind of like a tribal card that people can play. Creatures you control get +1, and whenever you cast a creature of the chosen type, draw. Machias is a card that's missing from your deck. Bontu, God Eternal Bontu, is a zombie and will help you to draw a bunch of cards. Ravenous Rotbelly. When it enters, you may sacrifice up to 3 zombies. When you sacrifice 1 or more zombies this way, each opponent sacks that many creatures. Here's another zombie you can play. Midnight Reaper is a zombie. Gravecrawler mentioned before. Balthor mentioned before. Balthor is a zombie. And then there is, let's see. Noxious Ghoul. This is another one that should be an auto-win in every zombie deck. Whenever it or another zombie enters the battlefield, all non-zombies get -1/-1. And then Zombie Apocalypse, reanimate all your zombies and then destroy all humans. Destroy all humans is like, that part doesn't really matter so much. It's more just reanimate all your zombies. It's essentially another Patriarch's Bidding. Headless Rider, another good zombie card. So there's a bunch of stuff like that. And then there's just staples that I would think in general that you would want in your deck. Things like Bolas' Citadel, for example. But anyway, I think that'll do it. I don't really have any other notes, so hopefully that was helpful, and hopefully you enjoyed that. So let's move on to the next deck. Good morning. Curious to know if I might still be on the wheel or have had the critique. Edaman, I don't think we've done you yet. Let me see. Yeah, we've not done you yet. You're welcome, 1423 Big. All right. On to the next one. Toshiro Umezawa. Cosmia wanted this built. All right. So, Toshiro Umezawa. What does Toshiro do? 3 mana 2/2 Bushido 1. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you may cast target instant in your graveyard. If the card would be put into a graveyard this turn, remove it from the game instead. Okay, so whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you may cast an instant from your graveyard but not for free. So it basically gets flashback. Okay, so we want just lots of removal so we can keep killing stuff over and over. Okay, so we're gonna want add the starter kit. We're going to want some ramp, but not like a ton, because we still need to cast all our stuff. So fast mana is not exactly a thing we need. We're also going to want card draw so we can keep going and getting more cards. We're going to want protection for Toshiro, although we don't need it that badly, but we sort of want it. And then what else? And then we're obviously going to want removal, and we're going to want a lot of removal. And probably tutors. All right, so now let's fix this. So we're going to get rid of all the non-black fetches and the rainbow lands. If we're running a ton of spells, then this is not a Nykthos deck, so let's get rid of that. Cave, yeah, we want that. Vault of Whispers, and then get rid of these ones. Probably too much ramp here. It's not Heartless Summoning, and we're probably not going to have enough creatures for Grim Hireling to matter, so we can get rid of that. This is also not a Mana Vault or Grim Monolith deck, so we can get rid of those. Leaves us with 14, and then we don't have that many creatures, so Yawgmoth can get out of here. And then let's get rid of this. Are we going to be an Ad Naus deck? Probably not. Let's get rid of that. Let's keep Citadel. Gix gone. Mindblade Render can stay. Yeah. And then Forge out, and then we keep the Necros. Peer out. Skull Clamp, we're not going to have the creatures for, and then the Ring stays. And then... So this is fine on the land counts, but we obviously need way more swamps. So add in another 11 swamps, so we have 29 lands. And then we actually don't want Deadly Rollick because we want our opponent's creatures to die. And tutors, let's get rid of this reanimation stuff. Tainted Pack can go, and Imperial Seal can go. Diabolic Intent out of here. Beseech the Mirror, maybe. It depends on what I wind up having. Rid of that. Toxic Deluge. We can't do it with Toshiro out unless we do it for one, so that's gone. And then Wishclaw, we're probably not doing that either, so let's get rid of that card. And then I think we're down. We've got Thoughtseize Duress, Imp's Mischief, Lightning Reeves, Defense Grid. We're down to what we need to be down to, and then we're going to start adding from here. I'm working on a Toshiro deck right now, and I'm curious how other people might build him. If you get a chance, could you link the Esper Zombies you made? Oh, yeah, sure. I even have it. Esper Zombies is also... I have a video on it, straight up. So this is one of the ones, if you go to the primer... Boom, here's the video. But back over here, here's the link to the deck. Arena Zombies. All right, so we're going to want, like, all the kill spells, right? Like, all of them. Fatal Push. Cut Down. Defile. We have Amber in here? Yeah, we do. Okay. What else? Go for the Throat. Power Word Kill. Victim of Night. What's another one? Vendetta. Doomblade. Welcome back, Chris. Snuff Out, we got that. This is 12. This might be enough, but I'm interested in... Okay, so what do we have in Sweepers? I don't think any of them are going to be something we can use, right? So not Dust, not Damnation, not Living Death, not Disc, or O-Stone, or Deluge. Yeah, but we can add Crippling Fear. Because we can name human and then kill a bunch of stuff on the board that aren't 0. There's Extinction Event, but Extinction Event exiles, so we don't want that one. All right, let's look up. So format EDH, ID black, and then we want something that costs 2 or less, and it has to be an instant or sorcery. Wait, does Toshiro only get back instants? Oh, he only gets back instants. These are all instants, right? Yeah, okay. So it has to be an instant. And it's gotta say either destroy or gets minus. And it must say creature. EDH deck building is so rewarding. It is. All right, so we got that one, got that one. Tragic Slip. Yeah, we can add that too. Tragic Slip. File. Oh, Bitter Triumph. Bitter Triumph. Doomblade, Black Sun, that's -1. Are we gonna run Slaughter Pact? I don't think so. Cast down, doesn't kill legends, but it's... The fact that it can't kill legendaries is a huge downside. But Heartless Act we can play. Heartless Act. Oh yeah, Malicious Affliction. Malicious Affliction. Terror. No. Non-outlaw creature. Assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. Shoot the sheriff. Totally forgot that one even existed. I think that's most of them. Grasp of Darkness should kill most stuff as well. Grasp of Darkness. But with this many, I might want to just tear them down. All right, so that's removal. 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 And then I noticed that I didn't add stacks to the deck, so we can add some stacks. So Winter Orb, Winter Moon, on the other hand, can stay, and then we can get rid of this one. ETB trigger is the only one we have is Bowmasters. That's fine. Tabernacle. I want to be able to control when I trigger Toshiro, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Planar Void doesn't actually stop the trigger. But I don't know if I even want it, even in that case. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Dothy stops us from triggering, and then Curse Totem's good, and then Chains is out. All right. Yeah, the one with the -13. Yeah, Tragic Slip. Okay. So I think we're good here. Long Goodbye, that's 3 or less. Monocolored creature, too limited in what it can hit. All right, so we just have a bunch of instant speed kill spells. Are there instant speed? I wonder what are some more expensive ones that we can perhaps run. Equals 3. Well, this is where we're going to find all the murders and whatnot. Dismember, we already have that, right? Yeah. Rider, we don't care about that. We don't care about a lot of these. Force of Despair. Destroy creatures that enter the battlefield this turn. Don't care about that. What about 4 mana instants? There's Phelps, Snuff Out, Deadly Rollick, Exile, so we're not running that. Target creature or planeswalker, each creature that can evoke it. What's the one? Price of Fame? Yeah, Price of Fame. Costs 2 less if it targets a legendary creature. Okay, well, we're not going to use that. Also, X where X is your devotion to black. And if we have Toshiro out, then we have devotion. So drag to the underworld. What about on 5? Wretched. I'm just trying to see, is there any, like, sweeper that we can use that is going to get around, that's not going to hit Toshiro, basically. Equals 4. Destroy all. Nation, yeah. Choose target creature you control, destroy all creatures with power less than that creature's power. That's not going to work. Ring tempts you. That's on a delay. Ritual Soot kills our guy. Destroy each. Okay, what about on 5? So that'd be a no then. What is the win con for this deck? Invoke Despair. The win con I haven't gotten to yet. We'll figure it out. We've got 83 cards. So I think this is a sufficient amount of card draw. And then we have tutors. That's fine. And then we have some protection. That's also... trigger and it's not a replacement effect like Rest in Peace, we can use it to... We still get Toshiro's trigger, but it just means that our opponent's creatures remain exiled. So they can't keep looping graveyard stuff. And then the other ones, we don't want to play Relic because we don't want to exile our own graveyard. We could play Soul Guide Lantern, but I'm thinking more along the lines of... What is one of them that exiles all opposing graveyards, but at the same time also draws a card? Draw, exile, graveyard. Fling to Dust. Oh, now Spellbomb is a player's graveyard. Yeah, now Spellbomb's fine. We can at least just cycle it if need be. And then there is... Could run Cling to Dust, although I don't really want to do that. All cards from all graveyards. Yeah, that's not really what we want. Okay. That's probably fine. Nurgle's conscription is expensive, but reanimates something before graveyard exiles. Nurgle. Target creature from an opponent's graveyard on the battlefield tapped under your control. I don't think we want that. So there's two. I mean, so the obvious way to win with the deck is just combo kill. So we already have Bolas' Citadel, just add Top and Aetherflux Reservoir to the deck, boom, done. Another way is just add some big payoff, so Torment of Hailfire or Exsanguinate. And then another way is potentially adding Reanimation into the deck. So, you know, Entomb, then reanimate cards, and a big creature. The cheapest, easiest one is probably just the Citadel combo. So this one, and then boom, we're done. We could also just run some of the big payoff stuff as well. So Torment of Hailfire and Exsanguinate. There's also Exquisite Blood Sanguine Bond combo, but I doubt we want that. How much do these have to equal in order for us to win? Like, realistically, right? They have to be a lot, eh? Torment of Hailfire is triple the times, right? So, or they discard. I think it's probably fine if we just have it as a one of. We can produce a fair amount of mana with Cabal Coffers. We can get rid of Phyrexian Tower because we're not going to use this, but we can add in Thespian Stage as a way of copying Cabal Coffers once it's in place so we can get even more mana off of it. And Takenouma's pretty garbage. I think I would rather just have a Swamp than Takenuma. And then we have all of our fetch lands. That's all fine. Cavern for Toshiro. And then Fel the Profane I don't even really want, because we have a million kill spells anyway, so let's get rid of that and replace it with another Swamp. Ancient Tomb is still relevant. So what is Ancient Tomb relevant for? Mana Rocks? Yeah, that's enough of a reason. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah. Cryptghast? We could do Cryptghast. We're up to 95. I'm pretty happy with where this is right now. Let's look at EDH Rec and see what I missed. Toshiro Umezawa. Okay, yeah, that's all stuff. Oh yeah, we can run Chain of Smog. There's Professor Onyx plus Chain of Smog is also a combo. I think that's one of the ones I want to do the least out of any of these, though. What do you think about Emiria, the Sky Ruin, and Mono White creature deck? How many planes would you run? If you're running those types of cards, you basically need to have almost every single land in your deck satisfy the condition. Stronghold needs basics. I'd run it, but it's not his style. Well, you're talking about Cabal Stronghold, right? So realistically, how many actual swamps do we have in the deck? We have... They have to specifically be basic swamps. So the number of lands that we have that are not basic swamps... Fetch lands are basic swamps. So there's Ancient Tomb, Coffers, Cavern, Gemstone, Cavern, Shizo. Actually, we don't need Shizo. Thespian Stage, Urborg is not a basic. Urza's Saga is going to die, so whatever. And Urza's Cave can fetch stuff. But that's like more of this, and then Vault of Whispers. So the problem is that I think the amount of times where you have Cabal Stronghold in play and all the rest of the lands in your deck are swamps is worse than just having access to the other lands. In fact, even just having Cabal Coffers and Urborg alone already makes Cabal Stronghold, like, oftentimes not good enough. Realistically, I'd run almost all swamps like Richard Garfield intended. There's very, very few decks where like you just want all of basics. I probably like a mono white deck might be the closest. I'm gonna cut Ornithopter of Paradise because it conflicts with Crippling Fear. All right, so what did they decide? Choose target creature in a graveyard was put there from the battlefield this turn. So they're just finding ways of reanimating Toshiro, basically. I don't really care about that. Professor Onyx is a possible one. I think I prefer just the Bolus combo. I guess that's something. We have some slots open, so let's do Professor Onyx and Chain of Smog. So if anyone's familiar with the Wither Chain combo that uses Witherboom Apprentice, Professor Onyx is the same thing. It's just you're playing a 6-mana Planeswalker instead of a 2-mana creature, which makes it much harder. Although obviously Professor Onyx herself has better abilities. Like, is actually relevant when you don't have the chain. I'm not going to run like Vona's Hunger or any of those type of cards. Put on the battlefield and control all creatures in the graveyards that put there from the battlefield this turn. Nope. All right, so yeah, we have most of this stuff already. What is Consuming Corruption? Deal X to target creature, Planeswalker, and gain X, where X is the number of swamps you control. Nope. Oh, I don't have Jet Medallion in here. Add that. The reason that I don't have the Jet Medallion is because, so all the medallions technically don't have a color identity outside of colorless. So if I added them to the ramp package, that would mean every time I added ramp to any deck, it would add all the medallions in. So I just don't have them in that package. All right, creatures. This is all mostly stuff I don't care about. We can move on. And we specifically can't run Dothy in this deck because of how it interacts with our commander. I don't really want Blood Artist either. Oh, Dark Confidant. What's our mana value right now? Our average mana value is what? 2? Or no, it's 1.5 with lands. Oh yeah, we can run Dark Confidant. Even though that also conflicts with Crippling Fear, but I think that's fine. I think the benefit that we get from Dark Confidant is fine. Same thing with Mindblade Render. Oh wait, no, actually Dark Confidant's a human. So that doesn't even conflict then. Okay. Shieldred. Oh yeah, we can have Shieldred. That's fine. Shieldred the Apocalypse. Then there's this one. Chainer. You can ignore that. Instance. Cabal Ritual. No. Yeah, there's Cremate and Cling to Dust. I don't really want those. Price of Fame. I don't know why you'd run Fogs. Withering Boon. Sure, we are low on things we can do. Very well. Withering Boon. Where did it add that? Oh, down here in counter spells. Okay. I've always really liked Necrologia. It's just hard to make it work. Sorceries. There's Chain. Then we're down to the artifacts. We already have all the ones that are relevant here. Possibly Shadow Spear. No, our guy's not big enough for that to matter. Lightning Greaves is in the deck, right? Yeah, okay. Ring, Jite. All fine. Then enchantments, we have the stuff that matters here. And then the utility lands, and we already have all the good ones along here as well. So I think that's going to be it then. Yep, that's going to be it. Throw in Word of Command to confuse the table as much as possible. Yeah. All right, so yeah, I think that does it. So it's a bit awkward. I guess the idea here is mostly you kill stuff, and then when you kill stuff, it allows us to cast more instants from the graveyards to cast more instants again. So basically, for however much mana you have, every time you have one of these instant kill spells, you can sort of like machine gun the board as long as you don't run out of mana, because you can just keep doing it. I suppose the one thing that I didn't include that I don't think is up here either, even in the creatures, whenever one or more other creatures die, draw a card. Yeah, it's like this effect. So because we can turn killing stuff into drawing more cards is probably something we want to do. So whenever creature die, and we probably want it to be relatively cheap, so 3 or less, and we want it to say that we draw a card, right? So there's Morbid Opportunist, another non-token creature you control, and we don't want it to say you control. So there's Morbid, and that's basically it, right? Yeah. Morbid Opportunist. Is Morbid Opportunist also a human? It is also a human. Nice. Card draw. Let's cut, I don't know, Nile Spellbomb. All right. So I think that'll do it. So basically, kind of like a black control deck, where we just have a lot of removal spells. And then the idea is we can use our commander to keep getting back removal spells, because every time we kill something, it triggers this, and we can flash back another removal spell. On and on it goes until we run out of removal or mana. And then aside from that, we're winning by either just generating a ton of mana with Cabal Coffers to cast a huge Torment of Hailfire, or we're going to... Hypothetically, we could just slowly kill the table with stuff like Shieldred and just keep killing any creatures that they deploy, or we can win with the Professor Onyx Chain of Smog combo, or the Bolus of Citadel plus Top plus Reservoir combo. And then we've got Crippling Fear as our one sweeper, and then just a bunch of kill spells. And some protection, including Hand Disruption for Umezawa. Sanguinate is an option here. It is, but Torment's better, and I don't want to run both of them. Here, I'll add Exsanguinate to the Considering tab. Exsanguinate. All right, let's save that. And link to the chat. Toshiro Umezawa. Okay. Wheel in trouble. What are we gonna wheel on? Missy from Doctor Who, requested by Owen. All right, what does Missy do? She's a Grixis commander. Time Lord Rogue. Whenever another non-artifact creature dies, return it to the battlefield under your control face down and tapped as a 2/2 artifact creature. Non-artifact creature dies, comes back as a 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent faces a villainous choice. Each artifact creature you control deals 1 damage to that opponent, or you draw a card and chaos ensues? What? I'm sorry, what now? Hang on. Missy. Each creature turned face down is a 2/2 Cyberman. If for any reason the face down creature, player controls the face down permanent, double face permanents, face down. When a player faces a villainous choice, Then all actions in the chosen option are performed. Spell ability requires multiple players to face the villainous choice. The result is a little different from other effects. In Magic, in that case, the first player in turn order makes their choice, and the action for the choice is performed before the next player makes their choice. Then each of the remaining players repeats this process in turn order. Player facing villainous choice can always choose either option, even if one or both of the thing. Unlike other creature types, there are only each two words. Time Lord represents a single creature type. Time Lord is the only two-word creature type. Neither Time nor Lord are creature types. If an effect instructs you to choose a creature type, you may choose Time Lord. Okay, only works in Plane Chase? Okay. All right, so what do we want to do here? So the creature's dying and we get 2/2s back is not that important. So the bigger one is at the beginning of your end step, each opponent faces the villainous choice, and then all of our artifact creatures ping them, or we draw cards. I assume most of the time players will choose to just take damage, but we can potentially draw a whole bunch of cards. So we want a bunch of artifact creatures and a bunch of cheap ones at that if we can get there. So let's go with starter kit, and then we're going to want more ramp because we have a 6-mana commander. So more ramp, but that's going to get replaced by a bunch of other kinds of ramp in a bit because we're going to want artifact ramp creatures. And then we're going to want counter spells, protection, and we could run some amount of stacks and sweepers. All right, so now that all of that's in here, let's cut a lot. So this, burnout, Hibalts. Let's see. Bolt Bend actually works with our commander. Interesting. Fence Grid out, Duress, Thoughtseize, Slip out, Ricochet Trap can go, Imp's Mischief. I'm not going to use Hydroelectric because we're going to want it cutting things. We were going to cutting one fetch land, which is green and white, so that's Windswept Heath, and then the rest of them we're going to cut Verge and probably the fast lands. So Black Cleave, Dark Slick, Fire Bluff, and then we've got 31, and that's probably fine. Then the card draw, Necropotence, I'm going to get rid of maybe. Dark Ritual can go. And then we've got all this ramp, and we're going to cut a lot of it. So we're going to cut this one. We're going to cut Grim Hireling. Yeah. Heartless Summoning would normally be good here, but we're going to be running a bunch of creatures that don't work with that. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Bowmasters. Get rid of Torque. Let's get rid of Amber, Facebreaker, the Diamonds. And then what else do we have? Thought Vessel, that's gone. Let's see. Are there any more colorless ones? Mind Stone, get out of here. And then I know I'm going to be adding a bunch more. So Cold Steel Heart, get that gone. And then of the remaining cards, we can probably cut Rakdos Signet. And then I think I'm good there. And then on the stacks front, we're going to get rid of a lot of these. First Totem has to go because a bunch of creatures we're going to be using. Dothy also can go. Let's get rid of this. We might not wind up playing any stacks at all, except for Oppo Agent. Torpor Orb, yeah, that can get gone. Okay, all that's gone. And then Sweepers. I do want some Sweepers prior to Missy, but we also have Artifact creatures, so that's not going to work too much. So, you know what? Probably we're just getting rid of all of this. Except Psych Rift. Yeah, we're getting all of that. And then we're going to need removal. Adding removal. So we have blue, so we don't need the Chaos Warp cards. And then we're going to get rid of this one, and we want our removal to kill things. So we don't want any of these bounce effects that only hit creatures. So that one is gone. Floodmaw Keep, Geistwave gone. Dress Down, get rid of that. Remember, Rollick, get out of here. And we probably want more removal that straight up kills stuff. You'd be surprised how often people will give cards to avoid damage. Yeah, that's just the wrong choice, but yeah, it happens. Like, people will just let you draw for Mystic Study for some reason. Would you consider taking a look at another one of my decks? It's a Teysa list. Budget is around 250, but I'm willing to bump it up to 350. It's on Moxfield. Teysa, never played it. I will add it to the wheel. Oh, sorry, what's the... Your name's Chris98, right? On Mox. Teysa, 250 to 350. I think this deck wants damage-based stacks, Shieldred type things. Does it? I think we can win just off of the commander. I mean, so we do have Bowmasters, right? Or did I get rid of that? Orcish Bowmasters. Okay, so Bowmasters. Yeah, I guess if we are having the villainous choice, then we do want that kind of stuff. So Shieldred the Apocalypse. Okay, so I haven't decided yet whether this is going to be an Oracle deck, but I'm leaning towards no. Because I feel like Missy feels like more of a, you know, for fun commander, and so we don't want Oracle. And if we're not playing Oracle, then I'm not playing Muddle the Mixture. So let's get rid of that. Also, this seems like the kind of deck that's going to go for a while. So while we do need cheap protection for Missy, I'm questioning whether we want Spell Pierce or Miscast, but we'll come back to that. I am going to get rid of Counterspell. And then what else do we have? So Snuff, Dismember. Our land count is good. Then this is all good. All right, so the first things we want to add are all the mana guys. So Monacan. We want the Murs, right? Advanced Search. Color Identity. Oracle add. So, okay, so there's the one that gives us any color, and then there's Silvermer, Leadmer. I don't think we want the red one, but that's... I guess we want the red one more than we want a colorless one. So let's see. Color is colorless. And add doesn't have to be a Mer, does have to equal 2 mana. And does have to be a creature. Spend it only on artifacts. Spend it only on instants or sorceries. A Hedron Crawler. We did Monacan. We can do Millican. And is that all of them? I think that is all of them. All right, that's all of them. Missy does have a couple combos with Ruthless Viper. Ain't no card called Ruthless Viper in Grixis. Ripper? Ruthless Ripper. Whenever it's turned face up, target player loses 2 life. Okay, so... Whenever another non-artifact creature dies... Okay, so basically you go morph, flip up, sack outlet, kill it, it comes back face down, morph over and over again. Alright. Ruthless Ripper. So this is a combo card. And then we'll need a sack outlet. Best sack outlets are Ashnod's Altar and Viscera Seer. I guess I would default to the cheaper stuff. So Viscera Seer. also probably want Skull Clamp in this deck, given how many 1 toughness creatures we're running, and that also works pretty well with Ruthless Ripper. Is Muddle the Mixture only good for Oracle or combo with that mana cost? So Muddle the Mixture, the thing is, as a counter spell, only being able to hit instants and sorceries for 2 mana at double blue in the cost is worse than basically all of the other 2 mana counter spells. But because you can transmute it, that's why you run it in combo decks that have 2 mana combo cards. Things like Oracle Tainted Pact or Isochron Scepter Dramatic Reversal. If you don't have an actual, like, a thing that you actually want to go transmute with it, then it winds up being just a worse counterspell than all the other counterspells you could play. And that's why you cut it when you don't have those combos. I feel like there's other morph stuff that we could do with this as well. Morph. Don't all of the colors have a reveal to morph it ability? Reveal. Actually, no, it doesn't have to be reveal. When turned... I feel like there's other morph stuff we can do in here, right? We can have creatures that we turn face up, do a thing, sack them, they come back, and then we can keep morphing them over and over. That's got to be worth something, right? Let's do it from here. So, color identity, Oracle text morph when turned, and creature. Maybe you want to tutor for Throne of the God Pharaoh or Sun Forger. That's totally fine. Oh, for Muddle the Mixture, transmuting. Yeah, okay. Why am I finding all this weird stuff? Returned 47 results. Okay, that's not so bad. Morph. Morph. Bane of the Living. Its problem is it's going to kill all of other stuff, right? Wait. Can Bane of the Living go infinite? Okay, it's every other creature gets minus... All the creatures get -3, right? So then she would die, so we can't use Bane of the Living. Brine Elemental, Coral Trickster. Okay, so the main ones I'm going to want are not any of those. Looking at people's hands is irrelevant. So the main things we want are... I don't want to bounce for 3. When it's turned face up, bounce a creature. I mean, it's on theme, and it's an effect that's actually good, so sure. Turn face up, something can't block. Who cares about that part? Turn face up and put a creature with morph from your hand on the battlefield face up. No, don't care about that. Brine Elemental skips their untapped step, but it's so expensive. And it's only one of them, right? Oh, it's each opponent skips their untapped step. Oh. Well, then. Target creature gets -3. It's more expensive than just the bounce one, so we're not going to bother with that. Exchange control of target creature you control, target creature an opponent controls. Don't care about that. We're going to get to some more good ones. Search the library for a dragon. No. Return all zombies from all graveyards to their owner's hand. No. This one is... Which one's the impulse draw? Is it this one? Exile the top card of your library until end of turn you may play it. Sure. Ire Shaman... Then there's this one is counter abilities, but I don't see the use in that one. Counter target spell. If the spell's countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. It's so expensive to do that. Face up. You may turn target creature with more face down. Okay, so we want not that one, not that one. Target creature gets hexproof. Sure. Morph for 0. So we can get it back over and over, but that requires a third combo piece like Marionette Apprentice, because otherwise nothing to it. I'm inclined not to want that. Discard 2, draw 3. Gets +2, -2. Power 3 or less kill, sure. And then Mana Leak, but for 5 mana is terrible. 5 mana to kill one thing is also really bad. I'm mostly looking, so Stratus Dancer is one that I definitely want. And then, what's this? Scry, counter for 4. Sure. And then swerve a card. Could also run expose the culprit if we want to flip a good creature that we stole. Turn target face down, creature face up. Exile any number of face up creatures you control with disguise in a face down pile. Shuffle that pile, then cloak them. Oh yeah, we didn't do disguise either. Disguise. And then it has to do something when turned. That creature deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Okay, that's another combo outlet if we have the correct altar. So hang on, Pyrotechnic, Performer, and then we'll add Phyrexian Altar as one of the sack outlets so that we can do that over and over. What else? Turn face up. Choose new targets for any number of other spells or abilities. Bolt Bender. Can't be blocked. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, investigate. Don't care about that. Turn face up, discard your hand, draw 3, but it's for 6. Attach it to target creature you control. Okay, it's an equipment. Look at the top 2, put one in hand, one in the graveyard. Make it 1/1. Turn face up, target opponent loses 3, you gain 3. That's worse than what we already have. And then give something plus. Okay, so we're good there. Brine Elemental's a funny card, indeed. Muddle also fetches Cyclonic if you're running Cyclonic. Yeah, but that's not a reason enough to use Muddle. Like, it can't be transmuting just for something that's good. It has to be, like, you actually combo. Could add Goblin Bombardment. We should all run Marionette Master. I don't think so. I think you mean Apprentice, first of all. But secondly, we don't need that because if we're ever comboing with like Ruthless Ripper, that's already killing our opponent. So the only way that works is if we are unmorph, like we're morphing something else. I guess it turns all of our other morph guys into combos if we specifically. I think the problem is all of them cost at least 2 to flip, right? Except for Ire Shaman and Pyrotechnic Performer with Phyrexian Altar, right? But then that already wins, and if it's Ire Shaman, we can just impulse draw our whole deck and then win. So this is protection. The Brine Elemental is a combo piece. The Echo Tracer is a bounce spell. The Void Mage Apprentice is a counter spell. The Pyrotechnic Performer is a combo card, and Ire Shaman is essentially a cantrip, but it's also a combo piece in this deck. Manifest Dread, the blue eyeball thing. I don't think that's that good, though. Marionette Master, why should we run a 2-mana card when we could run a funny or 6-mana card? I don't think we need either one of them. So all the other morph dudes are like Will Bender. The problem is like we can't keep morphing these over and over. So, because we're not going to have the mana to do it. What's our actual card count right now? We are 5 cards over the limit. Each artifact creature you control deals 1 damage to that opponent, or you draw a card and chaos ensues. Okay. Are there any other cheapo artifact creatures that I would care about running in this deck before we start cutting stuff? So type artifact and type creature. I'm really glad, by the way, I just want to say, I'm really glad that I get all of these, like, hey, I would like to see this deck built, because, like, Missy is exactly the kind of commander that if I was looking at this, like, in a big list on Scryfall for, oh, I wonder what legendary creature I should build next, I would just look at these abilities, my eyes would glaze over, and I would just skip it as, oh, okay, you probably can't do anything interesting with this. But having all of these viewer requests has forced me to go with a bunch of commanders that I would never have otherwise taken a look at, and this was actually wound up being really interesting, and a lot of them wind up being interesting. So, want it to be an artifact creature, and I want it to preferably be pretty cheap. Maybe like 3 or less. So there's what? Baleful Strix. I'm not going to run that just because we're playing Missy. So let's see. Palladium Myrrh. I'm more interested. I already have all the 2 mana rampers. So like all the Silver Myrrh, Iron Myrrh, etc. I already have Spellskite. Reality Chip is okay. I don't think I want that. And then there's a pretty big fall off after that point, right? There's like not a lot of other great stuff to pick from. Unctus. Yeah, I think we're good on that front. Okay, so back over here. So we're 5 cards over. What is going? All right, so since we're not playing Oracle, I'm going to cut Tainted Pact. And then what else? Oh, Chain of Vapor. Yeah, that can go. We can get rid of that one. And then... So for the protection spells, we have like a fair amount of them. But none of these are ones that I actually want to get rid of. And then we're obviously not cutting our combo pieces. And then these add towards the damage dealing that Missy's doing. We probably don't need to run this many counter spells. So what's our worst one here? That's not Void Mage Apprentice or Stratus Dancer. I said earlier that Miscast and Spell Pierce are potentially ones that can go. Maybe Mana Drain. It's like double blue is surprisingly difficult. All right, let's cut Mana Drain. Then we're at 16. And then the card draw spells are all fine. Although we could get rid of Necro. Yeah, let's get rid of Necro. Then we actually have too much ramp because of all of the ramp creatures that we added. So the ones we can get rid of are going to be the worst non-creature spells, right? And those are going to be the Signets at this point. Is it Signet and Dimir Signet? I don't want to get rid of Vault and Grim Monolith because they let us cast Missy with cheaper, but maybe that's just wrong and I should get rid of them. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of them. And then we have all of this left, and then we have 3 extra cards left over, so I want to see what does EDH Rex say about Missy, because there's always going to be something I missed. Cyber Controller. Each opponent mills X. Put all cards milled this way. Cybermen. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, so we got that one. Turn target face down creature you control face up. At end of turn, sacrifice it. So this guy... I can't think of a way that this combos, because you have to flip this up as well. Grim Horror Specs, meh. Wait, it is a morph, dude. And it does involve killing stuff. Yeah, okay. Grim, Haru, Specs. And it's a way that we can combo with Phyrexian Arena. Or not Arena, Altar. So where did it go? Down here to card draw. Let's say this is also a combo card. Because it combos with Phyrexian Altar. Ixidor, turn target thing, face down, artifacts. Yeah, we looked at that one. Don't care about that. Delete to each non-artifact creature in each player. No, Missy's not an artifact, right? Yeah, okay. Wait. Aren't there, Doctor's Companions? What was the whole deal with Doctor's Companions? Doctor... Companions. Because I remember this was a partner type thing, right? You can have 2 commanders if the other is the doctor. Oh, so she's not the doctor. She's a Time Lord. Okay. Yeah, all right. That makes sense. Face down creatures you control have menace. Whenever permanent you control is faced up, you draw a card, lose a life. Squadron. All right, there's Stratus Dancer. Bolt Bender, Will Bender. I don't understand what the purpose of Kadina's silencer, or rather, I understand what the purpose of it is. I don't see how it's good. Like, I can't think of a situation where this is good, other than countering Thassa's Oracle's trigger, but, like, that's it. Should we add more sweeper stuff like Delete and Fire Covenant? Do I not have Fire Covenant in here? I thought I did. Oh, I don't. Yeah, Fire Covenant. What now? Switch printing to Ice Age. Actually, I want a printing that has more, like, actual what it does. Master's Edition, sure. Missy is, in fact, a master. See, I don't know Doctor Who lore. So the Doctor is a Time Lord. The Master is... I knew the Master's like a villain. I guess there's a whole group of Masters that are like evil Time Lords. Which is why you should run Marionette Master. It only makes sense. Raids. At the beginning of your end step, you may sack an artifact, creature, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. Opponent would face a villainous choice. They face that choice an additional time. While voting, you may vote an additional time. I'm not going to run that. Just to have a 5 mana, add more of that thing. At the beginning of your end step, create thing. The niche opponent who lost 3 or more life this turn faces a villainous choice. You draw a card. Okay, so we're not doing any of that stuff. The first non-legendary artifact spell you cast each turn has casualty 2. Whenever you sack another creature, blah, blah, blah. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control dies, you may exile it. If you do choose an opponent with the most life, and that player's faces a villainous choice, they lose 4. You create a token that's a copy of it. Ixodron turns Missy face down, so we're not doing that. Whenever a creature's turned face up, you draw a card. No. Dalek Emperor, no. Auton Soldier. So there's a lot of Doctor Who, like, flavor stuff being added to this deck. Whenever it blocks, deal 1 damage. When it's turned face up, target creature can't block. No, so we already went over that one. Yeah, okay, not that, not that. This guy we have. Threaten. Don't need that one. Mayhem Devil, basically the same thing as Marionette Apprentice. And there's this one. Each creature you control but don't own. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, no. Morph. Copy target instant you may choose. Oh. Did I just brush over that one? Because, yeah, we should have that one. Mischievous. What was it? Quanar? Yeah. What would you consider this? You're copying an instant or sorcery, so obviously it can be a counterspell if you're copying a counterspell, but I guess it doesn't really neatly fall into any specific category. Then here's all the spells. Excel target non-token creature you own on the top 2 cards. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Expose the culprit. I don't think we really need this one. Reverse the polarity. Counter all their spells. Switch each creature's PT. Creatures can't be blocked this turn. Okay, no. Basically, a lot of these cards seem to only be here because they're from the Doctor Who set, it seems like. And there's not really any other reason. Drill non-artifact creatures, which kills Missy, which we don't want. Yeah, there's Phyrexian Altar. Face down thing you cost. If it turning a permanent face up causes a triggered ability, double trigger. I mean, if we're ever... Most of them don't even work well if we double trigger them, and then the ones that are combos combo anyway, so that's irrelevant. Face down creatures cost 1 less, not relevant. Whenever you cast a colorless creature, manifest the top. I think most of this stuff we don't really need. Yeah, so training grounds can reduce the costs on morphing, right? No, it doesn't. No, it does not interact with morphing. All right, I think that's it. Hang on. Remove 12 time counters. Shuffle your graveyard in hand in your library, then draw 7. Activate only if you control a Time Lord. Is this better than Minamo? Definitely not. Is it better than any of the other lands we have right now? Probably not. It also takes forever to get to, right? 12 counters. EDH data shows a lot of stuff people play in way less cutthroat metas. Actually, one good way to approximate average power level is EDH Rec average deck list features. I get you. I'm saying here specifically, though, it seems like a lot of the cards that are on the list are not on here because they specifically synergize with anything that Missy is doing, but more so just because, well, Missy is a Doctor Who character, so these cards are from the Doctor Who set, so let's just play them. Seems to be a lot of the idea behind a bunch of these. It's going to be less synergistic than an actual average deck because it's machine built, but more powerful because people who contribute to EDH Rec data will have better than average decks. All right, I think we're done, though, with Missy. We're at 100, right? Yeah, we're at 100. So we basically have 2 routes to go here. Route number 1 is we just use her artifact triggering ability to start, like, burning out people, and if they don't burn themselves out, then we just draw a bunch of cards, which is also good. And we just have, like, a bunch of artifact creatures in order to do that. And then alternatively, we can win with various combos that involve morphing and sacking. So Phyrexian Altar and Viscera Seer with with a handful of these morph guys. And if we have enough mana, we can also just sack Brine Elemental and keep forcing our opponents to not untap. Excuse me. But the other morph dudes that can combo, so if we've got a black card in hand and a sack outlet and Ruthless Ripper with Missy in play, we can just use that to just kill them. Or if we have Phyrexian Altar in combination with Pyretic Performer, we insta-win. If we've got Ire Shaman, we insta-win because we just impulse draw our entire deck until we find the thing that we need. And then Grim Haruspex is another non-token creature you control dies, so we would need something else that can come back, not just Grim Haruspex, but this is another potential way of doing it. It is a card that we can bring back over and over and over. All right, so this is the Missy deck. Here is the link. I wonder how many I'm up to by now. All right, so that's 229. All right, so 229 down, only 2,049 to go, not counting partner combinations and whatnot. All right, back to the wheel. Shuffle, 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 and let's see who's next. Aha. So Eris, Roar of the Storm with no combos as the stipulation for Marchesa 0. Okay, requested by Marchesa 0. So let's make Eris Roar of the Storm. What is Eris? 10 mana. I'm assuming there's going to be a cost reduction. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each different mana value among instants and sorceries in your graveyard. Flying Prowess. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 4/4 flyer with Prowess. Okay. So obviously we're Izzet Spellslinger. And we're Izzet Spellslinger in a particularly odd way where we want to diversify our mana values. And it's specifically the mana values of instants and sorceries and not anything else. So So potentially this card can cost as low as 2, although probably a lot of times it's going to cost 4. We also want looting effects because we want to put stuff into our graveyard. So let's do starter kit, 2-color mana base, ramp, counter spells, removal. Lorien Revealed's a great one, eh? Oh yeah, cards with cycling as well. So let's go format commander. ID is Izzet, and then we are going to want, they have to be instants and sorcery, so instant or type sorcery. And then we're gonna want things that put them into the graveyard. So channel or cycling. Is that it? I can't think of any other mechanics that are discard this, do a thing. Or they say discard card name. Or they say discard this card. Is it Spellslinger with big spell bombs? Love it. Yeah, so there's that. Before we get there, I need to do some cleanup. So, and this is a deck where we're actually probably going to run 3 mana counter spells because, you know. So, let's see. We need to get rid of a lot of this stuff. So, mostly anything that's not a creature. Oh, actually, we need to add stacks too. Hang on. Okay, so Chain of Vapor, gone. Chaos Warp, out of here. Wild Magic Surge, out of here. Witness, Volatile, Scream. Oh, the other thing is we should also say without paying or rather than pay or delve. Because we can also use cost reduction stuff too to get the correct amount of mana that we need. Let's get rid of Gilded Drake. Rest down, I'm going to get rid of. And then there's, okay, there's all that. Snap. Okay. Grim Monolith, out of here. Monavalt, out of here. Let's get rid of the colorless one. Let's get rid of Ornithopter. It's a creature potentially in danger. I don't know if this deck actually wants a Mox Amber in it. I am inclined to think it doesn't. And then Fork, Chalice, Mind Stone, Thought Vessel, and Facebreaker. That's not a lot of ramp, but what are we gonna do? Okay, we need to fix the fetch lands, so let's see. Red, Flooded, Misty, Collecting Pool, Tarn, Looted Delta. So Verdant out, Windswept out. Which one am I overlooking? There should be another one that I have to cut. Red, blue. This one, Marsh Flats. Gotta run the Funny Otter? Oh, the Kitsa, you mean? Sublime Epiphany, Mystic Confluence, Cryptic Command. There are Strixhaven big spell bombs that cycle into treasures. We want some of that. Yeah, those will be on the list when we get to them. I also know we're going to want Frantic Search. I don't think we want Faithless Looting. Yeah, Frantic Search is fine. Faithless Looting, not so much. Let's get rid of Arcane Lab. Now, we're a 2-color deck, and there's no way we can use Back to Basics. There's potentially a way we can use Blood Moon if we increase our island count, and we really aggressively tutor up islands, but I don't think we really want that. We can keep Cursed Totem. Let's get rid of this. Harbinger of the Seas is... So, unlike Blood Moon, Harbinger of the Seas is one we probably can run, because most of our stuff's going to be blue. Like, let's just be honest. Let's get rid of this one. Narsa, I don't want. Let's get rid of that. Null Rod, out of here. Get rid of this one. Tabernacle is not necessary. And then this. Torpor Orbs, keep that. None of our stuff has ETB triggers. Trinisphere, and then the Winter Orbs and stuff, whatnot, out of there. Okay. So, And then we're not going to do combos. Yeah, so Marchesa said no combo. Marchesa 0, this is a request for them. They said no combos, so get rid of Muddle the Mixture. I think we also can just win without comboing, because our commander can just make a bunch of beaters. So, let's see. We're going to add more counter spells anyway, and this, if we're not comboing, then this game's going to go long. So let's get rid of Pierce, Miscast, and Delay. And have all of this. So yeah, the Offspring one would also be good here. We run Factor Fiction because we have a soul? Probably not, no. But there is going to be pressure to play more diverse mana values. So cards like Submerge, right? Where you can, it's technically 5 mana, but you can cast it for free. These things are going to be good. You know, cards that allow us to loot, you know, Force of Will is another 5-drop. I don't think we have a single 4 mana one. Lorien Revealed, if we can just cycle it directly into graveyard. Did I miss Mothman by any chance? No, we have not hit Mothman on the wheel. So, let's see what this brought up. So 104 cards. So Force of Negation's another one that... So we're not playing at instant speed, so I don't think we want Force of Negation. There's Treasure Cruise, but that delves a bunch of stuff out of our graveyard, but it's probably fine. So, like, we can put fetch lands into the graveyard. And, you know, let me get rid of Reflecting Pool. So we can put fetch lands into the graveyard. That's some of it. And then some of it is going to be Frantic Search. I assume we're going to play more looting. I don't know if we want Treasure Cruise. Big Spore, Unexpected Windfall, also good in these. Plus, they let you put stuff in the graveyard. Yeah, there's that kind of thing, too. I don't know we want those cards specifically, but cards like those. What is the card Magma Opus? That's one that we're going to want, because we can just pitch it to generate a treasure if we need to, and then later on in the game, it's an 8-mana spell. I think specifically in the case of the Delve spells, we probably actually don't want them. But that one, that's iffy. Like, it's possible we do. And between the two of these, I would rather have Treasure Cruise. So let's just... This is the one of them that I'm unsure about. I would have to play test this a whole bunch to see if I actually want it. Dig Through Time is another one. We can maybe play both of them. I don't know. Then there's Mindbreak Trap. No, do we have Misdirection? Where's Protection? Oh, I didn't add Protection. So let's add Protection. Then let's get rid of... Bolt Bend is actually usable, as is Ricochet Trap. Let's get rid of Slip Out. Skite. Greaves is fine. And then Hydroelectric Specimen is actually not a instant or sorcery on its front face. So let's get rid of that. And Defense Grid. Okay. Then, what is some other stuff? We're not going to play cycling cards just because they cycle. They need to do something. Flare of Denial. We can't sack our tokens to it, so that's irrelevant. Temporal Trespass is interesting. It's also a Delve spell. Okay, Temporal Trespass. 100% though, we're not going to play all 3 of those Delve spells. Like, there's no way we can afford all of them. Commandeer is another one that I don't think is worth it. Let's see. Gush. I don't care. I don't want that either. Neutralize. If I'm going to play a 3-mana counterspell, I want it to actually be good. And not just because it has cycling. Yeah, we can't afford Commandeer. We're not doing that. Pyrokinesis. Pyrokinesis is interesting. I don't think we have enough red for it. Like, if you look, get rid of Trickery and Burnout. If you look at it, we're bathed in a sea of blue. If I color sort this, yeah, we don't even have that much red, so we can't afford Pyrokinesis. If we did meet the red count, I would absolutely play Pyrokinesis. Yeah, Magma Opus, Boon of the Wishgiver. It does cycle for 1. All right. Boon of the Wishgiver. This deck yearns for Commandeer. Commandeer's funniest blue card. Does it, though? I think it's going to be really hard to recoup the card disadvantage on that, but maybe you're right. All right, let's tentatively add this. It's first up on the chopping block if I have to cut cards. Oh, get out of here, Prosperity reprints. You are so ugly looking. All right, Ricochet Trap, got it. Sweltering, no. Sorceress Squall, Delve. Target opponent mills 9. Yeah, not doing that. Decree of Annihilation, you say. This is only good if we are already in a position where we have our commander on the board. Hieroglyphic Illumination, I'm not going to do that. This is 3. We're probably going to have enough 3s. Da-na-na-na-na. All right, we're starting to get into the dregs now. There's this one. Deal 5. Look at the top 5. No. Create 2 4/4s. No. Soul. Oh, what about, there's a red delve spell that deals 5 and it's 6 mana. I probably wouldn't play it, though. Yeah, I probably wouldn't play it. Attic Visions. I just don't want to play these cards that are like we're only running them because we can cycle them. I gave a pass to Boon of the Wishgiver specifically because we can cycle it for 1 mana, but most of the time I don't think we want that. You remove a red card, deal 2 damage to each creature and each player. No. Magmatic Sinkhole, that was it. I'm not going to run it though. Tap 2 creatures, irrelevant. All right, so all of this is basically a bust. What's our actual card count right now? Fresh. We have 78. Oh, we've got tons of room. Tons of room. Okay, I want more sweepers, but I don't want sweepers that kill my commander or any of the tokens. So there's tons of the 3 damage ones, right? So let's go with... deals 3 to each. Is it all? Oh, 3 damage to each. So there's Brotherhood's End, which, I mean, we don't have to choose the artifact mode, so that's probably the best one. There's also Anger of the Gods, like another good one. And then it's basically that's it, because, like, the other ones are not as good. All right, let's do Brotherhood's End. There's also blue bounce spells. Is the Shoal good in this deck? Probably not. There are more spells like Magma Opus. There are, but they're not very good, and the Shoals are not good either. The X spells aren't good because they technically cost 2. The ones that cycle into treasures. Yeah, Magma Opus is really the only good one, though. Delay Blast Fireball. I don't remember that card being good, but I can look it up. Delay Blast. Deal 2 damage to each opponent and each creature they... Oh, each opponent and each creature. If the spell is cast from exile, deal 5 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. I'm going to say no. Oh, I haven't done any of the discarding ones. Draw. Discard. And we want to do more than 1 cards. Yeah, Looting, Windfall. I don't want to play Wheels. Yeah, then there's these ones. We might have to play these ones just to get the mana values. What are our mana values right now? So we've got obviously a bajillion of them at 1 and 2, and then we've got some at 3. Although some of these are not instants and sorceries, so keep that in mind. Then we've got 2 at 4, and we've got 5 at 5, 1 at 6, 1 at 7, a bunch more at 8. All right, if we're cutting delve spells, we're going to cut... Treasure Cruise. And I'll keep the other 2. All right. So a lot of the more expensive mana values, basically. We're pretty good on 5, but we have a lot of other ones to do. So these would be some of the good 4s. Draw 2 and create 2 treasures, and this one does the same thing. All right, big score. I'd consider this more of a cantrip filtering card. Reforge, no. Prismari command. No. All right, 3 steps ahead. Oh, it's technically 1 mana, though. Yeah, never mind. Flow of ideas. Draw for each island. Counter or draw 2, ditch 2. There's Magma Opus. Invoke, you say? Yeah, and other cost-reducing abilities or other things we might want to look at. Drawing and discarding. Discard all the cards in your hand, add red for each card discarded this way, then draw that many cards. Starting with each of you, each player votes, and it's plane chase. Okay. How many ones do we have at 3? Hang on. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's acceptable. Pay 4 rather than pay 5. Opponent discards any number of cards and draws that many cards. Search your library for up to 3 cards, put them in your hand, shuffle, then discard 3 cards at random. That's just terrible. Draw 4. Oh, this is a creature on its front side, though. Okay. Then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or sorcery. So it's 5 mana, draw 3, and then bin something. Okay. Discard your hand, draw 4. For each card discarded this way, creatures you control get +1/+0, and you can plot it. Another one that's maybe okay. Pour Over the Page is another one where it's like sort of costs 3, which is alright. And you may discard 2. When you do, it deals X damage to each creature where X is the greatest mana value. Mana Geyser would be decent. Do we have much to do with it, though? I'm not sure. I just built my first Izzet deck, Ovika, and have been wrecking havoc. It's by far my favorite deck, replacing Kenrith. Well, congratulations. Here is my Ovika deck if you want to look at it. Ovika. All right. All right, let's get off the drawing and discarding part, and let's say CMC is 3+. Yeah, there's Blasphemous Act, but like we don't want to cast it when our commander's already on the battlefield. Wait, hang on. 2 less for each different mana value among instants and sorcery cards in your graveyard. Okay, so this keeps going even if you've died and come back. So hypothetically, we could still reduce the cost. We probably just shouldn't be playing Blasphemous. The Sweeper, it's a different mana value. Yeah, there's Mana Geyser. The fact that it's red mana is also not nearly as good. There's this one. I don't really want to play another big score card. Gate Restoration. I mean, technically, we can at the very least discard it, and then we have a 7 mana thing. I guess so. Seagate Restoration. Yeah, alright. Change, Chandra's Ignition. Target you control deals to each other creature and each opponent. We're not dusting. Mizzix's Mastery. But it's only one until you overload it, right? Yeah, okay. These were rewind. We could do those ones. Rewind and unwind. They're playable and they give us more cards at different values. All right. Mystic Confluence. No. If this could bounce permanents and not just creatures, then I would be all over it, but as it is, no. Cast and Flames. Extra combats and turns are other options. I don't think they're that great, though. I guess, what is it? Temporal Manipulation? Okay, that's fine. And then, use a creature type, return all creatures that aren't of the chosen type to their owner's hand. So you choose you choose elemental and bounce everything else. Raise the Palisade. Hang on, do I not have that in my tribal package? I don't. All right, raise the Palisade. Fiery Sublime Epiphany. I'm not really interested in that one either. It's just so expensive for what it does. Misdirect we have. Evacuation's another kind of interesting one, but I'm not going to run that. Turn all creatures that aren't these types. Return all creature tokens, return all non-token creatures. So bouncing our own commander isn't that big of a deal because we can recast it for 2. So I think I'm okay with that. Perplexing Test. This is a sweeper, technically. I'm not going to run Expropriate. It's just big for no reason. Nexus just flat out doesn't stay in our graveyard, so we're not going to do that. C-Double. Copy target spell or create a token that's a copy of target creature. Sure. C-Double. So what would I consider this as? This is not a counter spell. I guess it's not really a specific category. All right. Rise of the Eldrazi. We can barely even cast this. Return all non-creature, non-land permanents to their owner's hands. Don't want to do that. Season of Weaving might be good, but it's kind of expensive. Is that the blue one? Season of... Draw, copy artifacts or creatures. Return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. So it's 6 mana. Bounce our commander, all of our mana rocks, and draw 2. I think I'm not going to run it just because I don't want to have to redeploy all of our artifacts afterwards, although we don't even have that many. Oh, we should definitely have more than this. Hang on. Let's have Sapphire Medallion in here because we have most of our spells are blue. And ID is it? CMC equals 2. Add. Not a creature. Is an artifact. Why? Oh. Oracle. Add. Oh, I got rid of all the colorless stuff, didn't I? All right, let's add it back. $92 cards in the main. All right, so let's get out of this. Back over here. We're probably going to jump over to EDH Rec in a second because I'm not seeing a lot of good stuff that I want. There's also all of the Thirst for cards that I have thought about. I don't think any of them are at a rate that I want, though. If there was one that could discard an instant or sorcery, obviously I would go with that. Reckless Endeavor, Mind's Desire. Okay, yeah, let's jump over to Rec. So, Eris. What things do they have that we don't have? That's an enchantment and not an instant or sorcery. Bayron. Oh yeah, whenever you cast or copy, if you casting or copying a thing cause an ability to trigger double the trigger, so we get double the tokens, right? And it's also, oh, it's not an elemental. It's still probably worth it. Hello, Astarion was not selected yet? It was not. Gotta have Sorcerer class and Ral. Oh yeah, right. Ral. Monsoon Mage. Baral. Thief. What's the other one? It's Thunderclap Drake. Sorcerer class. Why Sorcerer class? Where do I have it? Draw 2, ditch 2, creatures you control. Nah, I don't need that. Alright, so each player may discard their hand and draw cards equal to the greatest mana value of a commander they own on the battlefield or in the command zone. So we draw 10 cards. Everyone can do it, but we get the most value out of it, and it's also a 5 mana thing. Okay, sure. Imposing Grandeur. Ral Crackling Wit. If you cast a non-creature, put a loyalty, create a prowess, draw 3, ditch 2. I'm going to omit that because there's not a good way of defending it. Consider. No, we don't need that. We got plenty on 1s and 2, so we don't need more of those. Stormkiln Artist is a possibility, but I don't think we want it that much. Stormcatch. Creatures. We can mostly ignore these guys. Oh yeah, Ledger Shredder. We want to discard stuff. Dragon's Rage Channeler. We also want to put things in the graveyard, and it helps filter, like, a lot. Dragon's Rage Channeler. And were there spells that we didn't really consider here that I think are good things to have? Off. Oh yeah, Invert Polarity. What is it? You counter it or copy it? No. If you win, gain control of it. If you lose... Yeah, Invert Polarity. If you lose, counter it. Yeah, that's fine. Invert Polarity. Dun-dun-dun. Yeah, they got that there. We're ignoring that. Valakut Awakening. So it doesn't discard anything, but it is just another, like, solid spell. I think I'm not going to use that. Then what else we have? Oh, yeah, split cards. Split cards. Is split. What, if any, split cards do I want? And it has to not be an enchantment. All right, I don't think any of them. Commit to Memory is the most potential one. Deal 3 damage to target creature and each other creature that shares a type with it. Discard a card, then draw 2 cards. Deal 3 damage to each creature without flying. I don't really want that either. Return target instant or sorcery from grave to hand. Tap things. Okay. Ugh. Reinterpret. Counter spell. You may cast a spell with an equal or lesser mana value from your hand without paying for it. Aggressive. Create a 4/4 storm. Draw, then draw a card for each other instant or sorcery you cast this turn. Cruise. Pyretic Charge. Discard your hand. Draw 4 for each card discarded. 1. All's Expertise. Surge to Victory. Exile something. Creatures you control get pumped. Each opponent sacks an artifact. For each artifact sack this way, you create a treasure. Draw cards equal to the highest mana value among historic permanents you control. Add red for each card in target opponent's hand until in turn you don't lose the mana. Exile it with 3 time counters. I think we're probably good here. Maybe a case of the ransacked lab. Yeah, case of the ransacked. And then we got to cut something for that. What are we cutting? A ramp spell. What's our worst ramp spell? Chalice? Yeah. I guess the tokens that you create have the ability to tap, but I still don't think that's worth it. For sorcerer class, rather. Create 2 treasures. If this ability you cast each turn, that mana was spent from a treasure to cast as Cascade. Oh yeah, we don't even have breach combos in here, but yeah, Marchesa said no breach combos. I think that is good. So we've got Eris Roar of the Storm, and the whole deck is just built around, so we've got a bunch of counters, we've got ramp, we've got our removal spells, and we can win with just cast our commander, hopefully for as cheap as possible, so 2, and then we can just make dragons. Possible we wanted more extra turn spells so that we can keep, because it only triggers on the 2nd spell each turn. I don't think we do, though. So how does our mana values break down? Is our commander the only way for us to win, or do we have more? So 2, 3, this is 5, which is a fair amount of cards. 4, also a fair amount. 6, we have exactly 1. And then we have 2 on 8, and then 1 on 9, and then 1 on 11, and 2 on 7. And 31 lands. along with some sweepers. But I think this is decent. Is there any card in this deck that I, like, absolutely don't want, right? Because I'm thinking about adding another extra turn spell. So is there something in here where I'm like, oh, that's bad. Let's get rid of it. Possibly a land, because we have 31. What does Urza Saga grab in this deck besides Sol Ring? I guess it can grab Mox Opal. That's probably fine. DRC is another one that's a potentially easy cut. All right, I think we're okay. I think that's fine. So, Eris. There's the link. All right, let's do another one. All right, what's it going to be this time? Well, someone's got their wish. The Astarion critique by vogelweide. All right, where is it? Search Astarion. Well, there appear to be two of them. Orzhov Decadence and... Okay, so this one's Edgar and just has Astarion in it. All right, so Orzhov Decadence. Oh, this is how they have it spread out. Okay. So what's Astarion doing? Astarion the Decadent, 6 mana, Vampire Elf Rogue, 4/4, Death Touch Lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, choose one. Target opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost this turn, or you gain life equal to the amount of life you gained this turn. So we're probably using this first one a lot more than the others, I assume. I also have tags. Read the deck description. Okay. Pure Orzhov gameplay. Hello. Oh, hello to you too. Primer? Oh, there's actually a primer. This commander deck holds a special place as my pet deck, evolving over the years with the inclusion of some pricier cards and staples, which in contrast to cards like Vorpal Sword, make them seem out of place. However, these cards have earned their spot by delivering memorable moments for me and securing many last chance victories. The primer strategy revolves around deploying the commander and leveraging his second ability, which doubles all damage. Excuse me, sir, I believe you mean his third ability. Ahem. Just shameful. And leveraging his second ability, which doubles all damage dealt to a player. Ideally, by the time Astarion hits the battlefield, an opponent may have already been eliminated, playing into our advantage. The deck employs stacks and prison spells such as Ghostly Prison and Norn's Annex. Not stacks. To fortify against enemy assaults. Additionally, it utilizes enchantments to creatures like Loxodon Gatekeeper. Now that is actually stacks. Or Charismatic Conqueror. Whenever an artifact creature enters the battlefield, it's untapped and under opponent's control, they may tap that permanent. If they don't, you create a 1/1. To impede the progress of other players. Astarion's formidable second ability requires strategic spell choices, such as Sorin the Mirthless, whose last Planeswalker ability deals 13 to a single target. When combined with Astarion, this results in a potent 26 damage, excluding any additional damage dealt during the turn. Similar outcomes can be achieved with spells like Bloodletter of Aclazotz, Scourge of the Skyclaves, Exsanguinate, Blood Tribute, Gray Merchant, and Revival Revenge, which is what now? Reanimated thing, double your life total, target opponent loses half their life. And Norn's Annex is no longer in the deck. I need to update that. The deck is also built around Exquisite Blood. I was wondering if that was in here. Presenting numerous cards that enable instant victory through infinite loops, including Cliffhaven Vampire, Sanguine Bond, and Marauding Blight Priest. Finally, Vorpal's Sword, especially potent with Dark Ritual, serves as an effective game ender contingent on your ability to deal direct damage. If you've got 9 mana to cast and equip... Oh, wait, no, sorry. 11 mana if you've got to cast, equip, and activate it. Anyway, back to the deck list. Okay, so... I would assume the main deal here is winning off of the Exquisite Blood combo, and then there's also just like a bunch of other draining effects to try to kill opponents. So let's see. I would rather... So let's see. Types and tags. Let's switch this to stacks. We get a better read on the deck. Or maybe not. Switch this back to visual grid. Yeah. Or visual spoiler? Visual grid, sure. All right, so we've got Vorpal's Sword, A Little Friend, card draw, Sensei's Divining Top, not card draw at all, Phyrexian Arena, card draw, Welcoming Vampire, Pact Weapon. As long as it's attached to a creature, I guess before I have any notes, it's gonna be, obviously this is from the description, it's like a pet deck. There's cards in here that are in here because they're like fond memories, or they were just whatever cards you got while you're building the deck, so let's keep that in mind while critiquing. As long as Pact Weapon is attached to a creature, you don't lose the game for having 0 less life. Whenever a creature attacks, draw a card and reveal it. The creature gets plus X, and you lose X, where X is the card's mana value, equipped by discarding. Thorin the Mirthless, One Ring, Lolth, Bull Citadel, Kaya. I'm surprised that there aren't, like, since Sorin, Lolth, and Kaya are here, I'm surprised that you don't also have the Liliana of the Dreadhorde. And Black Market Connections is better than Arena. Saracendent, General Good Creatures. Saracendent, Luris, Lisa, Forgotten Archangel. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. Creature an opponent controls would die, exile it. Hang on, what does Astarion say exactly? Your opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost. You gain life equals the amount of life you gained. Caustic Bronco, Exsanguinate, Scourge. Sorin, so life loss. Sorin, House of... At the beginning of your post-combat main, if you gain 3 or more, exile it, return it to the battlefield transformed as this other thing. Light Priest, Quietus Spike. Okay. Rush of Dread. Target opponent sacks half. Target opponent discards half. Target opponent loses half if you pay 5 for it. Unstoppable Slasher, Veto. Bloodletter. Thorin, Exquisite Blood. Sanguine Bond. Blood Tribute, Revival, Revenge. All right, so one of the things that I guess I would point out immediately is that, so there's Exquisite Blood, and then there's like all of the other cards that gain life. So basically, Sanguine Bond, Blight Priest, Veto, like they're all basically doing the same thing. I don't think you need any more than 1 copy of this effect, because all you need is Exquisite Blood plus the 1 other card. So between them all, I would assume that Veto's probably the best one. Although it depends on how much other life you're gaining outside of the combo. So if you have lots of ways of gaining life, then Blight Priest would be better, since you're going to trigger it often enough and start draining people. So I would just cut Sanguine Bond and then figure out which one of these is better and just play one of them and not both. So we've got life gain. Sarah. Okay, so you do have a bunch more life gain. So Sarah Ascendant, Ellis Ilcor, Sanguinate Sorin, Campbell, Luris, Lightlight, Gary Merchant. I really don't think Lisa's very good. I would probably cut that. Library of Lang. I'm not sure why you have that. Orm's Chant. Target player can't cast spells. This is just worse than Silence. Thorin's -1 ability shoots damage equal to the life you gain this round. Sure. Yeah, just play Silence, not Orm's Chant. Greaves, Phyrexian, Unlife. This card's not good. Neither is the... Did we pass it already? The equipment that... Where's the equipment? Yeah, Pact Weapon, not good either. Teferi's Protection. Again, I'm just not a fan of this card. So it depends on what is it that you're trying to protect, right? So there's trying to protect one thing, which is usually your commander. And if that's the case, you're far better off with Giver of Runes, Mother of Runes, Skrelv, Gladriel's Dismissal, Surge of Salvation, Blacksmith Skill. And if you're trying to protect your board because you don't want to get swept, then there's usually not a good method of actually defending against that. The best method of defending against it is usually being able to rebuild quickly. So things like whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card. Something like that. Whenever a creature deals damage to you, destroy it. Yeah, no Mercy is not relevant either. You get rid of that. If you're going to play a Pillow Fort card, so Pillow Fort cards are cards like Ghostly Prison, the best one is Sphere of Safety. Not really a fan of Ghostly Prison or Propaganda, though. Or Norn's Annex. Library of Lang is local meta thing, and yeah, Orms is pretty bad. So you just have... Your local meta just has, like, a ton of discarding stuff, then sure. Amber, I don't like Amber. If your commander costs more than 3, I generally don't like Amber. Because by the time you can even use it... I guess, like... Hypothetically, you don't need exactly your commander. Like, you do also have, Sorin, for example. But you typically don't have that many other legends in the deck to enable it. To me, Amber basically says, does your commander cost 3 or less, then you can use this to ramp. But if not, usually don't even bother with it. Is this really what Sol Ring from 30th Anniversary looks like? Why is it all zoomed in and horrible looking? Like, why did they zoom it in to the point that it's actually cutting off the artist signature? Anyway, as usual, I think this is nowhere near enough ramp. I also wouldn't even really consider cards like Land Tax ramp because they don't put the lands into play. And Dark Ritual, I would say it's fast mana, not ramp. But if you don't have a section for fast mana, whatever. But the point is, in your deck, I would, again... Not only in general would I say that this is too few ramp spells, specifically in your deck, you've got a 6-mana commander, and you got a lot of other stuff that's just generally expensive, like Exsanguinate, Grey Merchant, Exquisite Blood, like these really expensive cards that you want to cast. So I would have a lot more ramp in this place. Loyal Warhound has the same problem as Land Tax does, but it's like even worse. Where you can never count on actually being able to use this, so depending on turn order... This may not even do anything. I want my ramp spells to actually ramp, and not sometimes they ramp and sometimes they don't do anything. Removal. Alright, so Path, Swords, Dam, Darksteel Mutation, Anguished Unmaking, Generous Gift, Mortify, Unmake, Vindicate, and Kaya. I noticed you don't have Stroke of Midnight anywhere on here, and Stroke of Midnight is better than all of the other 3-mana removal spells that are on this list. So I would definitely have that here. And in general, what I will say is that... So because things that kill creatures, there's so many of them that cost 1 or 2, then if you have one that costs 3, I really need a good reason to play it. And it exiles the thing is not a good enough reason. Vindicate being a sorcery is also a huge downside. And Mortify doesn't hit... It only hits 2 different types of things. And at this cost, Get Lost also kills both of these types at a cheaper rate. So... If I think 1, this is too much removal, and 2, the ones that I would definitely want to get rid of are Path, Unmake, Vindicate, Mortify, and then if you're going to add some, it would be Stroke of Midnight over Generous Gift, or just in addition to it. I would actually probably rather have Stroke and Generous Gift over Anguished. And then if you wanted more to kill creatures, I would probably run one of the 2 mana kill spells. I don't know. I don't know which one off the top of my head. Yeah, good idea. Forgot about that card. Up again, how goes the deck building? Welcome, Tentative Orc. It goes well. We have progressed. We've done a lot today. I forget how many we've reviewed. It's been a lot of them, though. All right, stacks. Esper Sentinel is not stacks. Grand Abolisher is also not stacks. And Ghostly Prison is not stacks. Orcish Bowmasters isn't even stacks. I used to put it under there, but players drawing massive amounts of cards, you can draw tons of cards even under an Orcish Bowmasters and still just win the game. Smothering Tithe is also not stacks. So here's what I would consider stacks. The stacks cards are the cards that actually prevent your opponent from doing something that they want to do. So like Grand Abolisher, I would count as protection. Like it is protecting you during your turn so that you can cast things without your opponent's interrupting you. But I wouldn't consider that stacks. I would consider stacks mana denial, taxing, land destruction, anything that says opponents opponents can't do X. Null Rod, Rule of Law. Like you can't cast more than one spell. You can't activate your artifacts. Creatures entering the battlefield don't trigger. That's what I would consider stacks. I've been looking into a cheap Oops All Spells commander deck. Got it down to almost $50 so far. That is pretty impressive to get it to that low of a budget. What would be an Oops commander? Like, I guess technically any of the Oops cards would still function. Or I suppose actually Oops All Spell, like Hermit Druid, technically would fall into that kind of category. It depends exactly what you mean by Oops. But yeah, I'm sure you could build it. Although, if it's Balustrade Spy type things, good luck in your 100-card deck. I'm using Garth One Eye or something like that. I don't think Charismatic Conqueror is good at all. Like, what do I care if my creature enters tapped? Like, I'll just do that so you don't get a 1/1. And then locks it on Gatekeep. So there's a bunch of cards like this that say opponent stuff enters the battlefield tapped. Or just everyone's stuff enters tapped. There's this one. There's Fear of Dreams. There's Root Maze. All of their thing enters the battlefield tapped cards. Blind Obedience is another one. I think, like... So first of all, a lot of these cards got worse with the banning of Dockside, because one of the huge benefits to them was that when your opponents played Dockside, all of their treasures would enter tapped and they couldn't use them immediately. Secondly, I don't think in general that you want any of these permanents enter tapped cards unless you have stasis locks, basically. Unless you've got a reason, or, you know, Winter Orb, that kind of thing. Unless there's a reason why them entering tapped is like a huge detriment, where maybe they're not going to be able to untap them next turn, I generally think they're bad. I've actually got 3 different spy effects in the deck with a backup win con of Charbelcher. That definitely sounds like a deck building challenge. All right, so Tutors, Vamp, Diabolic Intent, Grim Tutor. Don't play Grim Tutor, it's bad. And then the lands. So you have 32. Finally, somebody plays not 35 to 36 lands. Yes, 32. Good. And one of those is Cabal Coffers, which is not even really a land. So 31. Temple of False God I don't like, though. Let's see. So... Urborg. Yeah, okay. I assume there's no... No, there is a scrub land here. Okay, so you're not restricted by budget, maybe? So then I am a bit confused. So unless you just happen to have a scrub land but you're otherwise still restricted by budget, I would seriously question a lot of these land choices. So the ones that I don't like at all are Desolate Mire, Fetid Heath, Isolated Chapel, Mirrored Landscape, Path of Ancestry, more than one of each basic land being in the deck, including mismatching art. Snarl. There's a lot of better dual lands that you can play than these ones. Sideboard. I guess you maybe mean considering, like, there's a consider board in Moxfield. This doesn't have to be sideboard, but I assume they mean the same thing. All right. Let's look at stacks. So, my thoughts are fix up the mana base, like, not multiple of the same basic lands, along with, like, cutting all the bad dual lands and playing better dual lands, and especially, I don't think you have a single fetch land in here. Yeah, play fetches. Some cards are just straight up bad. So there's some cases where I understand, like Vorpal Sword. To me, it sounds like this has like a special place in your heart. I would say Vorpal Sword is just a bad card, but if this is like, no, I really love Vorpal Sword. I remember this one time where, you know, I equipped it to the guy and then I did it and, you know, I killed my opponent with Vorpal Sword. Like, okay, yeah. Those are, if you've got fun, if you're attached to it, sure. But I think there's plenty of cards in this deck that are just not good. So you've got stuff like there's no Bolus of Citadel for one thing, right? Hard to see. Where would it be? Card draw. Yeah. No Bolus of Citadel, and you have a top in here, which I don't really understand why you have top. Fix some of those removal spells, like not as many removal spells and better versions of the removal spells than the ones you have. Get rid of Grim Tutor, get rid of No Mercy, Phyrexian on Life. If you want a Ghostly Prison type effect, play Sphere of Safety. Don't need multiple Blight Priest effects. Pick one that you think is the best one and just play that. More ramp. Get rid of the bad stacks cards, like the stuff that makes stuff enter tapped. No Mox Amber, cut that. And then I would actually say probably more what I'm going to call beatdown effects, like mass draining. So you've got some of that in examples like Ellis Ilkor, although I don't think you really have a sacrifice theme here, as far as I can tell. So I would just find more cards that are like mass drain or mass beatdown effects to make opponents take more damage. So Orcish Bowmasters is like, that's a pretty good one. Oh yeah, better protection effects. So like get rid of, you know, where is it? The Fairy's Protection, like get rid of that and play Giver of Runes or something instead. And yeah, Orm's Chant, cut that for silence. So I want more cards like Caustic Bronco, right? Like more of these everyone takes a bunch of damage cards. And if you are actually playing, so you know, there's Marauding Blight Priest as this combos with Exquisite Blood, and then there's Marauding Blight Priest as this combos with just other life gaining effects in the deck. If you have, so you have some of them. So you've got like Sorin, you've got Blind Obedience with Extort on it. You probably need more. I don't think you have that many. Let's go back to, so life gain. So this is all the life gain, but some of this doesn't really count because like Exsanguinate it's not really like a tiny bit of life gain. It's more like you play one big spell. Same thing with Grey Merchant, right? I would put, in terms of actually like cheap things that continuously gain life, I think the only ones here are, there's like Campbell, Ellis, Ilkor. The life linkers are not really that good in terms of certain of your guys. So like Vito loses that much. So this is obviously really good with something like Sarah Ascendant, but Blight Priest isn't. Vito's probably the best of that version of the effect that you can have, because even though it doesn't hit everybody, it hits per life gain, which means that it works better with stuff like Sarah Ascendant, so you don't have to keep triggering per life gain per instance of life gaining. May I link a deck list? You can ask for a deck, but YouTube will automatically delete links. So if you have a deck that you want me to look at, you have to tell me how to find it. So the easiest way is if your deck is on Moxfield, you can give me your Moxfield username so that I can just find it from there. So yeah, I think that's the extent of it. I guess I'll point out cards that I think are just bad that you should get rid of, period. Let's look at it as a spoiler, and let's not group it. So when I say, like, you know, a Path of Ancestry is bad, that just means, like, replace it with another land. But there's certain cards that I think are just straight up actually just bad, and you shouldn't replace them with anything. So, Land Tax, Library of Lang, Path to Exile, top, if you don't have Citadel in your deck. Vorpal Sword, Charismatic Conqueror, Ellis Ilcor because you don't have sack effects with it, like not really. So that one. Warhound. I don't think Scourge of the Skyclaves is good. Let me just read it again. When you cast a spell, if it was kicked, each player loses half. Each player, including you. Yeah, I would get rid of that. Ghostly Prison, Grim Tutor. What does this Campbell do? Whenever one or more tokens enters, for each of them, create a tap token. That's a copy of it. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control. I would probably get rid of this guy too. Luris, I would almost certainly get rid of. I can't think of much stuff that you can even do with it. Mortify. Phyrexian Unlife. I would normally tell you to get rid of this, but it seems like you've got a bunch of cards that say, you know, a player loses half their life, so if that's a theme, that's fine. Bear's Protection. Vindicate. No Mercy. Packed Weapons. I would get rid of Sorin. This Sorin, not the other one. Lisa, I would cut that too. Yeah, those are the ones I would get rid of. There is a Citadel? Did I just miss it? Where is it? Oh, there is a Citadel. Okay. If you want a combo, throw Aetherflux Reservoir on your deck. If you don't want to do that, then it's fine. And then Sensei's Top is still good. There are a lot of meme cards. Yeah, there are a lot of meme cards there. Yeah, that's, you know, it's obvious to me from your descriptions that, like, you have a lot of cards that are pet cards that you've got either nostalgia for, or, you know, there's some other emotional attachment to the card, in which case, like, sure, yeah, okay, go ahead, play the card. But if you're looking for, this card's not really that good, what should I play instead of it, then those are the cards I would say to cut. Does anybody want the link to this deck? I can provide it if you want. Or you can just, you know, screenshot this here, I suppose. All right, Abyssal Orca wants Yuriko Critique, Merfolk Nami is the name on Moxfield. So Abyssal Orca, I do already have a Yuriko deck if you want to compare that. And actually, we looked at another Yuriko deck even before, although that deck was like budget ninjas, not necessarily exactly Yuriko. Yeah, especially the removal, what would be some good stacks and ramp? Ramp is going to be basically any of the 2-mana rocks that produce a color, or even colorless. So for stacks in your deck, I would recommend one of the Rule of Law cards, probably two of them at least. So Deafening Silence would be one of them that I would say, and the other one, probably Archon of Emeria, which also incidentally causes your opponent's non-basic lands to enter tapped. I would also recommend, I don't remember how many cards in your deck have ETB triggers. If you have any ETB triggers, then I wouldn't run this, but if you don't, then Doorkeeper Thrall. Drannith Magistrate is basically auto-win in every single white deck. I would also, you have the other Linvala, so that's fine. I would also recommend Opposition Agent. Thrall's good. I used to have the fairy version. Yeah, Hushbringer. Yeah, if you don't have any ETBs, or if like the ETBs you have like one or two of them and they don't really matter, then you can run Doorkeeper Thrall. And as for stacks, or as for ramp, here's the ramp. It's basically like all of these cards are fine. Maybe not Grim and Monovault, like, but all the other ones are easy enough to have, except Mox Amber. I said don't have Mox Amber in your deck. And then, since you're Orzhov, Signet and Talisman of Hierarchy. And probably the diamonds as well. Where's black? Sparkle Diamond and Marble Diamond are other considerations. All right. 5 hours, 40 minutes. Probably going to be the last critique here. So 15 left. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. All right, let's see what we get. Aha. All right, we have the Architects, Dwonkle, and Felvideck. Nuttysalts wants a critique on them. Okay, so let's see. Architect. Yeah, my biggest problem was card draw, since eventually you will get either Bloodletter or enough mana to cast one of the lose half your life spells. I also have a package for card draw, so... You want to look at some card draw? Here's some card draw. In Orzhov. These are like the best ones. Alright, so Architect, search cards and users. So Nuttysalts. User Nuttysalts. Yeah, I'm gonna get black market connections. Good. Nuttysalts, you have 24 decks, and I'm specifically supposed to... okay, here we go. Dwonkle and Felvideck are the ones you want critiques on. All right. So, I will say, I greatly prefer Moxfield's, both its user interface and how it displays cards, but if your deck is on Architect, I don't demand that you copy-paste it over to Moxfield. I'll still look at it. Okay, what is... I know there's different ways that you can look at it. Is it this one? Okay, this is better. I guess they don't have... I guess this doesn't let me look at sections, though. It sorts it by type. So it's type sorted. I don't think Architect lets you look at tags, right? Rex by, expand section... Do I have everything allowed here? EDH Rex static. Unplug. Let's just add these here, I guess. Make sure that we're not accidentally blocking anything. I don't think we are, though. If you close the deck filters and open it again, you can change the sort. So, sorry. So if I do this... Ah, okay. Wow, that's really awkward. Group by categories. No, group by color tag. I guess there isn't one. I guess it's just type. Okay, that's fine. So this is Brunor Battlehammer. So this is a 4-mana Boros commander. Oh yeah, I remember him. Each creature you control gets +2/0, or yeah, +2/0 for each equipment attached to it. You may pay 0 rather than pay the equip cost of the first equip ability you activate each turn. All right, so first off, if you are building an equipment commander, everything is inferior to Arden. Everything. Arden is 100% the best equipment commander, not even close. So if you are playing one that isn't Arden, you are intentionally choosing to play another one because you like it more, or you just don't want to metagame with Arden. Secondly, the ability of +2/0 for each equipment attached to it means we're probably trying to Voltron onto a single creature, right? Saw your critique and appreciate it. No creatures, mostly just because. Felt like a fun... Remind me of which deck it was, Hutterson. No creatures, mostly just because. Felt like a fun challenge, but running one creature to polymorph... Were you the Breya deck, I believe? Felt like a fun challenge, but running one creature to polymorph into could be a fun direction. But as you said, there's room for tweaking for upgrades, and you have a bunch of good suggestions that I won't mind trying to get a hold on, like Blood Fountain, etc. You can pick categories multiple if you have added other tags to their cards. Categories multiple. Nope. All right, back to categories. Okay. So there are 21 artifacts. I'm assuming a bunch of these are equipment. There are 19 creatures, 2 enchantments, a bunch of instants. There's 33 lands. Okay, better land count, and 5 sorceries. All right, so let's look at... Man, I don't like the way this expands. Okay. Get rid of demo field. Get rid of encroaching wastes. Unless for some reason your metagame is full of like you absolutely just need to kill the Gaia's Cradle across the table for some reason. Yeah, Evolving Wilds, I would basically play any dual land over that. Memorial to War, yeah, get rid of that. Myriad Landscape, we've got the 12 plains and the 11 mountains. So again, I don't know if you're restricted by budget, but I feel like there's even just better budget options. Like, I would play Guildgate before I'd play an Evolving Wilds, for example. Rogue's Passage, don't need that at all. It's just way too expensive to give your guy unblockable. If you do want unblockable, especially if you're in an equipment deck, just use an equipment that gives unblockable. Don't bother with the land. Filter lands are also atrocious, but I suppose if you don't have options for more dual lands, then that's fine. Sunhome, definitely don't like that either. I don't like most lands that have really expensive activated abilities. Most artifacts create creatures as supplemental bodies. Oh, okay, so you've got a bunch of Living Weapons / Firmyrden cards. All right, let's look at... I guess let's just look at the artifacts first. Batterbone. Equipped creature gets +1 and has Vigilance and Lifelink. Okay, so I guess before we go any further, what I would expect to see here is... You only get to freely equip the first one, right? So what I would want to see is, I would want to see a ton of other cards in the deck that allow you to free equip. I can already see one here in Sigarda's Aid, but I would want basically all of them. I would want Arden, Sigarda's Aid, Forge Anew, Pure Steel Paladin, like just get all of them in here. And then I would want to Voltron onto one thing, which means I'm going to want cards that draw based on equipment. So that's going to be Pure Steel, SRAM. I'm sure there's other ones. Those are the ones that come to mind right off the top of my head. Or just cards that like draw based on artifacts or something. And then I would want a bunch of protection, because you want the one creature that you're equipping onto to be not killable. So Giver of Runes, Mother of Runes, Skrelv, all those cards. That's all the things I would want to look at. I find it really weird that you have Velomachus in the deck, but we'll get to that. All right, what else do we have? Batterskull, Bitterhorn, Nissa's Animus. So this is one of the living weapon ones. Okay, Bladehold, War Whip, Bloodforged Battle Axe, Colossus Hammer, Flayer Husk. I really would not play Flayer Husk. Like, I want my I would want the equipment to still do things, like actually good things. This is +1/+1. Helm of Kaldra. Do you have the other Kaldra pieces? Sword, shield. Yes, you do. Okay. First Strike, Trample, and Haste. Hexplate, Wallbringer. Yeah, that's fine. Kaldra complete. Mithril Coat. Enters the battlefield attached to target legendary creature you control. Nettle Cyst. Oh, wait. This is the one that's indestructible, right? Yeah, cut that. Scythe Claw. Every creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses half their life rounded up. Shield. If you're running that, I would also run Quietus Spike. Shield of Kaldra, Sickle Slicer. Definitely would not play Sickle Slicer. Soul Ring, Sunforger, Swiftfoot Boots, Sword of Kaldra, Iron Crag is... Yeah, okay, Iron Crag and Two-Handed Axe. Okay, so if these are your artifacts, then that means that you don't have any ramp besides Iron Crag, and that's wrong. You should be playing a bunch of ramp. Especially, again, you want to get your 4 mana commander out and then start equipping to it. I would want a ton of ramp cards. All right, let's look at creatures. Akiri. So, okay, yeah, attach stuff whenever you attack with a creature that's equipped. Armory Automaton. This one also moves stuff around, right? You may attach any number of target equipment to it. Sure. Cloudsteel, Kirin. This card's not good because the Platinum Angel ability doesn't matter. If your opponent is ever in a position where they can win the game, they can probably blow this up or kill the creature that it's attached to. So it's irrelevant. Gisela is, if you want, increase the damage output of your creature. I have probably a lot better ways of doing it than Gisela. Gisela at 7 mana is pretty expensive. There's a lot of better ways of doing it. One of those ways is Inquisitor's Flail, which I noticed that you do not have here. Inquisitor's Flail is a 2 mana equipment that equips for 2, and it doubles all the damage that the equipped creature deals and receives. There's also Fire Shrieker, which is 3 mana, equips for 2, and gives the creature double strike. Halvar, sure. Aroas. I don't really like Aroas. I feel like there's better ways of attacking your opponents than paying 4 mana to give them Menace. And the damage prevention part is also not relevant because if I'm Voltroning equipment onto a single creature, the creature should be so big that it doesn't matter if anything blocks it. Jor Kadeen. Not really interested in this guy either because his ability is like, again, creatures you control get +3/0. I'm more interested in Voltroning onto a single guy. Call the Forge Master. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, if it was enchanted or equipped, return it to its owner's hand. Creature tokens you control that are enchanted or equipped get +1. Not great. Omenu Battle Armor. +2 and Menace. When deal combat damage to a player, goad each creature they control. Sure. Lion Sash, Lizard Blades, there's Pure Steel. Rem Carolus Stalwart Slayer. If a spell would deal damage to you or another permanent you control, prevent it. If a spell would deal damage to an opponent or opponent controls deals that much damage, +1 instead. I really question why this card is in here because I'm thinking that most of the deck should be built around Voltroning equipment onto a guy, and then this guy cares about casting burn spells, so that's very strange to me. Breya, equipped creature, gets double strike, sure. Rohirrim Chargers. Whenever you exert it, reveal cards from the top until you reveal an equipment. Put that card on the battlefield attached to that creature. Okay. SRAM, yep. Stoneforge, yep. Stonehewr, yep. And then Velomachus, which is really weird in this deck as well. You also have to consider, like, okay, so Velomachus is casting an instant or sorcery, right? So you have 24 total, right? So let's pull up the hypergeometric calculator. So Velomachus is hitting 5 cards, right? 7 cards. So we've got our 99 card deck. We've got 24 hits in the deck. And we're looking at 7 cards. We need to hit one of them. So we've pretty good odds to hit. But how many of these cards would I actually be happy to hit off of Velomachus, right? Because some of them are just plain they don't do anything. Like if you hit Wild Ricochet off of Velomachus, it actually doesn't do anything. Hitting Teferi's Protection off of Velomachus is also pretty bad. Silence, also pretty bad. Settle the Wreckage, you can't even cast it. Or I guess you can cast it on your own stuff and then kill them all. So, of the 24, there's a ton of these cards that I wouldn't even be happy to cast. When's the timing on casting it? You may cast an instant sorcery mana value less than power, put the rest on the bottom. Okay, so of the ones that you can actually cast off Velomachus, and that I'd be happy to cast, I would think that the order would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3. No, you can't cast that. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-ish, 10, or 10, about 10. So you actually really only have 10 spells that I would be happy to hit. So you have a 50% chance of completely bricking on it. So yeah, get a Velomachus out of here. This is another thing that I see a lot of players doing now that I've been critiquing decks, which is that they can't stick to a theme. They will put cards in that don't have anything to do with each other. So Brunor, obviously equipment theme. You've got a ton of equipment, but then you've got random cards like Rem Carolus and Velomachus that care about spells and not equipment. Then you got Fighter Class and Sigarda's Aid. Yeah, that's fine. Chroma's Will, then Angel's... I don't know why Angel's Grace is in here at all. I don't know why Boros Charm is in here. Reflecting Palm is another really weird choice. Generous Gift and Stroke of Midnight is not in here. Stroke of Midnight is better than Generous Gift, so you should... If you're not going to play both of them, then you should be playing Midnight over Gift. I have no clue why Glorious End is in your deck. I don't really see what the point of it is. Especially since there doesn't appear to be any way to mitigate losing the game to it immediately, except for Angel's Grace. But even if you do that, so what? Like, you end the turn, so you spent 2 cards to end the turn, and then what? Master Warcraft, what does this do? Your opponents can't cast spells this turn. End the combat phase. there's better silences. You do have silence, but there's better ones. There's Calamity's Wake or whatever it's called, the 2-mana one that exiles graveyards. It is a Sunforger deck. Yeah, you don't need that many instants for Sunforger to work, though. You just need a select few of them that you can grab. So, like, basically, if you're building a Sunforger package, right? Like, I'm playing Sunforger, therefore I want instants that it can go grab. All you need is basically like one spell in each category, right? So what do I want when I have Sunforger? I want a removal spell that I can grab. I want and probably multiple of them because the different removal spells are going to hit different things. I want a protection spell of some kind. So like I want to be able to go grab silence and then do whatever it is that I'm doing. So there's like certain categories of cards that you want, but you only need one of them. You don't need a huge list of different things to go grab. And a lot of them especially are not even good, like Boros Charm, for example. Unless, again, I guess this mitigates against sweepers, sort of. But if that's the case, I would just run Teferi's Protection. Like, Teferi's Protection basically does the same thing. So I would just use that. Valakut Awakening for card draw, sure. And then Wild Ricochet is weird. And then I've already talked about the lands. And then Angel Fire Ignition. Something gets 2 counters on it and gains some abilities. I really wouldn't want that either. Open the Armory. I don't know why Rebirth is in here. The XX creature that you get is really not very good for how much you're spending on this when you could be playing a cheaper sweeper. If I was in Boros, the sweeper that I would want to play is Vanquish the Horde and or Blasphemous Act. Either one of which would also, like, if you're trying to have, oh, I'm going to make my guy indestructible and then cast a sweeper, Vanquish the Horde and Blasphemous Act will both still not kill your guy if it's indestructible. And then Razia's is a pretty mean spell, so you're clearly not against, like, staxing people. My meta hates the Sunforger. All right. So in general, a lot of the same complaints. Like, a lot of the lands are bad. You're missing a lot of the better dual lands. You have, like, all these 11 mountains, 12 plains. It's way too much. Lands that enter tapped are bad. Lands that only produce colorless are generally bad. You are also missing, like, a bunch of ramp spells. You're also missing stacks, which, like, here's the thing. If you're in Boros, okay, if you're a deck that does not have a combo, and you do not have control elements, like you don't have good ways of interacting with your opponent, especially you don't have blue counter spells, you need ways of preventing your opponents from taking over the game. And this applies to not just combo cards, because you might be in a more, like, lower power level meta game where your opponents don't have, you know, a bunch of combo decks, right? Like, maybe those opponents will still take over the game with value by just playing a bunch of, like, big creatures. You need ways of mitigating this, and stacks is the way you mitigate that. And the stacks, it doesn't have to be Mana Denial. It doesn't have to be Armageddons and Thalias and all that stuff. It can be simple as Rule of Law effects. So you just say, hey, I'm playing a deck where most of the cards are, like, more expensive equipment. You, in particular, a lot of your mana can get spent on activating equip abilities, meaning you don't need to cast multiple spells a turn. So stacks would benefit you greatly. You also seem to have not much card draw. Like, yes, you have SRAM and Pure Steel, and then it looks like that's it. There's also a ton of cards that I would, if I'm building a equipment deck, that I would want in that equipment deck that you just don't have. So Chulane, as the creature that has an adventure side on it that can go fetch an equipment, that card is literally strictly better than Open the Armory, for example. His adventure mode is literally Open the Armory, and then he's also a creature. So I would have that. You're missing some of the best equipment. So there's no Sword of Feast and Famine in your deck. There is no... I would probably play Sword of Fire and Ice as well. Now, I already said I don't like how many basics there are, but since you have all of those basics, Sword of the Animist would seem to be an obvious inclusion in here. And then what else? there's like a fairly decent amount. You don't have, let's see, for the amount of historic permanents you have a lot of legendary creatures and a lot of artifacts. I would play Excalibur as a good payoff equipment that you're not running. Also, there are some good Sunforger targets that you're not using as well. So Boil is one of them. Just kill all the islands in play. That is one option. But if you're not interested in that because, you know, you don't want to do mana denial stuff, I'm wondering if I have a deck built already that has Sunforger in it or that has like an equipment package, because I'm pretty sure we can do a compare to that. So let me go and look up Commander. I certainly have a deck that has Stoneforge in it, right? Stoneforge. Arkelos. I have, Arden Rograk. Okay, there we go. Working night at the hospital lab, so sorry for spreading out my reply over time. Patience. It was also a card I own, no proxies, hence Tundra, but not all fetches and other decks. Okay. We'll probably swap in Starfall Invo. Starfall Invo. Starfall Invo. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature card, put in your graveyard. This way, the battlefield under your control. I don't think you want this one. First of all, this card's not Sunforgeable. Secondly, it doesn't matter if you get your creature back because all the equipment fall off of it. So I would look for sweepers that either are asymmetrical and they don't kill your guy, or something that's asymmetrical basically. Or if you have indestructibility, which you do have on stuff like Mithril Coat, then you just play regular sweepers. Vanquish the Horde, Blasphemous Act, those are the best ones. Are you still taking suggestions? Because I've been looking to build Javier, I don't know, what is it? Yeah, sure. Xavier requested by Hutterson. Oh, Xavier Super Friends specifically. Swords are on hand, just not ran. Haven't updated it. Boil's good. Oh, I hate blue. No qualms about Boil. Single combat. Each player chooses a creature, planeswalker, then sacks the rest. Players can't cast creatures or planeswalkers until the end of your next turn. I don't think you want this either. And specifically, if I'm playing Sunforger, I want Sunforger targets. So if I'm running a sweeper, I want something that I can grab with Sunforger. Now, admittedly, the two ones that I mentioned, Vanquish and Blasphemous Act, you cannot grab with Sunforger. But I would want to run at least, like, those are the two best ones, and then I would want to run another sweeper that is Sunforgeable. So, destroy, it has to be an instant, right? Destroy all, and it has to be CMC less than 4 and type instant. And ID is red and white. Are there, I don't know if there's any ones that follow that. Final Showdown doesn't work because you got to pay, you don't get to pay the costs. So there's Boil. You can do certain ones like, yeah, Patrician, Scorn, Tempest Delight to blow up enchantments, since I don't believe you're running that many enchantments yourself, right? You have 2? Yeah. And then those would be the main ones. I guess you don't have any that can kill every creature specifically. But if that's the case, I would still just run Vanquish, the Horde, and Blasphemous Act. Now, on to... where are we going with this? Brewing a list at the moment. Not sure if I should buy the missing pieces. Looking for some fierce feedback. Go ahead. Give me your suggestions. How does the spree cards work with Sunforger? You don't get to use them. You just cast them as a 1 mana, do nothing. I think. Right? Because if you alt cast... hang on, that might actually not be the case. Sunforger Spree. Oh, yeah, okay, so you can actually use them then. So sure, yeah, you can Sunforger a Final Showdown, but then you're paying the mana for the Sunforger. How much does Sunforger cost to unequip? It's 2, right? Or is it 4? Where's Sunforger? It's 2, yeah. Okay, so you're paying 2, then you're paying the 1. No, you're not paying the 1 here, then you're paying 5. So you're paying 7 total. That's actually still reasonable. So you don't get the most for free, but you can still use them. So a Sunforger into a Final Showdown would be 7 mana to Wrath or 8 mana to Wrath plus make your guy indestructible. So that's probably worth running then. And then let me show you. So some of, let's see if we can pull both of this up. So I want your deck here and my deck here. So let's look at, so here's the artifacts. So these are the equipment. And then let's look at, can I compare a list that isn't on Mox Field? I don't think so, right? Yeah, no. So kind of shocking that you don't even have Lightning Greaves in your deck. Now you might say, well, Lightning Greaves gives Shroud, so then you can't equip. All you need is one other creature. You just go Lightning Greaves, move it onto a guy that I have, move all of my other equipment onto whoever I actually want to equip that just came in, and then Greaves them immediately. And you can also use Greaves as protection, and then if you ever need to, like, let's say I've got my creature and I've got like multiple equipment on him plus Lightning Greaves, and now I draw another equipment and I want to equip that new one onto the creature. Oh, but I can't because Greaves gives Shroud. Just move Greaves to something else, equip it, move Greaves back. Let's look at Colossus Hammer, Inquisitor's Flail. I mentioned you don't have. Kedis is another good option, which is not equipment specific, but you can have it in your deck. Because if you're Voltroning onto Brunor, then you can go Brunor hits somebody for a ton because you have all the equipments on it, and then Kedis triggers and you hit everybody. You have all of these cards. So yeah, I have Sword of Forge and Frontier and Fire and Ice as card draw spells. Where is it? Yeah, Sunforger, Stoneforge, Pure Steel. Probably would add Forge Anew as well. I specifically don't have more because this deck is Arden, which already does it, but in your deck, which doesn't already do it, I would add Forge Anew and the other cheating effects. Then where are the rest of them? So then, yeah, so for protection, there's a bunch of them. Some equipment that you're not even running, like Commander's Plate is pretty good. Conqueror's Flail. Then there's like the Givers and whatnot. Masterwork of Ingenuity is another kind of interesting one where it's equipment sculpting seal, equipment clone, basically. So if whatever your best equipment is, it comes in as a copy of it. If you're running Urza Saga, you can also Saga into this. And then I don't actually have that many equipment in here, right? Where is... Sort by subtype. I just want to see all the equipment. Where's all of the equipment? Yeah. So this one, this one, this one, this one. So I don't actually have that many, but here's basically all the ones that I thought were good. And this deck also has Sunforger in it. So what did I put in here that you can Sunforge into? Types. Fragmentize, Jessica's Will, Steel Shaper's Gift, and then in the instance, Abrade, Burnout, Deflecting Swat. That's another thing. If you can add counter spells to your Boros deck, which your options are Burnout, Tybalt's Trickery, and Reprieve, or if you want to go higher up on mana, there's like Lapse of Certainty. And here's Stroke of Midnight, Surge of Salvation. So you have these options as well. This deck in particular, this Arden Rograk deck that I have here, there's a lot less equipment than what you're running. But I think in general, it's kind of doing the same thing. So if you want to take a look at this just to compare, I don't even have Sword of Feast and Famine in here, do I? No, I do. Okay. Here's Arden Rograk. You can take a look at that. In terms of Sunforger, since you cheat the thing in, but it can't cost more than 4, let's take a look at type instant, and I want it to cost exactly 4. How many results do we get? 140. Let's narrow that down to just rares. So you have a Chroma's Will already. Some other things. Clever Concealment could be a way to phase all of your dudes, although Teferi's Protection will do the same thing, and you only need one and not both of them. Then there is... let's see, some of the other ones that I would probably run. There's not a lot of good options. Olarin's Searing Light might be worth looking at. Each opponent exiles a creature with the greatest power, and then if you've got Spell Mastery, this deals damage to each opponent equal to the power of the creatures they exiled. You don't really need the Spell Mastery. It's basically, do you want the best... You want, like, the Edict for the best creature that you can tutor for? That's another option. Yeah, Boil, we have that. That's mostly what you want. All right. So I think that basically covers what I wanted to say here. So what's a quick recap? Fix the land base, fewer basics, more get rid of the lands that are just producing colorless or enter the battlefield tapped, more actually good dual lands. You know, even cards like Exotic Orchard are rainbow lands that are not expensive at all that you can add in here. Obvious upgrades to the deck that you're not running. Sword of Feast and Famine, Sword of Fire and Ice, Kelon. You don't need this many equipment, and you have some equipment that are just straight up bad, like Flare Husk. You don't need to bother with. And then more things that allow you to equip for free, so Forge Anew being one of the options, for example. Get rid of the cards that are off-theme, like Velomachus and Rem Careless. Better Sunforger targets. You also don't need to run all of these instants just for Sunforger. You just need like one card in each package. Stroke of Midnight's not here. I think that was like all of the breakdown here. And then Felvideck. So this is Tevish Sot and Livio. So I know what Tevish Sot does. What does Livio do? Choose another target creature. Its controller may exile it with an Aegis counter on it. And then 3 return all exiled cards with Aegis counters on them to the battlefield under their owner's control. All right, it feels like these guys do radically different things. I'm not really sure why they're being paired together. If you want to pair Tevish with a white card, so Tevish cares about creating tokens and then sacking things to draw cards. So if that's what you care about in white, I guess there's not like a hugely better, except for, no, this pairs with a specific thing. I guess that's fine. Although Prava makes tokens, but it's expensive to activate it. There's also Yoshimaru, because you draw more cards if the sacked creature is a commander, right? Yeah. So Yoshimaru would be another one. Damn, 6 hours of this. That's dedication. Indeed. Tevish is there because there was no good knight partner. Oh, so you didn't want... So basically, there's no good black partners. Tevish is probably the best mono black partner. So it's mostly you wanted a Livio, and then you were looking for a black partner, and then Tevish was the best one? Sure. So I'm assuming this is mostly a Livio deck then, and then Tevish is just here for that. Let me look at black partners. There's Tevish. So Livio blinks stuff, right? So sort of. Does he do exactly? Exile a thing. Return them all. Okay. Return them all, right? You don't get to pick and choose. Return all of them. Partner with. Yeah, Tevish is the best one. Could not find a good black-white knight commander. Oh, is that what you're trying to do? Is this knight tribal? I assume a lot of the same criticisms that I had of your Boros deck are going to apply here as well. Way too many basics, bad lands that are entering tapped, like not enough actual good dual lands. Gift of Estates is a maybe board. Well, you can get that out of the maybe board right now. You can get that into the nothing board because Gift of Estates is not good. And then let's see. I don't really know what this deck is trying to do. I guess it's just Knight Tribal, right? Okay. Sure. So, yeah, a bunch of this stuff. I'm noticing an immediate lack of coat of arms, and I find this displeasing. Yeah, Crippling Fear, good on you for including that. Then there's a bunch of other ones. Get rid of Grim Tutor, it sucks. There's better reanimation spells than Immortal Servitude if this is what you're trying to do. Merciless Eviction, Pact, Vindicate. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then a little bit of protection. I noticed that once again, there's basically no ramp here and no stacks. And then I'm not going to go through every single one of these creatures. They mostly all look like a bunch of beatdown stuff to me, right? Like it's all mostly, here's a knight that can attack somebody. Okay. Helps the goblin players. I guess if your meta is full of tribal decks, then yeah. It plays the knights until it can put Norn and Chromis Bell on the board. Oh, so you do have a combo. And then you have Urborg, sure. I'm not going to go in depth on this one. I think you can basically understand what I'm saying. A lot of the same criticisms I have of the Boros deck are going to apply here too. You basically should be playing more ramp, more stacks, better lands. However, what I can do is I can show you the Knight Tribal deck that I have built. So where the heck is Moxfield? Here we go. Mine's not Orzhov, but it does have Orzhov colors in it. Sidar Jabari of Zalfur. Let me link this. Sidar Jabari. Knights. So, by playing Sidar Jabari, first of all, this is just a better Knight Commander. Secondly, it's an additional color and the best one, so it gives you access to blue. And then you can look at this deck. Mainly, let's look at... Yeah, I don't think I tagged any of the knights, but some of this stuff... Let's just go through this quickly. Visual spoiler. Can I submit a deck that I just built and have most of the cards for? I was going to play it for the first time tomorrow. Also made a deck description. I will... You can submit it, but we're not going to look at it right now. Well... You know what? Just for you, yeah, we'll look at it right now. Yeah, go ahead and submit it. So here, there's Moonshaker Cavalry. Skyhunter Strike Force is one of the best beatdown cards you can play in EDH, and it is also a knight. Sir Conrad, Vidalian Wave Knight. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1 counter on each other Merfolk and or knight you control, which obviously you don't have access to because this is blue, but you can take all of the cards that I'm showing you here that are in Orzhov and adapt them to your deck. So, card draw, Pact of the Serpent, Roaming Throne to double all your knight triggers. There's some of that. Let's move past the lands. Unsettled Mariner is a decent enough changeling. It basically gives Ward 1 to all of your insert creature type, but it's blue and you're not blue. So, continuing, Urza's Incubator. What else? Westfold Rider is not great, but it is a knight that you can play that also can blow up artifacts and enchantments. Cavalier of Dawn, another knight that you can run that will blow up any permanent. It basically casts Generous Gift, essentially. And then there is Circle of Loyalty, which costs 1 less for each knight, pumps your creatures, creates knights. And then here's all these other knights that I didn't bother to categorize in anything, but some of them are like Battle Angels, Sanguinator Cavalry, Herald of Hoofbeats. Well, that's blue. All right, let's move on. Kinsbale Cavalier. All your knights have double strike. Knight Exemplar. I do believe you have that one. Knight of the White Orchid. Locked-Wain Lancer. Whenever non-token knight you control dies, each opponent loses 1, you draw a card. Silverwing Squadron. Power and toughness equal to your creatures, and whenever it attacks, you create a number of knights with vigilance equal to your opponents. So whenever you attack, you can make 3 knights. Worthy Knight. Whenever you cast a knight, make a knight, or a human rather. And then Knight's Charge. Whenever a knight you control attacks, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1, and you can pay a whole bunch to reanimate all your knights. Chivalry, if you have the deck, you have to give me a way to find it, because YouTube kills all the links. I was not a fan of Circle. Yeah, you don't have to play Circle. But these are some examples of things to do. This deck is blue, so obviously it gets to play like counter spells. Since your deck is not blue, I would run a bunch of stacks cards. Also, I don't actually have Cathar's Crusade in here, but you could run that too. Search Moxfield, out of turn tactics, Chulane, Teller of Tales. It's easier to search by user, but sure. Where is it? Moxfield, decks. Out of turn tactics. User Dragonkeep. Okay. Well, let's see if this finds it. Out of turn tactics, Chulane, Dragonkeep. There we go. I'm letting you skip the line, Chivalry, because this is gonna be. I was gonna end the stream, but you're saying like, oh, I'm gonna play the deck tomorrow, so let's just do it now. Thank you so much for the input. It was a pleasure listening all evening. Well, you're welcome, Nuttysalts. Hopefully that was helpful. All right, out of turn tactics, Chulane. I do have a Chulane deck myself, so let's see what you've got here. This Chulane deck focuses on flooding the board with creatures to draw cards and ramp lands while utilizing flash speed creatures and untapping mana dorks on opponent's turn for maximum efficiency. Incorporates stacks, disruption, anti-artifact tech to maintain control alongside a balance of counterspells. Mass protection for Chulane. The deck is built for high power commander games with fast ramp and powerful finishers like Omniscience, Craterhoof, Your Entity. Okay. Is it tagged? A little. Yeah, okay, it is tagged. And then you've got like a bajillion sideboard cards over here. 31 lands. Again, I don't see the need for the 3 forests and 2 plains when you could just have one of each. Really not a fan of stuff like Mosswort Bridge. I'm pretty much not going to be a fan of anything that enters tapped. Filter lands are trash. Do not play filter lands. The Tango lands are not good either. Yeah, a lot of lands I would cut, like Selesnya Sanctuary or Systemic Growth. Unless you're specifically comboing with the bounce lands, but otherwise, yeah, I would not play them. Seaside Citadel, nah. So I know Chulane is like a crazy value commander where you just draw a bunch. And there's a bunch of combos that you can do with it with creatures that pick themselves up and play them again. So what are we doing? Beast Whisperer, Enduring Innocence, Guardian Project, Mentor, Rashmi. Don't really understand why Avacyn is here. Let's see. Bastion. Yeah, Indestructibility. Not a fan. Flawless Maneuver. Yeah, not a fan of Indestructible. Ghostly Prison. You should probably be winning the game before this is relevant. Abolisher. Grand Augmenter. Commanders have Hexproof. Okay, Commanders have Hexproof. There you go. That's useful. Baroque Intervention. Sigarda. Don't like Silverback Elder Fairies. What does Vexless Praetor do? Commander's control of pro everything. That's basically the same thing as Hexproof, so sure. And then we've got Stony and Energy Flux and Collect Roof, but not Null Rod. I would play Null Rod over Energy Flux. Farewell. Not really understanding why it's Farewell. If your plan is to kill all of the artifacts and enchantments, you could just run Bane of Progress. Board wipe, counters, way too few counter spells. All right, untapping combo stuff. Awakening, Dazzling Theater, Prop Room, Seedborn, Wilderness Reclamation. Sure, all of that makes sense. Sunscape Familiar, Aura Shards, Druid of Purification. Enters, starting with you, each player may choose artifact. Okay. Did that one already. Swords. Win cons. Control Magic, not a win con. Craterhoof, Creeping Renaissance, also not a win con. Hullbreaker, Lighthouse Chronologist, Mirror Entity, Omniscience. I don't have most of the lands, so they are just basics. How many counter spells and protection? I will show you my Chulane list after this. You can find my Hazizan deck under Moxfield. Blah, 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 blah. All right, well. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, because you have to post the link. So, hang on. Let me make sure I have this link correct. Moxfield.com/. All right. We'll come back to that. That's going to go on the wheel. Martin Lander. All right, so right now we're just in the critiques phase, so let's get out of stuff. Blind, Brannith, Gadok Teague. I think Gadok Teague just does not good anymore as a stacks piece. Ramp. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, finally. Almost 20 ramp spells. Almost. Now, the bewildering choice to not have almost all of these be creatures is troubling, but we've made progress. The thing is, when you have Chulane as your commander, you basically want as much cards in your deck as possible to be creatures when they can be creatures. So do you have a card that is like one type versus another type? Like, you have an instant that destroys something, but that could just be a creature that destroys something. You play the creature version. So, like, you've got all of this ramp stuff, but a ton of them are, like, fetching lands when really they should just be creatures. And you're in green anyway. Like, the creatures in green are better than playing 2-mana ramp spells regardless. Like, Smothering Tithe, you can get that out of here. Mirari's Wake is... You don't want to pay 5 mana for Karmatra and Mirari's Wake. Just, like, play all the creature ramp possible. I would play Boreal Druid just to have more of them be creatures. Let's see. This is way too many protection spells. Especially when you're in blue, you want most of the protection spells that you have to actually be counter spells because they can answer other things. So, and a lot of them are also too expensive, like Sigarda. I don't know why you're counting Silverback Elder as a protection spell, because it isn't. Like, Destiny Spinner is a protection spell. So the protection spells that I would consider here are Other Runes, Giver of Runes, Skrelv, Allosaurus Shepherd. Grand Abolisher you've got. Okay, so that's good there. I would want as much of my stacks as possible to be creatures. Do you have tutors in your deck at all, or no? It doesn't look like it. So anytime that I have Collector Oof in a deck, I want Green Sun Zenith plus Dryad Arbor to also be in the deck so I can go tutor it. And then, while these cards are not bad, I would prefer, like, not Rashmi. Guardian Project Endurance and Beast Whisperer are well enough. And then you've got all this, like, flash stuff, right? Okay, so I get the flash stuff, but you don't need 5 of them. Green Sun Zenith and what? Green Sun Zenith and Dryad Arbor. So I understand that the idea is you're going to pair, I don't know where they are. Where's the untappers? Okay, Seedborn Muse / some of these other things. Also, you know, another example is like Prop Room untaps your creatures, so have more of your ramp be creatures. Like, actually, literally all of your ramp should be creatures, except like Soul Ring, for example. But everything else should be creatures. And that way, you're untapping your mana sources with the Prop Room. Seedborn, Awakening, Wilderness Wreck, and then you're flashing stuff in. So, in terms of flashing stuff in, you don't need both Alchemist's Refuge and Winding Canyons. You can just use Alchemist's Refuge. And then as far as a permanent goes, I would not run any of these 4. Leyline, Vidalcan Ori, or Yiva. I would run Teferi. Because Leyline and Vidalcan Ori are not so great. And Yiva only lets you flash in green creatures, whereas Teferi lets you flash in everything, and it also protects what you're doing. Teferi, yeah, original Teferi, Mage of Zalf. Yeah, Teferi Mage of Zalfir, right? The 5 mana one that has triple blue in its cost. I would suggest Manglehorn instead of Blind Obedience in a Chulane deck. Yeah, or Rex Sage, or, you know, any of those things. I'm not particularly a fan of Manglehorn, again, especially now that Dockside is banned. It's much less good than it used to be. So I would personally recommend... Actually, I wouldn't even recommend Rex Sage because you have white, so I'd recommend Knight of Autumn. If you're questioning which Teferi I'm talking about, it's this one. Teferi Mage of Zalfir. Now, the only argument to not running Teferi is because it's 5 mana and triple blue, it might be harder to play than one of these. So if that's the case, then I would just play Leyline and not the other two. Because you don't need them. You don't need, like, all these different copies of this stuff. It's better to have, you know, one copy of the thing you need and then just tutors that go and find it. And the most troubling thing I'm seeing here is that you don't have any of the combo pieces that work with Chulane, as far as I can tell. So there's no Shrieking Drake or any of those cards. There's no Cloudstone Curio. Even if you're not technically doing infinite combos with Chulane, you could still get tons of value out of those cards. So let me pull up my Chulane list. So here's the Chulane list in the chat for anybody who wants the link. So combo pieces include Cloudstone Curio, Shrieking Drake, and White Mane Lion as basically ways of picking creatures back up over and over and continuing to cast them. Then you've got Earthcraft, which in this case means, like, let's say you've got Earthcraft plus Shrieking Drake. Then you can go let's say you have like Earthcraft, Shrieking Drake, basic island, right? You go Shrieking Drake, bounce trigger on the stack, activate Earthcraft, tap it, untap your island, bounce Shrieking Drake back to your hand, cast it again with the blue you just made, loop that infinitely, Chulane draws your whole deck. White Mane Lion's a little harder, but you can accomplish the same goal with certain combos. Cloudstone Curio will also work in the same way. And then you've got Allurin to just make all your stuff free. So you can use Allurin to essentially do the same thing there. Way more counter spells, as you can see, because we obviously want Chulane to not get killed. Little bit of card draw. There's 31 lands. You can see a lot more spread out here. Yes, there's a Gaia's Cradle in the deck. If you don't care about that, like if you don't want to budget that, then just get rid of the Gaia's Cradle. Then here you can see protection. So you have like 13 protection spells. Not necessary because you just mostly run counter spells. And then you have a little bit of protection left over as just the best ones, in this case, it's like Grand Abolisher, Destiny Spinner, etc. Then there is some removal, which includes some creatures, Gilded Drake and Skyclave Apparition, but also some non-creatures. Then look at the ramp. The ramp is mostly creatures. The only ramp that isn't creatures is Sol Ring, 3 Visits in Nature's Lore, and Carpet of Flowers is in here. Yeah, but then all the other ones are creatures. Then we've got some stacks. The stacks cards affect our opponents and not us. So we've got Haven Mind Sensor, Oof, Deafening Silence, and it's specifically Deafening Silence because our combo loops involve recasting creatures over and over. So this affects our opponents and not us. Granith, Lavinia, Linvala, Mana Breach, which I saw was in your sideboard options. Whenever any player casts a spell, that player bounces a land back to their hand. Null Rod, Overburden. Whenever a player puts a creature onto the battlefield, the player returns a land to their hand, and Stony Silence. So there's ways of going kind of nuts with this stuff. And then a bajillion tutors, right? Mostly that tutor creatures, so that we can go find the specific creature tutor pieces that we need to combo off. But even if you're not so much in favor of, oh, I don't want to combo and use like Shrieking Drake or whatnot, you can still build Chulane as more of a value commander that's also just, like basically if you look at this deck and you say, I don't want to do combo stuff, fair enough, cut like, you know, Cloudstone, Allurin, and Earthcraft, and then you can still play Shrieking Drake and White Mane Lion as just ways of drawing more cards. And then the rest of the deck basically winds up being the same thing. And similarly, if you're like, oh, I don't want to stack the table, my play group doesn't like all the mana denial, easily cut, you know, Null Rod, Stony, Collector Oof, and you can, you know, play differently. Senior deck helps. Definitely need more low-cost ramp creatures. Indeed. Do I have Seedborn in here? I don't even think... Yeah, I'm not doing the whole Flash thing. Then I have Endurance and Phantasmal. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for the day. So, it's been 6.5 hours. We've got all the rest of this stuff still on the list. And, of course, anybody who wants a critique or to see a deck build can always post in the chat during these streams. I think I'm going to end it here. And we will come back once again tomorrow to do more stuff on the wheel. Is Lighthouse Chronologist too meme to cut? I don't think Lighthouse Chronologist is that good. Unless you have like a specific synergy that makes it easier to get it all the way up to its maximum power level really fast. And yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing all the EDH decks that I have built, I have this bookmark here, EDH decks. I don't have every single EDH deck that I have on here, I believe. I think there's some differences, so let me see. So this is 224, and if I go over here and I look at just commander decks, I have 230. So I'm missing 6 of them. There's some reasons for that. For example, like Nadu, which is banned. I have that as one of the EDH decks, but I don't have it obviously in the bookmark. Now you might say, why don't I just delete this then? It's because I made a video on it. And so if I deleted it, then the video would link to nothing. So I just leave it on a video and I just leave it for the sake of that video. So there's like a handful of EDH decks that aren't on the actual bookmarks tab, but you can just go and follow this link and see all the decks if you're interested. And I believe you can also just look up my username on Moxfield and do it that way as well if you want to do that. So EDH decks, all EDH decks. Here is the link. All right. See you guys next time.